Not because he's noisy, but because he's solid. The only candidate they truly want out of this race is Atiku Abubakar, because they fear him. They think pressure will stop him from contesting. They are pushing a campaign that says he has been running and losing. He should not contest. 20 the man is early. But listen well, Nigeria. Since when did persistence become a crime? Since when did courage become an insult? Since when did experience become a disqualification? They want Atiku out because they know he can win. Across the north, across the south, across the lines they cannot cross. If he ran before, it means he is ready. If he tried before, it means he is strong. Only cowards quit in silence. Champions return when history calls. So let the people speak, let the millions rise, let the call go forth. Atiku must contest, Atiku must run. Let all Nigerian people lift this call loud and clear, in words and poetry and song, in spirit and in fire. Our demand is simple, our message is united. Atiku must run. He's loved by millions across Southeast, Southwest, South, and the North. Nigeria needs him, Nigeria wants him, and history is waiting. Atiku must run, Atiku must run.
And it is right there. Atiku must run. So Atiku must run. All right, there I am. Pardon me. So there I am. Atiku must run. So there I am. Atiku must run. So Atiku must run. If he wants to run, let him run. Wherever he ends up, let him end up there. So Atiku must run, and so must I. I'm still looking for how to finish that metaphor. So Atiku must run. Then what happens next? So yes, good luck to Atiku. Good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. You know, I'm trying to do something here that I'm not quite succeeding at doing, but I'll keep on trying. Maybe I'll try again tomorrow. Pardon me. Good day to you. Good to be your company and all that. Good day to you. Good to be your company. Hope you're having a wonderfully glorious day so far. The glory of the day continues for spending it. I just don't want to tell you what I'm trying to achieve. It will be a real breakthrough if I'm able to do this. I'll set it up all the way through. Maybe I will need Solly to guide me through it. So, Solly, send me a text. I'm not sure if I still have your number or anything. Send me a text. I might need your help with something I'm trying to do. You're the tech guy. But good day to you. Good to be your company and all that. Good day to you. Good to be your company. So another day, another dollar. You know, it's been a while since we come out. So we're coming out now. So a lot to catch up in the political cycle. Just so many things happening. But good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. The protocol remains the same. You know, this thing is now frustrating me somewhat now. You know, oh God. You know, I hate not being able to do something I'm trying to do. That's just where the issue is. Oh, goodness me. Hold on. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to have to play you a bit of music. You know, I'm stuck in some sort of funk, and I cannot bear it if I'm not able to do it. So let me have one last attempt at it. Good to see you, Lato Rich. Good to see you, Suraja. Can people please make sure you're saying hello to me in the comment section? You know how sensitive I am. So, you know, if you don't say hello to me, then I don't feel that the love is there. So show the love at least. I'm not asking you for anything other than a hello. Hello, one man. I am joining you from XYZ. So that is Suraja right there joining us from Dublin. And Biodun Alami saying hi to all. So that's him right there. And that's Lato Rich right there joining us from Abbeywood, which is just 20 minutes away from where I am. So good to see. I'm sure we've probably passed each other on the streets and we didn't recognize each other. Although I don't actually, you know, I work from home, I stream from home, I spend a lot of, I'm not quite sure if I have a social cycle even. I do a lot of, you know, everything I do. Anyway, I'm not going to tell you too much about my life, but, you know, I'm somewhat becoming a bit of a hermit the way I live life sometimes. But good day to you. And you know, I'm trying to achieve something here and I'm not achieving it. So it's frustrating me somewhat. In the next 1 minute, it's going to tell me if I'm able to achieve it or not. So let me take that 1 minute by playing you just, let me play you just a little bit of music to cover that 1 minute. I need to achieve something. Let me see. All right. Let me play you. Let me play you a literal 1 minute clip. You know, I need that 1 minute. I need to be able to do this thing I'm trying to do. All right. Just what are you asking me to do, you stupid thing? I hate this thing, man. All right. Okay. Let's just press on. Good day to you. Good to be your company and all that. Good day to you. Good to be your company. I hope you're having a wonderful day so far. A lot has happened in the political cycle, as I said. Say hello next time you see me, Lato Rich. So good day to you and all that. Hope you're having a wonderful day, as I said. Let's just get started, shall we? So now, we have written agreement. Obi will serve only 4 years. So this is what is coming out of Kwankwaso. So element of trust or mistrust playing out there. So they've reached that agreement. So we'll hopefully be discussing that. I will also be discussing Article Lobby submits record on Tinubu's US for future case to Trump and Congress. So you remember, of course, when the government hired a lobby group. Let me actually give you this one fairly quickly. A Washington-based lobby firm says it has begun providing U.S. Department of Justice, DOJ, records concerning drug trafficking allegations against President Bola Tinubu to members of the Donald Trump administration, Congress, and senior congressional staff. Von Barton Montague was hired by Atiku Abubakar, presidential candidate of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, in March under a 12-month contract, $1.2 million lobbying to help strengthen his reputational standing in the United States, facilitate engagement with U.S. officials and Congress, and counter what the contract described as the Nigerian government's lobbying narrative. In a post on X, the firm said many within the U.S. government were previously unaware of the DOJ allegations concerning Tinubu, and that it intended to ensure that the complete collection of DOJ court filings, a supporting affidavit, and a related federal court decision are brought to Trump's attention. So I think they have no other strategy other than that drug dealer narrative. So that seems to be where they are playing their politics, the Atiku camp. So we'll be having a look at that. What else are we having a look at? We'll be having a look at. All right. Okay, let's actually start it off with. Let's start it off with this one. Let's start it off with the promise that Peter Obi made to the Northerners. So let's start it off with this. 2027, we have written agreement. Obi will serve only 4 years. This is Rabiu Kwankwaso sensitizing the northern space. The vice presidential candidate of the National Democratic Congress, NDC, Rabiu Kwankwaso, has confirmed that he and the party's presidential candidate, Peter Obi, have a written agreement that Obi will serve only 1 4-year term if elected president in 2027. Kwankwaso disclosed this during an interview on Channels Television's Politics Today on Monday, whilst responding to questions about Obi's repeated promise to spend only 1 term in office. According to him, he has no reason to doubt Obi's commitment to the pledge. I personally believe him, and I don't think, based on what I know, and by the way, he says he personally believes him, but he's not taking it on trust. He's saying now that they have a written agreement, so he clearly doesn't personally believe him if he has made him sign an undertaking. But that undertaking also is a nonsense, and I'll explain to you in a moment. I personally believe him, and I don't think, based on what I now know about him, he will renege. I don't think he will change his mind when the time comes, Kwankwaso said. He explained that the arrangement was not based on mere verbal assurances, but had been formally documented. We are gentlemen, even though we have accepted to even put it on paper. We have done one agreement for the party, and we have done another one for us, he said. When pressed to explain the content of the agreement, Kwankwaso said it provides for power to return to northern Nigeria after Obi's 4-year tenure. The agreement is what you said, that after 4 years, we will come together, team together as a group, as a party, friends, brothers, and involve everybody to work together so that after his term or our term of 4 years, 2027 to 2031, then it comes back to the north. And that's the general agreement, he said. Obi had consistently maintained that he does not require 2 terms in office to address Nigeria's challenges, arguing that 4 years will be sufficient to implement his reform agenda. So that's Obi right there telling us then that he only needs 4 years to solve all of the problems that have been dogged that country for nearly 70 years. So that's a nonsense. But if you feel a sense of deja vu about what Obi said, you'll be right to feel a sense of deja vu, because those comments were also made previously. They were made as far back as nearly going on 20 years ago now. Those comments were also made in 2011. And who made those comments? Somebody even more trustworthy than Peter Obi. That was, of course, Buhari. So this is flashback. In 2011, Buhari vowed to serve for only 1 term if elected. And we all know how that went. This was the paper then. It was the Sunday Trust. The Sunday Trust, of course, another newspaper. 2011, why I will serve for only 1 term. This is Buhari. Says our plot to destabilize CPC will fail. Explained choice of Bakari as running mate. So this is 2011. This wasn't the election he won. This was the election he lost. By declaring his intention to contest the 2019 presidential election, President Buhari went back against his words. So you see, so of course this is a throwback, but this is the example. So if you feel a sense of deja vu, that Obi is making this promise, and you feel that promise sounds somewhat familiar, then you are right to feel that sense that there is somewhat of a familiar promise. Buhari made the same promise. Buhari, an altogether more trustworthy entity than Peter Obi, and we all saw how that went. So this nonsense that Obi is telling them is going to serve 1 term. Imagine if Obi, it will never happen, of course. And Kwankwaso also knew that it will never happen. That's why he's parroting it, by the way. But imagine for a moment that Peter Obi wins that election. Just let your imagination stray there and consider that for a moment. Imagine if Peter Obi wins that election, sworn in 2027 president to serve. So that will be the first time then, if we discount Goodluck Jonathan as not an Igbo man, that would be the first time in the history of Nigeria, actually, because the only slot that the Igbos ever had was about 6 months under Aguiyi Ironsi. What's it called? Nnamdi Azikiwe was never a president. He was a ceremonial figurehead. The prime minister then was the real power. So apart from that 6 months cameo of Aguiyi Ironsi, the Southeasterners have never held power in the history of Nigeria, near 70 odd years of that country. So Peter Obi, by whatever quirk of magic, becomes president in 2027, and then he tells them he's only going to serve 1 term. What will be the Igbo response? You must be a joker. You must be a what? A joker. You know, if you believe that Peter Obi will serve only 1 term as president, then I have an airport to sell you just at the back of my house right here in my garden. Yeah, the airport in my garden. Come and buy it. There's a gold mine in my garden. I want to sell you for $1 billion. If you believe that Obi will serve only 1 term, what will happen if Obi ever gets elected, which is just an academic exercise, of course, there's on hell or high water, no circumstances that Obi will ever become president. Even the party that is using is a nonsense party, and even if it was in the PDP, it stands no chance. But in just for the purposes of argument, imagine that Obi becomes president, and then he comes 2031, and he tells you that he wants to, you know, as early as 2029, you will be seeing a 1 million man march in Kano State that Obi must complete his 8 years. It will roll out it will pump money to the Hausas to be protesting that want him to continue. It will pump money to you must be a joker. If Obi gets in there, even he will try to serve 3 terms, but that's just the nonsense. But so that's the nonsense that Obi is. Of course, Kwankwaso is not daft, but Kwankwaso, they are both playing each other anyway. Kwankwaso is playing Obi to say that, look, I'm loyal to him all the way through because he needs that. What Kwankwaso is actually playing is he wants to carry the Eagles post 2027. You know, so he wants to dig deep in and embed himself in the southeastern space post 2027. So if he shows loyalty to them, you know, he's already talking about the civil war, forgive and forget. He's already telling us that the history of the alliances between the southeasterners and the northerners in the First Republic. So he's already painting this now, rebranding, reworking of the relationship between the Southeast and the North. And he's going to carry that all the way through the campaigning. So when the election has been lost, he will still then carry that goodwill for his real ambition, which is in 2031. So that's and he will use that pocket now. So the new Obidient, because Obi will retire after this cycle of elections, because Obi already 65, I think sometime this week, they made do you know that this guy actually promised, he claims that Spain winning the World Cup was part of the Obidient message. You know, it's just some nonsense. In fact, just to digress a little bit, just how nonsensical this guy is. Do you know that this Peter Obi character, do you know that is where is it? Have I got it? All right. I don't actually. Oh, yes. Do you know that this guy actually claims that he can walk on water? You know, they talk about God complex. Do you know that your friend Peter Obi is actually going around now telling us that he has the capacity to part the sea and walk on water just like Jesus Christ? Do you know he said that? Don't be stupid, one man. Don't be ridiculous. We know you don't like the man, but this your lies is too much, one man now. Why are you making up nonsense? All right, watch this.
So you were there present.
I have a man who said he would die with his factory because everything he had was gone. And he stayed inside there. He refused to come. I said I must go there and bring him.
You went?
I went inside the water.
He said he was going to die inside the place.
I said he would die with everything he had. I said everything you have, though, you've not finished. God is still there.
So you went?
I went and brought him down, cleaned the place.
There it is. There it is right there. There's no end to the powers of Peter Obi. He can now walk on water. It's a gift that just keeps on giving. That Peter Obi thing. It's a gift that just keeps on giving. But I believe that we go on to more serious matters. You know, it's just impossible now for you to continue to claim that Tinubu, what has Tinubu done? Everybody now sees what he has done. Outgoing British High Commissioner praises Tinubu's economic reforms. So you will say this guy is an outgoing functionary of the British establishment, and he has to say nice things about Tinubu, but he doesn't necessarily have to make those remarks. He can couch it in the language of diplomacy and just still say pleasant things without actually endorsing the government. But he has seen categorically, because he knows, one, that Tinubu will be re-elected, and two, that these reforms are too visible to be ignored. Outgoing British High Commissioner praises Tinubu's economic reforms. The outgoing British High Commissioner to Nigeria, Richard Montgomery, on Tuesday, said the economic reforms of President Bola Tinubu would put Nigeria on a better footing in the long term. Mr. Montgomery said although the reforms might have caused short-term pain for ordinary people, they were fundamental to restoring vitality to the economy. A statement by Dare Adekombi, special advisor to the chairman of the Nigeria Revenue Service, Dr. Zach Adedeji said the British High Commissioner spoke during a farewell visit to the Revenue House in Abuja. The envoy said, to be in Nigeria over a 3-year period where so much has happened for the good was so awesome. And I know that a lot of the economic reforms are tough and they can cause short-term pain for ordinary people. You know, I hate this term, ordinary people. So as opposed to what? As opposed to extraordinary people, what does it even mean that calling somebody an ordinary person? The better term would be everyday people. That's more, you know, that chimes more with decency and normalcy and respect. Ordinary as opposed to what? You are extraordinary because you are sitting in some government office looting. That makes you extraordinary. I know that a lot of economic reforms are tough and they can cause short-term pain for ordinary people, you know, devaluation, inflation, and so forth. But I stand by and continue to brief, including our new Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, who is hoping to speak to His Excellency Bola Tinubu at some point in the next few weeks about how fundamental the reforms have been, whether the monetary work done by Yemi Cardoso at the Central Bank CBN or initially by Wale Edun at the Ministry of Finance, and of course the work that you, Zach Adedeji, and Taiwo Oyedele, now Minister of Finance, Coordinating Minister of the Economy, have done on tax reforms and the fiscal management. And I know that Nigeria is complicated. I know that budget and fiscal management are always particularly difficult because of the way the budget works at the National Assembly. So I think what the finance ministers and you personally and your team have done to try and put Nigeria on a better footing and also just manage the money better have been fantastic. So these are detailed. So this guy is actually going down into the minutiae of what has been done and identifying the direction. So this shows an understanding of the steps being taken and an endorsement of those steps. So this is not just a casual catch-all phraseology couched in language of diplomacy. This is a pinpointed complement of specific actions taken and an endorsement that is the direction of travel that indeed should be taken. Taking also in cognizance the difficulties of these steps. So this is not just a catch-all, nicey diplomatic couching of language. This is a pointed, directed compliment. I know that Nigeria is complicated. I know that budget and fiscal management are always particularly difficult because of the way the budget works in the National Assembly. So this is a criticism of the bureaucracy right there. So I think that the finance minister and you personally and your team have done to try. So I think that what the finance ministers and you personally and your team have done to try and put Nigeria on a better footing and also just manage the money better have been fantastic. And I know that some are better in public, and I know that some are better in public and better in private. You know, I am full of admiration, not for the technical, but also the political savvy way in which your team have worked. So it's very gushing in his endorsement, of course. So because these people, this is the international space that know the trafficking, the way things are working round about there. All right, let's go to this one. Where's my headline piece? Have I dropped it? All right, let's go to this one. So this is, do you remember that clip that went around do you remember that famous clip of Isaac Fayose slamming Peter Obi and the Obidient movement because they were going after him for being complimentary towards Seyi Tinubu? Do you remember when they slammed them? Very, very quickly, Peter Obi went to meet him in Abuja, and they had his photo up, and then this guy reversed back into the Obidient movement. But Tinubu now outmaneuvers them by giving them his older brother. So the Obidient is Isaac Fayose. His older brother, the one that actually has the name in the family, is Ayo Fayose, the former governor of Ekiti State. So Tinubu now outmaneuvers that space by giving Ayo Fayose a portfolio. So this is where the story, that narrative now starts. Tinubu appoints Fayose REA chairman, names 25 others. So we're not really interested in 25 others. We're interested in this Ayo Fayose. Oh, let me see if this thing is ready to go now. No. Oh, all right. Oh, all right. President Bola Tinubu has approved the appointment of 26 persons into the boards and leadership of 10 federal government agencies and commissions, including former Ekiti State Governor Ayo Fayose as chairman of the Rural Electrification Agency. The appointment, which takes immediate effect, was announced in a statement on Monday by the President's Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Ononuga. So I think that tells us everything, but let's take one more paragraph. President Bola Tinubu has announced 26 new appointments into 10 federal government agencies and commissions, with former governor of Ekiti State, Ayo Fayose, emerging as chairman of the Rural Electrification Agency, and Major General Junayad bin Dawa as chairman of National Salary and Wages Commission, etc. So the presidency said Fayose would head the REA board alongside Alhaji Ahmedu Abubakar and engineer something or the other as members and non-executive directors, whilst the incumbent DG of the agency, Abba Abubakar Aliyu, and 3 other directors previously appointed make up the remaining. So that's Fayose being given some sort of portfolio. But Isaac Fayose now comes out to slam that portfolio that his brother Ayo Fayose is a bigger name. If anybody has that clip, actually send it to me. I thought I had it ready, but I don't seem to. If anybody has that clip, send it to my Instagram so we can add it to the narrative. So now Isaac Fayose now comes out to slam that appointment, saying that his brother is a bigger name than people like Yemsin Wike, etc., etc., and that the portfolio that was given to his brother is beneath him. So that's what Isaac Fayose said. And because he's an Obi supporter now, he has to now go around disparaging anything Tinubu does, including disparaging the appointment of his brother. So that now seems to be that step too far. And then Wike's spokesperson comes out on the attack. So Wike's spokesperson comes out on the attack. It is only a bastard that will always come to social media to ridicule their blood elder brother, Lere Olayenka Shades, Isaac Fayose. So it starts from here. Lere Olayenka has thrown shade at businessman Isaac Fayose over his recent post about his older brother, Ayo Fayose. On Monday, July the 20th, President Tinubu appointed Fayose as chairman of the Rural Electrification Agency, REA. Reacting to his brother's new appointment, Isaac advised him to reject it. According to him, the appointment is beneath the former governor of Ekiti State and a clear sign of disrespect. A presidential aide, I think Lere Olayenka is not a presidential aide. I think it's an aide to Yemsin Wike, if my memory serves. Our presidential aide, Lere Olayenka, however, felt Isaac's remark about his brother's new appointment was disparaging. See his reaction. It is only when you are an Abiko an untrained person, and an akogba, a child that has failed to take in to. It is only when you are an abiko, which is an untrained person, or an akogba, a child that failed to take home training, or a bastard, that you will always come to social media to insult, ridicule, and disparage your own blood elder, or even your younger brother. Like I said before now, Ebu alo ni. I don't know what that means actually, so I can't read that Yoruba, but so that's what Larry Olayinka has to say about the Fayose saga right there. Let me take quickly to this one. A fake agency ICPC grills Gbajabiamila. So this will come as a delight to everybody, at least to the people that want the downfall of the Tinubu administration. Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, on Monday, July the 21st, went before the Independent Corruption Practices and Other Related Offences Commission to answer questions over his alleged investigation into the controversial Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council. The anti-graft agency is investigating the circumstances surrounding the operation of the purported council by Mr. Adeniyi Adeyemi We, who allegedly presented himself as its Director General. Adeniyi had initially alleged that the fake agency was orchestrated by Gbajabiamila. He later retracted his claim and then alleged that it was his now deceased ally that related with Gbajabiamila when the fake agency was being set up. President Bola Tinubu had, on July the 7th, directed the ICPC to investigate the fake agency and submit its report within 30 days. Gbajabiamila's counsel, GT Ogunye, confirmed his client's appearance before the commission in a statement yesterday. In full cooperation with the ICPC, acting on the directive of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I hereby confirm that my client, Femi Gbajabiamila, Chief of Staff to the President, responded to the investigation of the ICPC. He appeared at about 3 p.m. on Monday as part of the ongoing investigation into activities of the fake PFIPC, amongst other issues. My client gave his testimony, responded to questions accordingly, and has since returned to his duty post. Adeyemi, the sufferer, a lot of people actually argue that Gbajabiamila should be temporarily suspended whilst this investigation is going on. I don't agree with that. Tinubu has not borrowed up to 80 trillion naira in 3 years. This is the Minister of Finance now coming into the space. The federal government has refuted reports alleging that President Bola Tinubu's administration incurred approximately 80 trillion naira in debt in 3 years. The federal government clarified that the sweeping total is misleading, explaining that the figure predominantly stems from accounting adjustment and currency revaluation rather than fresh borrowing. Our Finance Minister and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Taiwo Oyedele, provided the clarification during an economic briefing with the Senate Committee on Finance Monday evening, July the 20th. Our lawmakers had raised questions regarding reports indicating that the present administration had added nearly 80 trillion naira to the 75 trillion naira debt burden inherited upon taking office. Addressing the committee, Oyedele stated that the widely circulated figures failed to reflect actual new loans taken by the government. When this administration came into office, public debt was around 75 trillion naira. Many people simply compared that figure with today's debt stock and concluded that this government has borrowed massively, Oyedele said. The minister elaborated that the sharp devaluation of the naira significantly inflated the local currency equivalent of Nigeria's existing external debt, given that national debt totals are officially calculated and reported in naira. So, anyway, I've explained this endlessly. So these people use figures under the Buhari administration at the handout of Buhari administration, which was denominated at the Buhari administration exchange rate, and then they are then comparing it with their figures denominated now at Tinubu's exchange rate. The naira was about what, 500 to the dollar, 400 to the dollar, 300 to the dollar under Buhari. It's about 1,500 to the dollar now. So if you naira-nize our debt, and then you make the comparisons between those disparate exchange rates, then you get this alarmist thing that the Obidients are using to gaslight. Hold on. The minister elaborated that the sharp devaluation of the naira significantly inflated the local currency equivalent of Nigeria's existing external debt, given that the national debt totals are officially calculated and reported in naira. However, following the reforms and the depreciation of the naira, the foreign currency component of our public debt had to be revalued because Nigeria reports its debt in naira. That accounting adjustment alone added more than 40 trillion to the public debt. So if you deduct that 40 trillion, that is the adjustment for the exchange rate disparity, then the Nigerian debt is actually what? About 40 trillion naira. That's essentially what it's saying. So which is to say that the government has actually reduced the debt that they carry through by about 20, what was that? Let me do quick maths. By about 25 trillion naira. So that's what it's actually saying. It says, however, following the reforms and the depreciation of the naira, the foreign currency component of our public debt had to be revalued because Nigeria reports its debt in naira. This accounting adjustment alone added more than 40 trillion to the public debt figure, he explained. Oyedele further noted that approximately 33 trillion was added to the national debt balance following the National Assembly's approval to securitize ways and means advances. He emphasized that this process did not constitute fresh borrowing, but rather represented the formal recognition of pre-existing obligations. Meanwhile, members of the Senate Committee on Finance voiced concerns over what they characterized as poor implementation of capital projects outlined in the 2026. So that explains that, but of course, you know that will never satisfy. That will never make the headlines, of course. It's the screaming and shouting of the Obedience that will forever make the headlines. PFIPC rep summons NSA Ribadu over controversial fake agency. So how did this pass scrutiny? You know, they tell us that they do all the security checks. So how did they pass the security check for it to end up on the budget? But this now next headline will annoy you. I was infuriated when I saw this now next headline. I was incandescent with rage. DSS challenges life sentence for Ansaru commanders. So these are bandit commanders now caught, but the court is now giving them a verdict of life sentence. Whatever happened to capital punishment, the Department of State Services is set to appeal the life sentences handed down to the two convicted Ansaru terrorist commanders by the... I bet you that, I've not yet read it up to the point, but I can bet you that the judge that gave these sentences will be another Muslim, you know, which will tell you that he sympathizes with them. The Department of State Services is set to appeal the life sentences handed down to the two convicted Ansaru terrorist commanders by the Abuja High Court, insisting the punishment does not reflect the gravity of their crime. The Federal High Court in Abuja on Monday, July the 20th, sentenced Mohammed Usman, alias Abu Bahara, the self-proclaimed Emir of Ansaru, and Abubakar Abba, alias Mohammed al-Nijeri, to life imprisonment after both men pleaded guilty to 32 terrorism-related charges. However, a senior DSS official told NTA that the service will seek the maximum penalty, arguing that the convicts were central to kidnapping of pupils and teachers in Orí-Iré, Oyo State, where abductors demanded their release in exchange for the victims. So they were not part of the people that carried out the kidnapping. They were the reasons why the kidnapping was carried out. So the kidnapping in Orí-Iré was carried out to use the victims as a leverage to secure the release of these two criminals, these terrorists even. The DSS also maintains that the two teachers were beheaded during the ordeal to pressure the government, insisting that justice for the victim and their families require than life imprisonment. So there it is right there. So what's the name of the judge? I bet you it'll be Abubakar Mukhtar or something. It'll be some northern name. So still on crime and justice, our full list. Badejo Okunsoya. So this is the new chairperson, the new president of the Nigerian Bar Association, as she makes history by being the second woman to ever hold that post. Badejo Okusoya. Others emerged winner in 2026 MBA election. The full list of winners of the 2026 Nigerian Bar Association MBA national elections has been released following the conclusions of voting and the announcement of results by the Electoral Committee of the Nigerian Bar Association on Sunday. Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Mrs. Onyekonsola Badejo Okunsoya, emerged as the 33rd president of the NBA after defeating two other senior lawyers in the keenly contested presidential election. Chairman of the ECNBA, that is the commission that runs the election, Aham Ajelam, SAN, announced the presidential result at the NBA National Secretariat in Abuja. Badejo Okunsoya polled 12,317 votes, representing 47.18% of the total votes cast, to defeat her closest challenger, Lateef Akangbe, SAN, who secured 7,900. Is that near double? 7 plus 7, 14. It's near double, but not quite. 7,934. So with the victory, Badejo Okunsoya will serve as the association's president for a 2-year term. She also becomes only the second woman to lead the NBA after Priscilla Kuye, who served as president 91 to 92. So there it is right there. So well done to her. Well done to her. Another. All right, well done to her. Is there anything else? Yes, I've still got. Let me play you this one. So tell me if you can hear this. Let me if you can hear this. I'm going to play you this now. Tell me in the comment section if you can hear it.
That's the last level we want to into that. Yes, I concur with her. Let me be sincere with you. That's the last level we want to talk about now. The only way to return full normalcy, I'm saying it on air, if you watch the system the whole thing is going, the time they arrested Nnamdi Kanu,
Sorry about that. I was speaking, not knowing I was muted. What this guy is about to tell you now is something that I have always said on this platform, that they should have given Nnamdi Kanu the capital punishment and not giving. I posted it, Tony. So what this guy is about to tell you now is that they should have given Nnamdi Kanu the capital punishment, and not giving Nnamdi Kanu the capital punishment is a mistake. It's a mistake. Because Nnamdi Kanu continues to remain a recurring decimal within that space. If they had given them the capital punishment, there would have been about a week or so of rebel rousing in that space, and they would have faded away. And then that would have served as a stark warning to whoever seeks to replace him that this ultimately might well be the price of that thing. So good to see you, Amore Samuel. So this is what this guy is about to tell you now. So pay attention.
To that, yes, I concur with her. Let me be sincere with you. That's the last level we want to talk about now. The only way to return full normalcy, I'm saying it on air, if you watch the system the whole thing is going, the time they arrested Nnamdi Kanu, it was like up and down, up and down. Yeah. The time they arrested Simeon Ekpa, it cut to 50%. The time that Nnamdi Kanu was convicted, it reduced to 10%. That's what we are battling now. Put it on air. If Nnamdi Kanu is there today, if government of Nigeria will kill Nnamdi Kanu, trust me, normalcy will start coming. And that's all what every Igbo man prays for. Now again, for you to concur to what you're saying, government cannot do it all. And that's why I'm agitating again. If we know where our problem is coming, we can find the solution. Our problem is simply coming from the brainwash, the hate speech. I want all these organizations in Nigeria that have say, the Catholic bishops, the Pentecostal pastors, the educated ones, let us come on air and educate our people the consequences of what we are doing. That is the only way they will shift. Military are not the Holy Spirit that is everywhere. Right. See, today bombs still kill people in my community. Have the military not done enough to extradite the mines in the land? They have done a lot, but they plant again. Did you understand? So the only means for us to get this thing done is let every Igbo man know the truth and stand by the truth. Into that, yes, I concur with her. Let me be sincere with you. That's the
So there it is right there. I totally endorse everything that guy has to say. They should have just done the capital punishment, although there's a lot of tension coming from the Americans at that time, so it was difficult to do it, but they should have just given Nnamdi Kanu the cap. He has spied enough people in fact, that judge, Omotosho, he was at pains. All of his instincts was to give Nnamdi Kanu the capital punishment, but the political climate at that time did not allow for it. But when we go through the appeal processes, I think Nnamdi Kanu is in appeal now. Ultimately, either at the appeal court or at the Supreme Court, I think ultimately they will give him the capital punishment. There is it is antithetical to justice. It's a perversion. It is justice. It's an injustice for that guy not to get capital punishment. He has to be given the capital. It's unbelievable stuff. Even the Southeasterners want him to get the capital punishment. Let me take you on to this one. So, if you are watching the political landscape with any sense of if you watch the nuance, if you watch the flow of the zeitgeist, if I can put it that way, if you watch the tea leaves, the ebbs and flows of the delicate sensibilities of political maneuverings, you can see that politics is, in fact, it's not even subtle. So the language I'm actually using to describe it is to suggest that there's some subtlety to it. There's a sharp movement from the obedient space because Obi is now sounding more and more untenable and more ridiculous. I just played you a clip now of him telling you that he walks on water. So it's getting very, very ludicrous in his public pronouncement. And for Obi to continuously, because Obi doesn't know any other politics than a campaign of calumny. So for Obi to continuously tell his people that the Tinubu administration, which has only been there for 3 years, so has not done anything, it's just near impossible for that to carry on. Because there's just too much being done by this administration for you to, and especially in the Southeast, the level of development going on in the Southeast now is historical. There's never been that much attention paid to that region in the history of that country. Not once. The things that is going on now, Dave Umahi, Tinubu, the things that are going on in the Southeast now in terms of the heavy lifting of infra. There was one thing, maybe I'll play you one of these things. So there's just so much that this guy is doing. It's just impossible for you to say he's not doing anything. So if your narrative continues that he has not done anything, then it's not sustainable. But then Peter Obi has no plan B. His only trick is to do campaign of calumny against Tinubu, but that's not working anymore. But I cannot describe it appropriately. But this guy now that I'm about to play you now, it places two narratives side by side. And then he exposes now the desperation of that obedient space. So what we are going to see is a comparative analysis of two equally weighted people speaking in opposing languages. And this guy is inviting you to decide on believability. So tell me if you can hear the audio on this one.
So Nigeria, on this video, I'll be showing the difference between these two ladies here. Both they talk about the countries. So I want you to understand the difference between person where they play emotional blackmail, emotional games, and person where they talk things logically for the common person to understand. Make we start with this Mama P video. Watch.
You see many of them now where did this internet where they watch me right now. Your children are going to hate you.
Gaslighting. She just start the video with gaslighting. No, continue.
Good morning, trenches. Please share this video as wide as you can. Save somebody's tomorrow. As I do my morning walk, now Holy Spirit led it in my heart to come and tell you people that this new week, you need to be a supporter of Peter Obi. You just need to, not just because of you, but because of your children. Because trust me, you will never be able to explain to them that you just tried over transformation. You just tried over teamwork, over triumph. You can never explain to them that you chose your personal gain over national growth. They're gonna hate you. How will you explain to them that you chose religion over reform, over revolution, over reconstruction, over results? How you want to tell them that you chose political party over progress? No, you will never be able to explain to them that you chose any candidate that is not Peter Obi. How you go to tell them, say, man, rule for 8 years without candidate? You chose another person over him. You chose somebody who you don't know his age, his gender, his certificates. You chose somebody who you cannot attest for his name over him. Yesterday was his birthday, Peter Obi's birthday. Are you aware that on one of his birthdays,
How Peter Obi birthday age and certificates take concern us? So when I can see from my video, I should say the gaslight and I should say the emotionally the blackmail people, blackmail a fan base, my talk. Because now only Peter Obi fan base, all this gaslighting and blackmail if you work on. Now I'm gonna watch this lady video before I analyze this and I need to talk.
For almost 3 years, many Nigerians have spent more time discussing a president than studying his government. And that is a problem. Because governments are not measured by the noise surrounding them. Governments are measured by the policies they leave behind. And policies, they don't ask if you like the president. They simply take effect. So while some Nigerians have spent the last 3 years looking for everything that is not working, wise Nigerians have been asking different questions. What reforms or policies have been introduced? Which ones have taken effect? Who benefits? What industries are changing? Which professionals or groups should be paying attention? How do I come in? Because serious citizens don't just criticize government. They study them. Now, make no mistakes about it. Nigeria still has a lot of enormous challenges. Nobody is denying that. But if your expectations were that any president will personally pay your rent, reduce the price of everything in the market, or solve every problem in your life, then your expectations were far or are far from being realistic.
You can see the difference between this lady video and the first lady video. Firstly, my turn, I want different about this video. You see that first lady video, she gets time to go put sound, put music, put emoji, put caption, I've been a write-up for inside the video. You know the level of time as an editor when it would take for you to go do those things. We dey talk about person where they feel pains of the country, person where they feel hunger, person where they suffer, get the time to go the edit, the right thing.
All right. So that clip is 9 minutes long. I'm not going to play you the full 9 minutes because I want to play another one. But I think you get the drift. So you could see that it's the same rinse and repeat that we're getting from the obedient space, gaslighting, dog whistling, alarming, cursing at people, swearing, generational, all these things that they do. But if you look at that, in fact, and by the way, the curious thing is that they're both, I think this one is from the South. The one that is actually speaking to logic and sense, she's from the Southeast, but she's inviting you that look at what Tinubu is doing and then form your judgment on that. So don't look at what you are being told that Tinubu is or is not doing. Look at what he is actually doing. Look at the nail funds, the the list is endless. We've run through the list so many times on this platform. Look at those and then form your own. It's just that these people are not capacitated for independent. One, they don't have the brain function, and two, they're too stuck in the parochialism of ethnic funk. The parochialism of ethnic. I just came up with that though. Who talks like me? Nobody talks like me. Oh. Even I sometimes wonder, I'm just a nonsense guy, aren't I? So talking about the parochialism of ethnic funk, I did tell you now, I've been saying it for a while now, Peter Obi is hemorrhaging followership at an alarming rate. It's like the metaphor I was thinking of is too disgusting to use. But Peter Obi is hemorrhaging followership like a car crash, like somebody that had a limb chopped up in a car crash. It's just hemorrhaging followership at an alarming rate because people are now seeing through the nonsense. But don't even take my word for it. This is what. Listen to this one. This one's about 4 minutes. So listen to this one.
I won't make many of now where they think say they pay me to campaign for Tinubu. They're gonna listen to this person where they talk. And most of now will be Igbos, we hate Tinubu. Now brothers they talk so. Listen.
Nigerians, if these three people are the ones that are going to be on our ballot 2027 as the three major contenders, others can join no. But these three as the three major contenders, then I don't have a choice. I will vote Tinubu. I have always said that for me, Atiku is a no-no. At this time that Fulani people are unaliving and trying to take over Nigeria, we cannot have a Fulani president. It's impossible. It's virtually impossible. That is a sellout. We can't do that. If you vote this man, I'm not trying to campaign against you, but any Nigerian who decide to vote Atiku at this time, you are voting at your own detriment. You are just digging your own grave by yourself. Then let's come to Obi. Obi is inconsistent. He will reel out all these calculations that is at the end of the day. By the time he does all the mathematics, at the end of the day, the answer is going to be wrong. He will calculate landmass and everything is going to be wrong. He will talk about other countries' population and he will give wrong figure. That is not a good quality of a leader. You must be certain of what you want to say as a leader. Secondly, this interview is the deal breaker for me. He was asked, how are you going to deal with insecurity in this country? From his response, he will gallivant around that question. You ask him, he doesn't have a blueprint. He doesn't have anything that he wants. He doesn't know how to go. He's a confused person. In this interview, he said he can do it in 6 months because he has done it in Anambra. I was about, I sat back to listen to how are you going to do it in 6 months? The first thing he said is that he's going to tour Nigerian states in 2 years. You will tour, within 2 years, you will tour every state in Nigeria. Then the man said, of what use is this tour going to be to Nigerians? He said he would have listened to all the elders of each state. Then he will now use that to profile. He will now profile solution, and then he can now go back. He can now make recommendations to what timeline are you going to do it? He cannot. He said he cannot put a timeline to it. So you will talk for 2 years. You go back and then bring out what you want to do, and then you don't have a timeline to it. Maybe that thing that your solution cannot end it in 3 years. You must have been out of office because you said you are a one-time president. So it looks very, very unrealistic to me. It doesn't know what to do. Putting a country that is chaotic like this in the hands of a man who even said he doesn't like stress. For me, I don't come out my hand. As for Tinubu, much as I don't like President Tinubu, I don't like President Tinubu like that. But much as I don't like him, I started digging into him. The more I dig into him, the more I see something that he has done that interests me. His policies. Some other things that he has done that interest me, they are there. For instance, the Lagos-Benin Expressway has been there since independence. No government has ever touched that road, including Obasanjo, who the worst part of it was in Ogun State. He did not touch it. But today, this man is making that, is rebuilding that road. It's not constructing a road with all the steel and everything. It's building that road.
So this is exactly the point I'm making. Tinubu is doing too much for you to say he's not doing anything. It's impossible. It is impossible for you to say it's impossible now. It's impossible. Look at the Lagos Calabar Superhighway. Look at this Benin Superhighway. There's another one they've promised since 1961. He's the one doing it now. The local jar to Abuja completed already. They are driving on it. And Umahi standard, it's impossible. It's impossible for you to say it's not possible now. How can you look yourself in the mirror and say, yeah, it's not possible? You know, it is not possible. Whether you are living abroad or even if you are living on the moon, even the British High Commissioner is saying it now. It's impossible for you to say it's not done anything now. And it is impossible for you to say that it has not impacted on the lives of everyday people. Who is benefiting from the Nel Fund? I can bring you a clip of a guy that said he's the first person. Whoever sent me that clip, can you resend it? The guy sent, I think it may well have been Ayo, if you're listening, if you still have that clip, send it to me. Or if it was you, or Agbado, whoever sent it, please send it again. The guy said that he's the first person in his family, in the history of his family, to go to university, and he could never have achieved that without the Nel Fund. Who is going to drive on the Lagos Calabar Superhighway? You're saying, no, it's expensive. Whether it's expensive or not expensive, is it only big man that will drive on it? Do you have to be a millionaire? Do you have to show your millionaire ticket before you're able to drive from Lagos to Calabar and back? It is the everyday people that will use that road who is going to drive in all of this. It's just impossible for you to say it's not done anything anymore. And this is what this guy is saying now. He says he supports Obi, but it is impossible for him to continue to support Obi because Obi has no cogent or coherent plan. Obi has been campaigning for 4 years now because Obi has been campaigning since 2022, long before the last cycle of elections. He campaigned from 2022 up till now, and it doesn't have a plan. It doesn't have a manifesto. He cannot describe a pathway. They say he will go to his party man, Fayose, who will ask him soft sell questions. And even with all those already pre-agreed questions, he cannot still give a cogent, coherent, workable, logical sequencing of anything. He said, forget it, I can do it. What about insecurity? I will fix it in 6 months. What about electricity? I will fix it in 6 months. What about full? I will fix it in 6 months. Go to Anambra and verify. I mean, it's just nonsense now. No sophistry, no elegance, no articulation, no nothing. Contrast that with Tinubu. This guy is telling you that the road to his community that has been abandoned, that has been promised from the day of independence, is now being done. Yeah, and then you will tell this guy that Tinubu is not doing. Are you? Because you want him, because he's the ego. Just get out. It's impossible for you to carry on in that vein. And this is, but then there's no other trick for Peter Obi because he doesn't have a plan. He just has an entitlement mindset.
Listen to me. He doesn't know what to do. Putting a country that is chaotic like this in the hands of a man who even said he doesn't like stress. For me, I don't come out my hand. As for Tinubu, much as I don't like President Tinubu, I don't like President Tinubu like that. But much as I don't like him, I started digging into him. The more I dig into him, the more I see something that he has done that interests me. His policies, some other things that he has done that interest me, they are there. For instance, the Lagos-Benin Expressway has been there since independence. No government has ever touched that road, including Obasanjo, who the worst part of it was in Ogun State. He did not touch it. But today, this man is making that, is rebuilding that road. It's not constructing a road with all the steel and everything. He's building that road all the way down. That is massive. And it's not that one alone. It's everywhere, all over the country. It's a lot that is doing. His policies, they are like building the policies that is doing is making, they are like building a nation from the scratch. Are there corrupt people in this government? Yes. Is he corrupt? Yes. Is the Senate corrupt? Yes. But there are a lot of things that are very pertinent to nation building that is doing. It's a lot. Now look at the custom something for cars that Buhari put at the highest, that everybody can no longer afford the tire. Now this one has slashed it from 20% to 10%. Cars are going to be affordable. So I believe it's a matter of time. Now state can now afford their police and all these things that nobody has been able to do for years. He has been able to do all these things. Things are going to be normal over time. But my fear now is that even if we give him 4 years extra and he leaves, our politicians believe in party politics and not national policies. So when he leaves, who is going to be the one that is going to even lay the brick on this foundation that this man is building? Who? If the next person will not come and tabaru everything and we will not return to square one again. That is my fear right now. But as for these ones that I am seeing, the more I dig, the more I see something that interests me. I am not a Tinubu supporter. I am not supporting anybody. I just want somebody who can do something for this country, no matter how small. But the more I dig into this man, the more I see something. I don't know what these other ones can do. I don't know. So out of these 3 evils, I think one is preferred. For me, if these are the 3 evils that are going to be there, I will prefer Tinubu as the lesser evil. And then, if Nigeria is able to provide somebody else that is credible, that we can see, we will vote for him. But right now, I have not seen anybody. This is Tinubu. If you ask me now, I will vote. If you give me paper now, I will vote Tinubu right away. But if we have somebody else, I don't. But this is just my opinion, though.
So now for the last 3 years, I've been saying one thing and one thing only on this platform. And whoever has been following this platform are familiar with those words. I've been saying to you that Tinubu will be re-elected on achievements. I've always, from the moment he was sworn in, and especially when we were at the heat of that aggression from the Obidient movement, I've always said that this guy, his achievements will get him the second term. And it is impossible for you to, it's not possible now. With what mouth will you say that it's not done anything? Even adding to Obidient, the lady that introduced the guy, she's an Obidient. the guy that spoke is an obedient, but he's seen all of this progress. And he's saying, do we want to truncate this and give the country to the hands of into the hands of somebody that you ask him a question and his answer is, go to Anambra, I can do it. Any question you ask this retarded upstart, go to Anambra and verify. I will do it. I will give you electricity in 1 year. Get rid of insurgency in 3 months. I can do it. I did it in Anambra. Go and belly pie. Go and belly pie. You get out now. We're talking about serious matters here. We're talking about one of the biggest economies in the world. We're talking about people's lives in danger. We're talking about growth and development and nation building. And you're telling us, I will do it. I did it in Amraba. Get out. Get out of here. You stupid man. So enough of that nonsense. All right, let me play you a couple more clips. I'll send the link into the comment section. If anybody wants to come in. We're getting to the tail end now of our we're getting to the tail end of, all right, just like this guy from the southeast, or maybe south, I don't know where this guy is from. Just like this former Obidient that spoke, hear another voice from the north saying exactly the same thing. So there you heard it from Laraba and Aisha to Inshallah Jagaban. So there it is, Inshallah Jagaban. Yeah, did I play you the clip of Peter Obi telling us that he can walk on water, just like Jesus Christ?
So you were there present.
I have a man who said he would die with his factory because everything he had was gone. And he stayed inside there. He refused to come. I said I must go there and bring him.
You went.
I went inside the water.
He said he was going to die inside the place.
I said he would die with everything he had. I said everything you have, though, you've not finished. God is still there.
So you went.
I went and brought him down, cleaned the place.
So there is Peter Obi right there, just like the Lord himself. He can walk on water too. So Peter Obi's now new best friend. His best friend used to be a guy called Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed from Mauritania. He's now new BBF, best friend, or whatever BBF means. Is now an Aboki from Kano. And as friendly and trusting as they are of each other, the Kano man wants him to put it in writing. Watch this.
Relies on them in times of giving them confidence to say what they know. You see, all these things that are happening today, if you go to localities, those places that these insecurities are happening, I can tell you, people know almost everything. They know their locations, they know the names of all those involved, and so on and so forth. But what is happening?
So, sorry, that wasn't the one I wanted to play you. This is the one I wanted to play you.
You see, in life, the moment you are no longer trustworthy to people around you, just know say your life don't spoil. You see, Mr. Peter Obi said that he is going to serve in just one term as the president of Nigeria. NDC, the party, when they project Mr. Peter Obi, said, no, we don't trust you. You have to put it down in writing. You have to put it down. Mr. Obi, he write them down and he signed. After he don't sign, his running mate, Kwankwaso say, for where I don't trust the party, neither do I trust you, Mr. Peter Obi. Listen, we have to sign another agreement just between you and I, Mr. Peter Obi and Kwankwaso. And they wrote another agreement and they signed it. Now, these are people that came together out of greed. These are people that came together out of desperation for power. Now, they don't even trust themselves. Kwankwaso don't trust the NDC. NDC don't trust Obi. You see, the circle still continues. They don't trust themselves. They want Nigeria to trust them. Oh my God. Now, listen.
All right. So they're just abandoning ship. I think the whole obedient thing is all played out now. Is now passé, as they say. Is now passé. And please, can the people watching us on Facebook, can you make sure you are sharing? We're not seeing sufficient enough traffic on that Facebook space. So if you are joining us on Facebook, please make sure you are sharing it on your page. So let me play you one last clip, and then I'll send the link to the studio, to the comment section, if anybody wants to join. Let me play you one last clip. This one comes from a jealous space.
You see, this you followers of Peter Obi, at some point, you people will have to come clean and tell yourself the truth, that this man does not care about anybody but himself. Just because he needs vote from Ndibo, he will never condemn the evil that went on in Igbo. He went abroad. We are talking about how to save our place. And he went there because probably he wants to raise money from all these bingos, because it's easy to fool them and collect money. And he stand there and they did not do anything. All the photos you are seeing here, all the people you are seeing here, were acquired by Apple ESN criminals. But first, let's hear from Peter Obi before we continue. Watch.
And I want you to put it on tape. Accept repeatedly that there's no reason for keeping land.
That's right.
As far as I'm concerned, there's no reason whatsoever that you cannot arrest somebody because he was speaking on radio, he's calling people names. Doesn't make sense. You know, everybody can tell you anything. I'm a politician, people call me some names. And I don't think calling me names have anything to do with it's an offense. It's not an offense. So for me, I said it that even all agitators, if I'm in government today, I will discuss with them. I will engage, I'll consult them. Because I believe that they have a reason for whatever they want to do.
Just be good. Just imagine. Oh, you don't know what he did. Peter Obi, so you are the only person that doesn't know what Nnamdi Kanu did. Even his bingos know what he did, and you, that because he was calling people's names. Who told you that it was because he was calling people's names? You didn't hear when he told them that they will use 2,000 heads to bury Ikonso. Abi, how many? 200 heads to bury Ikonso. Of which, when they caught Onyame, he confessed how many they have already gotten. People's children. You did not hear the broadcast. You did not hear when he said they should buy OLODO. You are the only one that was not hearing all the things he was saying. Bondanego, do this one, do that one. These photos that you are seeing, all of them, not just a few people where they buy for Osu alone. Only Osu, all these photos you want to see for this video. Only Osu. Okay, Peter, since you haven't heard, don't worry. Let's help you and give you this one. His followers, not coming here to back like Chihuahua, Umubingo. Help me give this video to him and play this particular part for him. Let him watch.
To be on flames, breach the perimeter fence, go and burn down Lagos. Anybody, if you have double barrel, if you have pistol, anything you have, give it to them, let them go and kill them, penetrate the airport and set Motoram Hamad Airport on fire. Set it ablaze right now. Then the world will listen. You are dealing with animals. Fulani Janjaweed, they are animals. They do not reason. They do not reason. You don't know them. You don't know them. I mean, are they not killing people? The caller on the line, can you hear me? Yes, please. Good evening to you. Yes, go ahead.
Well, my name is
So there it is right there. So what Peter Obi is actually, Peter Obi would never criticize anything from the Southeast. They were demolishing quite a few buildings in Abia State just, I think about a week, 2 weeks ago. He wasn't there with his troop, but Wobi Tide let them demolish a building in Ibadan. And God punished Makinde if that building belongs to an Igbo man. He would take the entirety of the tribe to go and tribal war dance in Ibadan, Lagos, Ekiti, everywhere. But do you know that? Pardon me. Do you know that Charles Soludo brought down part of Innocent Motors headquarters? That is the marquee. That is the golden fleece. That is the golden goose that is the golden child of the Southeastern enterprise, Innocent Motors. Do you know that about a year or so ago, Charles Soludo, he brought down part of the headquarters of Innocent Motors because it was encroaching. Imagine if Innocent Motors was headquartered in Lagos and Sanwo-Olu brought down part of that building because it was encroaching. They would chop off his head in Alausa. They would chop off his head. Peter Obi and his people, they would chop off his head in Alausa. But Soludo did it. It did not even breathe in that direction. Never mind have an opinion. So this is what this guy is talking about. Look at the atrocities committed by Nnamdi Kanu. Tens of thousands people pied at the direction of these people. And SARS, he flamed it up, wanting to burn down he said it. But Peter Obi is telling you that it's just a naughty boy, and as soon as he becomes president, he will have him ready. So this is the sort of thing now. But that's my thing. The link is in the comment section. If anybody wants to join. I'll play you the Kegite music. We'll see what happens after that. The Kegites.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us, Solly, always a delight when Solly is here. Joining us, Zita, always a delight when Zita is here. Tony Africa joins us, always a delight when Tony is here. Bishop here as well, always a delight when Bishop is here. So thank you for joining us, our lady and gentlemen. Still plenty of spaces. Anybody that wants to hop on, hop on. So thank you for joining us. Let's kick it off in the in the order that people came in. I think Solly came in. Actually, we'll just go with the order on the screen as it is. We do 5 minutes so that everybody opens up 5-7 minutes, and then we open it up as the room continues to populate. Solly, you're up first. Solly.
Good morning.
Good day to you. What are you doing up so early in the morning?
I haven't slept past through this thing. I just woke up.
Well,
let me just speak on the Kwankwaso issue. He's not making his calculations properly. When they keep on talking about these northerners, I used to see they used to talk as if it's some people, Maradona, IBB, he does Maradona, he dribble everybody, God Almighty. These people are not smart at all. They don't have proper advisors, they don't have proper people around them. They are just very proud people with money. That is just it. They have no strategy. I don't even know how they even got to the positions they got to in the first place. If not for, maybe in the north, they are using violence, So Kwankwaso is just wasting his time. By the time Tinubu does the second term, they will just cripple them financially. And you think that they are going to sit down there and be waiting for you to set up, prepare. No, it's like a lion that is just playing with his food. He's not ready for you yet. They are just slapping them around and you see them crying up and down. And this obedience, the more I look into their issue, the more deceptive they just seem. They know that people want the country to change, but they don't even care. They just want to take the space of those people, just hijack the space for their own selfish reasons. Most of them don't even know how the government works. They don't know anything about local government chair. If you ask them what's their local government chairman name, they don't know. They have no idea. They have no idea what local government does. They have no idea that anything about the powers of the governor. They just want to blame president, blah, 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 blah. And when you tell them something about Obi, they will be asking for evidence. But when you say something about Tinubu, they don't even need evidence. They will believe. They will believe immediately. They don't know, either they don't know anything about Obi or they are being very deceptive. And it's very hard to tell because they are always being very deceptive. Even when you are trying to tell them the truth about Obi, they will just drop you and remove you very quickly. But right now, Obi is a chosen.
They do that a lot on TikTok, Solly. If you don't, and the Obi and the Showore space, they are quite aggressive on TikTok.
No, the Showore space will still at least they will converse with you. They are not that insulting. They will still give you some back and forth, and they will not. They want proof. The Obi space. Once they see that you know a lot about the Obi, they will just quickly drop you. They won't give you the time to expose Obi. They won't do back and forth with you. The Showore space still has some intelligence. They will still argue with you. It's very rare you see them insult you. But the Obi space, they start with insults. They won't let you get any word in at all. Very manipulative, very deceptive. And they don't know nothing. That's what used to annoy me the most. They don't know nothing and they don't want to know anything. They have come and save Nigeria and dictate to you how you will be saved. So, very annoying, very deceptive space. I'm just tired.
What about the Fayose space? Are you following it?
These spaces are just low intellect. This Fayose himself, he will still vote for Tinubu. He himself, he will vote for Tinubu.
You mean the Isaac, the younger one?
Yes, now. So the thing is that they caught him. They now got angry. Instead of them to accept that they are very gullible people, that will believe anybody that is ready to deceive them about Obi, they did not accept that. They started getting angry. They move on to their normal space, started calling him a Yoruba person, he's a betrayer, this one and that one. The usual low IQ response. Instead of them to confess, we are gullible people, we are dull people, anybody can deceive us. They don't want to agree. They move on to the, lazy brain strategy. Is Yoruba is a betrayer. So I'm just tired of their deception, man.
Let me take you to this space, Solly. So you remember the Ori incident where those students were kidnapped and then subsequently rescued. People were saying they were released, whatever it is. You know, the people that didn't want them coming out of that space alive. So now those kidnappers, they kidnapped those children, those students, not for ransom, but for the release of these two men you're seeing on your screen here. So these two men you're seeing on your screen here, they are senior commanders of a terrorist organization called Ansaru. So the authorities managed to apprehend them somewhat, and now they presented them to court, and the court gave them life sentences. Both of them got a life sentence. They each got life sentences. So now the DSS are not at all happy about that, and they're appealing that judgment. These two people they are seeing on your screen, they're responsible for about 36 incidents of terrorism. The DSS wants the capital punishment, but the court just wants to put them in prison. Where are you positioned in that?
I think you know, a lot of countries have been pushed to not give the capital punishment. There are very few countries in the world that give the capital. I don't know if Nigeria still does it. I doubt Nigeria does it. So he's one of these human rights activists that went around the world and started pushing that nobody should face the capital punishment again. You know, so I don't know if one of those laws is affecting Nigeria, but me too, I believe that they should bring it back. Because some of these people, they don't to hear word. If they put them in jail now, they will do all this their escape shenanigans. You know, yes, the government has given the governors autonomy to build their own prisons and everything, but we don't have that yet. So I believe that these ones, they are just going to use it as a means to do prison break. And knowing the Nigerian states right now, one man, I've been hearing stories about, you know, very dark man brought two people. These people, they went into police station. Police station helped criminals to scam what do you call it? International people, you know, out of billions of naira, hundreds of thousands of dollars. So do we want to lock up this kind of people with this kind of policemen? Then there was also another story of some policemen. They took one senior man. He also works for the police, so he's in charge of investigating corruption. They didn't know who he was. They took him. They started taking money from his account. They took him to POS. They forced him to, you know, and he didn't want to tell them who he was because he was alone, you know, and he was probably afraid that if they know who he was, they will probably want to, you know, unalive him just to cover up their shenanigans. So that police area, they need to cleanse that space. So there's a lot going on. And, you know, then you see one of their lazy brain. He says Solly has changed a lot. He used to be interested in supporting Shore, but now he's just anti-Obi, not necessarily pro-Tinubu. It's like stylish Agbadu supporting system. You guys are deceptive. That is just the truth. You are ready to burn down the whole country just to support your deceptive candidate. You are taking the space of people that truly want to change the country, and you don't care about the people that truly want to change. As long as you put your deceptive candidate that is there, you don't want people to know that your candidate is a deceptive person. You don't want your candidate. You don't want people to know the kind of actions that he has taken, the kind of things that he has done. You know, you are just ready to sacrifice everybody and anybody. You people are not ready to change the country. You are worse than the Tinubu people that you people complain about. You are worse, you know, and I'm so happy that you are going to lose. And instead of you to use your brain, you cannot use your brain. And it's very evident that you don't talk to smart people. You don't talk to people that criticize your word. You stay in your own empty barrel and you continue to share your low dunce, low IQ brain activities that cannot think. You cannot process information. You are not ready to debate. You cannot work with facts. You just want to. Obi was a dictator in Anambra when he did not do local government election, and his excuse was that he was having a court case, as if all the other people in other states did not have court case. All those kind of nonsense rubbish that you cannot even live in the states.
You cannot take the food that you want to serve to other people. Is the food poison? You don't want to eat it. You cannot live in that state. When he brought Obiano, him and Goodluck Jonathan forced Obiano on people on Anambra. They were on the street, women crying and shouting. When the more I research on the Obi, the more terrible I realized that this man is just a very terrible person. Women were crying, shouting on the street. You don't care about those women.
Sorry,
people are just a bunch of terrible, wicked souls, manipulative, deceptive people. That are taking the space of well-meaning Nigerians that are trying to change the country. I'm trying to support you, and you deceptive animals are just going everywhere. One man, I will just, I've tried to ignore this. Hold on, sorry. Let me finish. I'll just randomly go to an international space. They will not start lying to international people that OP was the one that wanted to save Nigeria. That is the Tinubu that came to come and hijack. Just lying to everybody. Wherever space that they enter, they just go and they just start lying. And they are so deceptive. That is what pains me the most. Very deceptive set of people. And they have hijacked all the words. The integrity word, they've hijacked it. The honesty word, they've hijacked it. The Save Nigeria word, they've hijacked it. Everything, just like scammers, bloody scammers, everywhere, just going everywhere. Hijacking every good word to push their deceptive candidates. And they will never let anybody know the truth about their candidates. Very deceptive, wicked people.
But sorry,
why why they angry now?
Hold on, Zita, hold on, sorry, hold on. Zita, I don't accept Solly's anger. Do you know why? For the last 3 years, we've been telling him exactly this thing, but he's saying, "No, you are being this, you are being bigoted, this, that, and the other." But now he's starting to get the.
So we are 3 years ahead of him.
No, he just he refused to see it, even though it was in front of his eyes. Anyway, it's going to get a lot darker. I dread and also look forward to the next few months. Zita, it's going to be just ugly because people are just going to be. It's going to be vicious anyway. You'll see people cry on some of these platforms, so it's almost inevitable. Sorry, give us just about a minute on what other topic do I want a minute from?
What pains me the most is that they always claim they want to change Nigeria.
No, they don't want to change Nigeria. They want their man.
Instead of them to focus on the candidates that can actually change Nigeria, they will bring their Decepticon to come and be invading the space. And instead of them to accept the truth that they are bringing a very deceptive person, they will now be trying to be manipulative and be calling you Agbadorian because their brain cannot just accept the truth. They can never call me a liar. They can never ever call me a liar. All they can say is that, oh, you are an Agbadorian. My observation, you are an idiot. You can never converse with any other person than a Nigerian. You can never converse with a white person because they will show you that you are a fool immediately. And you know you are a fool. That is why you stick to only talking to Nigerians. If you talk to any other person apart from a Nigerian, that is when you know immediately that you are a fool. You are a big fool. Stick to only talking to Nigerians. That is what you people should do because that is where your low IQ can converse. Very stupid set of people. They can never do any form of research. Only that is what pains me the most. They are so stupid. They don't even know how stupid that they are because they only talk to Nigerians. They only talk to Nigerians. So they don't know that they are very, very stupid. And some of them know that they are stupid. That is why they only talk to Nigerians because they don't want to use their brain. Because if you have to talk to anybody apart from Nigerian, you have to actually use your brain and you have to actually start thinking of what you say before you actually say it. Very stupid set of people. Very manipulative set of people. They don't want to use their brain at all. They don't want to read. They don't want to do any form of research. And they want to be using the word of integrity. They want to be using the word of save Nigeria. That's what pains me the most. Bloody scammers. They don't know anything about anything. They don't even know how they don't know anything in the constitution. They ask this fool in the comment section who his local government chairman is right now. Ask it, drop your local government chairman's name right now. They don't even know their local government chairman.
So sorry, we have to move
set of people.
All right,
thank you. Your local government chairman, drop it, you stupid bastard.
Sorry, Nisoro.
They don't know anything.
Settle down,
argue.
Sorry.
This is 2026.
All right now, sorry.
You have all the information in your fucking hands. You fucking bloody idiot.
Sorry.
Right now. You're using internet right now. You have AI.
The guy is not even responding to you anymore.
Please let me finish these people now. You have AI. This is 2026. You have every information in your hands. In seconds, you can grab this information, but you decide to be a bastard. You decide to be a fool. That information. You are using your emotions to think. Very stupid set of people.
All right, sorry. All right. I think you've made your point now, sorry.
Is that they are going to put Nigeria in a regional system so that you people can stay in your region and destroy it totally. We will see who will grow when you don't want to use your fucking brain. 2026, so with AI, they cannot use AI in 2026 to confirm their information. Typing with their emotion, thinking with their emotion, talking with their emotion like a woman.
All right, sorry, we have to move on.
Girl.
All right.
And these are old people.
All right, sorry. I don't want to have to mute you. So sorry. Can you not hear me?
Talk to Nigerians. Talk to somebody that is not a Nigerian.
You said that 3 times.
You said how stupid you are.
Sorry. All right. That's enough. All right. Thank you, Solly. I think you made the point more than once. So thank you, Solly. That's Solly right there, as ever, easily triggered. But let's just move on. I was going to ask you more questions, but I think that 5 minutes more than overexhausted. We go on from Solly to Zita. So Zita, a bit more.
No, the next person.
All right. Let's go to.
I'll come in later.
All right. Let's go to Tony then. Tony, I suspect that you came in because Nnamdi Kanu. They were saying that he should get a capital punishment.
One man. Why did you relegate me to the back now? I forced everybody come.
No, I was just going in the order on the screen, but Tony is never. It doesn't talk for much anyway. So I'll come to after Tony. Tony.
Okay, sir. Yeah. No, I didn't come in because of that, but it was after I had come in that you started to attack my master, Nnamdi Kanu, because you refused to tell the world the genesis of the problem, and then how it came about Nnamdi Kanu and Sunday Igboho. You know, it was this Northerners. You know, when you guys are saying Fulani, I don't believe that it's Fulani. It is Northerners. You know, generally known as the Hausa people. You know what I'm saying? So these are the problems we have in Nigeria. Because people from Benue State, they are look, and Plateau State, they are committing some a lot of havoc in Edo State, in Oyo State, and everywhere. You know what I'm saying? So let's not be saying Fulani. This problem of Nigeria are the Northerners in general. You know, so we have to generalize. So when they started coming to the southeast, coming to the southwest, coming to come and be setting up their useless settlements, in all our bullshit, that is where the trouble started from. And then we needed somebody to come in to save our people. So hence
all right, let me ask you a quick question,
yes,
Tony. Who was Nnamdi Kanu paying? Was it Northerners or his own people? Who was it?
The Northerners, but when you are trying to. No, hold on now. You know that when we start to, during war, we have some traitors. So those Igbo people that were caught up, along the line of, or fire in the front, war front, are those traitors. You see how the Igbo people are doing right now. That Igbo man that they said that we should eliminate Nnamdi Kanu, that guy has been paid some lot of money. You know what I'm saying? So that is a typical Igbo life, like they love to, sell their people. You know what I'm saying? So people are coming to the villages and the bushes, into the farms, and then to disturb our people. We can't go to the farm. You know what I'm saying? It's just too painful. Basic security. We don't have a basic security in our environment. You can't go to the farm to plant your. You know what? Go to Edo State now, and your state. People don't go into their farms. They go. So they have to be planting. Within their premises. This is too crazy. You know that. To the farmers, you know that the way we usually farm is that you have a part of the bushes where you farm this year, the other year, the other year, the other year. But this time around, we have no choice because of the Northerners. You know what I'm saying? So that's what we are talking about. So it's not. So Nnamdi Kanu is a prophet. You know what I'm saying? It's a God sent to Nigeria, and then at the end of the day, it's going to be remembered, for the job he did for Africa, for the black race. You know what I'm saying? For putting his life on the line. You know what I'm saying? So when we are trying to we don't just start to seek solution from top down. We have to look at the genesis, the reason why Nnamdi Kanu came out about the ECN or whatever you call it, Eastern Security Network, etc., etc. So, like now, which now lead me to this or something now about the people that they purported to be the sponsors for not giving them a death sentence. Then now they are trying to give them like what is what is. So at the end of the day, you see that all these things are just being staged. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sorry because I know that you hate that you wouldn't like that from me. But at the end of the day, these people are just trying to play with us like say we are not human beings, like we are just their dogs. You know what I'm saying? That's what. Okay. Nevertheless, I love Tinubu's action against Northern or towards restructuring. Tinubu is doing a great job there, even though we are suffering, we are dying. But at the end of the day, at the end of the day, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Because the first problem we have in Nigeria, is to, we start to, I don't know how to say it. We need to be approaching the solution, right from the bottom up. And then the Northerners have to be dethroned. All this caliphate, all these people, there's a trending video right now. I'm very happy about that Yoruba guy that is telling us that we should not, go according to how these Northerners want us to be. We should stop fighting ourselves in a do, and then on the Yoruba land, where we have Muslims and Christians living together, and the people of our traditional worshippers, that we should go, the northern way of try to see each other as enemies. So, and that guy, I'm going to send you some of those videos, one man tomorrow. So, and then I'm very happy that they also it's talking about how the country was set up, how them Awolowo team with the Nahoro team, the Awolowo in Nahoro team, through the physical federalism, how now the Kanu, Nnamdi Azikiwe, for them. There are a lot of things that a lot of us that the guy was just pointing out, how they connive with the Northerners to go and put Awolowo and the Nahoro in jail. But I mean, these people, atrocities that have been committed by these people from the southeast, how they have been partnering, just vindicating me. You know what I'm saying? Like how I used to tell you guys here that actually we have never partnered with the Northerners, ever since that contraction was created. So it has always been Ahmadu Bello and Zik, and then Ahmadu Bello and Shagari. You know that I used to fight that war here, try to stop people that I try to, rewrite our history instead of delving into the history. The books are there, and even the creation of Abuja. And Abuja, was created to just to destabilize the South. You know what I'm saying? It was not made, there's no other country in the world that you have to build a federal capital city at their center or whatever. So this Northerners have been played their games, but this time around now they have made their match, which is Tinubu. The Baba went nowhere when they say they will fit use and dump, and then their guy will come enter. They can't show them say, Bobo, they, Konima die, Wayoma will bury him. Now Tinubu, they show them now. Only that is a pity that Tinubu is not being sympathetic with the poor people, that those guys were referred to today as I don't know how I forgot, but at the comment section I said the poor people. Our people are poor, but Tinubu should have know that people need to survive, in order to support him, but he's doing well. He's doing very well. I mean, I see this all this Smart Yusuf or whatever, the Northerners are crying. They now know that the game is up for them. That the restructuring process is progressing, and then that there's nothing they can do about it. You know what I'm saying? If they let me the cry river, the river will get a lot of buckets for them, Kuruba, and all those made the cry put.
All right, so two more minutes, Tony.
Yeah, so then even though I said that Tinubu is doing well, you see that people are hungry. So Tinubu, and then there's nothing we can do about that country. Nobody, World Bank report or people, all those economists or whatever they call themselves. Look at what is happening to the Nigerian barrization. You see, it just shows that the country is gone. So then all this Kwankwaso Tinubu to be it's a nonsense.
Sorry, Tony.
Yeah.
What happened to the Nigerian Bar Association?
Yeah, what happened there is exactly a reflection of what is happening in the country.
No, hold on. What happened? What happened?
Yeah, they said that they had a glitch during the election, a glitch. So just like in the presidential system or whatever, the election, like I told you guys, we cannot hold an election system when you don't even know the number of people living in your country. If your population figure is based on a United Nations rough estimate, so it's a pity. So the black race has no chance. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I said. So you cannot conduct an election in a country. That's why Tinubu should continue. We need dictators. Dictators build nations. I'll be giving a lot of examples here ever since I joined your platform. Hitler, Napoleon, all this Queen Elizabeth I, a lot of guys there, Stalin, even Putin right now to the modern day, dictatorship, the dictators, that are building their nations. Xi Jinping of China, Russia, Putin, this is what we need. We need Tinubu right now. If we can be able to deal with this northerners and then separate the country for us so that they can let us go our own way. Let the northerners leave us alone, because we cannot, be repeating the same thing every 4 years. When they say that it's time for the president to be a Muslim, to be a Christian, the vice president, this and that. All this one, we should just stop it. Let us divide the country and let us have peace. But that's what Tinubu is doing indirectly, unknowingly, because he loves to be traveling with 200 cars convoy. It's okay. Let him continue doing that. And then, but indirectly, he's helping us to annoy the northerners, and then they're letting us to go our way very soon. Thank you very much, everybody. Sorry, my brother.
All right, thank you, Tony. So we're
all right, Bishop. I'm sorry, Bishop.
So, all right, we're going from you, Tony, to Bishop. But Bishop, Sunday was just asking if you could say a quick word on Nnamdi Kanu, in case because it might all fall asleep any minute. So it's up to you, Bishop.
Please, just give me 1 minute, if you want.
All right, carry on. I think it's
as for the Nnamdi Kanu space, you see, Nnamdi Kanu is too useful to give him capital punishment. I'm not sure why the elites of the Southeast just want to quickly dispose of him. It feels like they have something that they are trying to hide. I don't see Tinubu as the type to be wasting talent. It's not even a Yoruba way to just be trying to get rid of somebody very quickly. If they wanted to get rid of him very quickly, Justice Omotosho would have given him the capital punishment at that moment. It's too useful to just dump him and just waste him away like that. Unless you go directly against Tinubu, like El Rufai, then they would have given him capital. They would have used that opportunity to give him capital punishment. In fact, I think if I recollect, Nnamdi Kanu even predicted that Tinubu was going to be president after Buhari. So Nnamdi Kanu can be used. I actually believe the opposite of what that man said about Nnamdi Kanu. If Nnamdi Kanu can be used to douse the tension in the Southeast, that would be the best option. If they are trying to use force to douse the tension in the Southeast, I don't see that working anytime soon. I think you will just reignite the fire in them. That belief system that, everybody is going against us. No, that's the wrong way to go about it. They have to find a way to use Nnamdi Kanu to douse that tension. It's the only one that I feel that can douse that tension, especially with the way they are bringing this regional system. That is going to be 6 regions in the country. I believe Nnamdi Kanu will be able to settle with that kind of arrangement, so that his region will be able to grow. That's just the way I see it. I don't see Tinubu giving him capital punishments. That's just a lazy brain solution. It's better for them to utilize him to douse the tension in the Southeast. That's just the kind of strategy I would do. And if I can think of that strategy, then probably Tinubu can also think of that strategy too. So yeah, that was too swift. Why do they want to get rid of their brother so quickly? Don't you people love each other?
What about all the people that Nnamdi Kanu pied? What's the justice for them?
Yes, but some of the northerners that is working with
it's there for me.
It's not about that's the past. It's about how useful is this person to me currently. This is politics. Nnamdi Kanu is more useful alive to Tinubu than he is, unalived. That's
All
just
right.
the way I see it.
All right, brilliant. I think Bishop is ready to take his floor now. So, Bishop, thank you for
I'm just reminding him that he asked for 1 minute. He has taken 4.
No, I think it's landed anyway.
Sorry.
All right. So we were talking about the agreement between Peter Obi and Kwankwaso that he will serve one term, and I went back in history because we've had that similar promise before from Buhari, who of course went on to serve his full complement of 8 years. Atiku's lobby submit records on Tinubu's U.S. forfeiture case to Trump. So that lobby group that Atiku do you want me to run? Yeah.
No. I listened to you from the beginning.
All right, carry on.
I listened to you just because you made mention of this Buhari. Good evening, everyone, and it's nice to be with you once again. Just correction on this Buhari, something that you used. The situation, the circumstances that surrounded Buhari in 2011, that he will only spend 1 term, was because after Jonathan, to complete the northern term, so that it will not make like they are running, the North is overshooting their term. He wanted to complete Yar'Adua's 1 term, and it was in 2011 that he said if he is elected, that by 2015 the power will shift to the south. That was why he said he wanted to run 1 term. He did not say that in 2015, just to set the record straight. But that's by the way. I'm particularly interested in, I heard every other thing you said.
Sorry, just on that space. When Buhari said that in 2011, yes, it was to complete maybe that.
Yeah,
but the reason he actually gave was that he will be is already too old. He said he was 73. He said he will be 73, and he doesn't think he can stretch beyond that. That was really what he said.
Well, but I mean, we are now, how do you call it now? We are now the product of history, witness to the history that he ran until he was 81 or 82. At least he came in 2015 and he ran till 2023. So if he was,
but the wider point I was making was that nobody should pay any attention to Obi claiming he was.
That promise is just hogwash. It's just not. There are quite a few things. If you read it between the lines, the conversations of Kwankwaso, there is this saying in Yoruba land, permit me, tí ọlọ́gbọ́n méjì bá ń jẹ òṣìkí, the other they call òṣìkí. You don't know. As an Yoruba, you should know òṣìkí. Okay, if you don't know òṣìkí, you know ìsapá.
Yes, carry on.
If you don't know, tí ọlọ́gbọ́n méjì bá ń jẹ ìsapá àbí òṣìkí, omi tó ru ẹ̀ náà máa ń jẹ last, because Koniman die, Koniman bury am. If you read very well the unspoken between both Kwankwaso and Peter Obi, you see that these 2 men are full of deceit. Full of deceit. There is nothing anybody wants to say. But that's by the way. I'm particularly interested, and I want to concentrate to the NBA election. Not the election itself, but the attitude, the hypocrisy that was involved, that is contained in how people address the shortfalls and the shortcoming of the election. For starters, everything that happened in the general election 2023 happened in this election. And I listened to some people that were very vocal on television. The Ruben Abatis of this world, the Rufa Oseni, Ayomero, Shehu Akibaloye, name them, all of them, that were very vocal in condemning the 2023 election. Oh, the turnout was low. Oh, the electoral glitch. Oh, they cannot do electricity. Oh, everything they complained about happened under this election. But they just glossed over it. And somebody even used a phrase that I find very, very offensive and disappointing. That, that after all, that the winner has emerged after all, that they should learn from it and blah, 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 blah. And I was wondering, I say, wow, really? So it does not matter anymore that less than 50% of the total registered people that were supposed to vote. It does not matter that there was a glitch, that so many people were disenfranchised. It does not matter that the election could not take off as at the time. It does not matter that they said the incumbent president supported a particular person. And I listened to them, and I was wondering.
Sorry, Bishop. They were able to say that it's a woman. First time they're having a woman. You know what I'm saying? Thank you.
It is a democracy material. So I was reflecting on it. I was disappointed, really. I listened to them, and I listened to Ruben Abati. You see that they've already taken part. So it is easy for them to just gloss over all the anomalies, so-called or purported anomalies, and just say, okay, let's the woman has already extended the olive branch. As if extending the olive branch, we automatically just erase all the anomalies that were recorded. And this same thing, if you juxtapose, you put all these things that happen side by side with the 2023 elections, you see that we're just talking of 82,000 voters registered in NBA. They could not even send their voting OTP to half of them. At the end of the day, only 26,000 people voted. And yet, these were the people that were crying, let us have electronic voting. People can just vote on their phone. If you can do transaction on your phone anywhere you are, you can just click, and you just to say that I was disappointed listening to them would be an understatement. Complete, total understatement. Because it's so disappointing. And they were just trying to make case. Yes, some people are there fighting that no, the election was not free, that their own supporters, their areas, they were disenfranchised, they did not send the voting code to them, and the rest. If these same people are the people that are going to shape the opinion of the general public in the coming election, then we are in for we are in big trouble. Let me just put it that way. We are in very big trouble. I listened and I spent time, and Fayose and his brother, the guy is a comedian. He's a comic. He brings a comic angle, comical angle to whatever he's bringing up. The conversation he gets he brings up, and I don't really particularly listen to him. I'm concerned about the quality, the caliber of people that are singing praises and are promoting Obi now. So if we add Isaac Fayose to the likes of Mama P and Zekeri and Tanku Yusuf and the state and capital man, I always forget his name, Peter something, and you begin to wonder, are these the people that will be the kitchen cabinet of Peter Obi? If at all, let's just assume, okay, for 1 minute, let's just say if he becomes the president, with all the kind of forced errors that he makes everywhere. Every time you give him microphone, he runs his mouth very unintelligently. Are these the kind of people? Because now, if he could go after less than 24 hours to rush to Isaac Fayose, that means Isaac Fayose we have unfettered, unrestricted access to Aso Rock. In fact, one day said, President, if he misbehave, Fayose will carry Koboko to go and flog him. Say, let me go and flog him to line. Is that the kind of person? I think that is just too disappointing. There's a lot, but basically, I want to limit myself to NBA and the lies that Kwankwaso and what's his name? Peter Obi, he wrote one day for our. May God help them. May God help them to be able to get to where they are going. But I'm sure that place, that destination.
You forgot that Hausa woman, this Hausa woman, Aisha Yusufu. You forgot to mention that woman.
Thank you. She's among the Lord. She did there, all of them. They will look on which one better pass one. Yeah, the same thing now. At Aisha, thank you very much, woman. I don't think woman is there.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent. So Bishop, we're still talking about the DSS being displeased with the sentence of the Ansaru commanders. So we're still talking about that. We're also talking about you've spoken about Fayose's REA chairmanship thing, and then Taiwo Oyedele is telling us that Tinubu has not borrowed 80 trillion in 3 years, as people have been rumoring. Is the crossover in the currency disparities from the Buhari time to now. Fake agency ICPC grills Femi Gbajabiamila. So a lot of people will be pleased with that because they feel that Femi Gbajabiamila has questions to answer, and it looks as though it's been pressed on those questions as well. And the outgoing British High Commissioner praises Tinubu's economic reforms. And I was saying then that it did not necessarily have to do that, and it could have still said something else and painted it and couched it in flowery diplomatic language that would still look like a compliment. So he specifically spoke to that space, which is somewhat of an endorsement of that space. Articles lobby submit records on Tinubu's U.S. official case to Trump. So they're still doing that drug dealer something that they tried and failed in the last cycle of elections. We're also, of course, on the we have a written agreement. Obi will serve only 1 4-year term. That's Kwankwaso right there. So a lot of things still to speak on. So I'll go to 2 Niger, then look back to you, unless you want to give us another 2 minutes on the topic.
Yeah,
And then
let me just see that 2 minutes. You see, a lot of the things you say, you just mentioned now, we know the truth. We know that Tinubu has not borrowed. The fact that they keep re-echoing it is not going to change the fact when the opportunity comes to lay the fact there. We know that they are not being truthful in that analysis. We also know that the Boyer, whatever, in America with the lobbyists, look, the guy is working for the $1.2 million. $1.2 million, no be smart, you know. So the guy is working to earn his money. But Yoruba used to say, Taba solve, it's okay, I believe I've addressed the issue on the Taiwo Yedele. I'm happy. I'm going to still listen to him once again because I was on the road when I was hearing snippet of what he said. These are the facts. The disappointing aspect is this. I thought we were supposed to have a thinking National Assembly. People that should be able to do their research very well. All of them have 8. Some of them have as much as 8. The least of them have 4 8. And they have among their researchers, economists, blah, blah, blah. Some of them with plenty PhDs. What exactly are they researching? If they cannot research and give fact to their principal, look, forget what you say on television, but when you get to the floor of the National Assembly, it's going to be on record. These are the facts. Don't speak to emotion. Don't be like Fayose. Come and be shedding some crocodile tears. And so it's appalling, it's disgusting, it's very disappointing that people in the National Assembly will be pandering to public sentiments without facing facts. And people don't know the difference between, okay, what is the true position? You have oversight, you have this, you have everything, you can call and you have the facts. So does it need Oyedele to come and be telling them that, look, by the time you just convert the dollar, because that's why you are bloating the real amount you have borrowed. A lot of money have been borrowed that have not been drawn down. That is how it works. But Nigeria, it is populism. Everybody just wants to say what everybody is saying so that they can be popular. About the agreement between Kwankwaso and that thing is loaded, but there is no time to analyze it with Kwankwaso. But I will go back. I will repeat what I said earlier a few minutes ago. Let me interpret it, and that will be my final word. When 2 wise people You know, when you cook soup, there's a soup we call ishapa in Yoruba land, or shiki. It used to be egusi, melon. It will now form like balls, and there is meat inside that. There's small lumps of meat. So when the two wise men, they will use their pounded yam, they will form hole inside their pounded yam. They will do as if they are just touching the soup, but they have corner warm meat inside, and there are 20 pieces of meat, but nobody has eaten meat. But because the two of them are using that technique, at the end of the day, the meat has finished. But this one is not able to ask the other one, have you finished eating the meat? Because both of them have been stealing them among themselves. They've been stealing them. How do I call it now? They've been shortchanging themselves. That is exactly what is happening between Peter Obi and Kwankwaso. They are just hiding in plain sight, especially listening to Kwankwaso yesterday. It was too obvious that he's just using Peter Obi as a pawn for his 2031 ambition. He knows Peter Obi is not going anywhere in this election, but he wanted to win the supporters of Peter Obi so that he will say, okay, at least I supported you. Make sure that your people too support me in 2031. That's exactly what is bidding for. And we'll see how it plays out. Thank you very much, Robert.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Always excellent by Bishop. Stay with us, Bishop. We'll open it up in a moment. Tunaja, hopefully you have the floor is yours. Let's hear from you, Tunaja.
Yeah, thank you for having me, one man. Greetings, everybody.
One man after Tunaja will come in. Okay.
All right, brilliant. All right.
Okay, and the chat. And so regarding this Fayose matter, is it that Tinubu gave them some kind of appointment or something? I'm not sure what it is.
Yeah, Tinubu gave the older brother an appointment, and the younger brother is arguing that the appointment is beneath the older brother's status.
Yeah, I think Tinubu is known for using his power to influence events on the ground, and I'm not sure whether these things are going to augur well for the coming administrations. And when Tinubu was about to come to office, I was beginning to think that he's going to just shut down the EFCC and everything. But it seems like the only reason why he kept it open is just to make sure he captures all these enemies and uses it to intimidate people into falling in line. And I've spoken to people within politics that have literally said the same thing. Many people that have fallen behind APC right now is because they want to be able to govern, and if they don't do what the government wants, they will find a way to rope them into EFCC and all kinds of DSS drama. And this is why many of them are falling in line. I don't think they should be doing that, because in a democratic system, you're supposed to resist those things. Because if you don't, eventually you think you are going to watch that culture die. It's not going to die. It's going to get stronger. The next person is going to do worse, and may even resort into far more extreme measures to whip people into shape. And the question is, what are they doing all that for? Is it good for the people? So far, if anything that is good for the people that has been going on, I'm not seeing. It's not that obvious. And people say that Tinubu has done well for the Nigerian economy. When you cause problem for an economy and the economy starts recovering, they should thank you for it. It's really strange how the world has flipped on its head. But that's how politics works. Because personally, if you look at the way the Nigerian economy was before Tinubu came in and after he has come in, he made the situation worse. It's just stabilizing again from the situation that he created himself. That didn't need to happen, by the way. And people act as if the country was falling down into an abyss when Buhari was leaving the office. But that's not true. Clearly, there were other things that were going on to improve the country. Personally, if I look at the way he is governed and the way he's done his politics, I'm not sure I'm comfortable with it. Because all that are going to come. People always forget that while he's in office now doing all this one, they are jumping and dancing and doing all the rest. Some other person is going to end up in the office, and you're not going to like what they do, because now you're enjoying it because it's your side that is doing it. And it's very funny how we as human beings do this, and maybe it's inevitable, because this is not only a Nigerian thing, it's a global phenomenon. Trump is in office right now, but the moment Democrats get in and start doing some of the things and violating the rules Trump has violated, you'll find the Republicans start acting crazy. They're like, oh no, look at that, it's a dictatorship, it's all kinds of stuff. They will start, human beings are weird like that. And maybe this is something we should start teaching from a very young age, to learn how to perceive things objectively instead of always taking tribal and sectional views of situations. And what is the use of education if you cannot figure out how to teach people how to be dispassionate about these things? And maybe that is part of our education system that we should think about for the future, because the way we behave right now is actually very, very awful, where we just do things and think only one-sided, and it leads to conflicts within society. Because one side will take this side and the other side will take this side. Society is not a football match where one side should be crying and the other side should be rejoicing. You are supposed to build where all sides are doing well. And I really hope that we start looking at society like that. That said, regarding the judges, Nigerian judiciary, I think we like to, I always complain about the Nigerian security forces. The judiciary is very problematic themselves. Because, in the UK, there is over 1 million criminal convictions every year in the UK. In Nigeria, with more than 4 times the population of the UK, there's barely 100,000 criminal convictions in Nigeria every year. And they have just about the same number of legal practitioners in the country. So what does that tell you? It tells you that the Nigerian state itself, the lawyers themselves don't do a lot of convictions, and they are not doing their job. They are about, I don't know, is it up to 10 times less in terms of a criminal conviction, 10 times less in this thing. And Nigeria is rampant with criminal activities. So the judiciary giving them quarters and buying them whatever they are buying for the judiciary, I don't know whether it's for good services or trying to encourage them to do better. Personally, I don't see what they've done so far. If anything, they are part of the arms of Nigerian state that is failing. And even a military general was complaining about the judiciary, that when they arrest terrorists and put people in jail, the next thing they will find them outside again. That how are you supposed to go and deal with terrorists when they can easily get released again, and then your whole family will be at risk? So there's a lot of problems to go around, and judiciary is just one of them. And I'm not even sure the judiciary gets enough criticism that as much as they deserve, because after security, judiciary is the second arm of a state. We always look at executive, legislative, and all other stuff, but the second arm of a state is judiciary. Your ability to pass laws and make sure you enforce it. And obviously, that's where the military and the security operatives comes in. But the judiciary is failing Nigeria just as much as the security ones are failing. As a matter of fact, they are probably failing Nigeria even more compared to the security forces. At least the security forces, they are paying with their lives and they are fighting, and many of them are even not that well paid. And yet they make all these sacrifices, including in this Oyo rescue. So from that point of view, the judiciary has a lot of questions to answer in Nigeria. I don't know why they are not hauled before the people to answer questions. Regarding death penalties, you can see that in the way they pass laws, and some people are advocating death penalty for Nnamdi Kanu. I don't know why they are going to be doing that. How is that going to help anybody? And I don't think that is going to happen, given how many people that have been convicted that have not, their convictions have not been carried out in Nigeria, which is part of a problem too, that Nigeria doesn't even enforce its laws. Because they are busy worrying about what international organizations think about them. Oh, no, you're about to execute people for committing crime, for killing people. It's like you kill people, then they are not going to kill you. You're just going to stay alive, and while other people have lost their sons and daughters. I don't understand why we don't follow laws. There's so many. The problem Nigeria have is so ingrained. It's so ingrained that it doesn't even matter what Tinubu does. And my biggest problem with Tinubu is that I fear that he is there to ensure Nigeria doesn't get out of the trap we are in. That's my fear. If he wants to do the right thing, I don't mind. I will support him. Like when he recruited 50,000 police officers, I support that 100%. When he gave power to local government, I support that. But even if the local government are not seeing the power, I support those sort of action.
Sorry, Tunaja, are you saying that he's deliberately trying to subvert the country, or he's not capacitated to know the right thing to do?
I fear that is the former. That's my fear, and to be fair, it's not only him. This has been consistent with Nigerian history. See, if you look at Nigeria, Nigeria has no business being where we are right now. Our leaders are the ones ensuring it. Like even Oyema came out the other day and said the airline tickets that they pay for, 70% of them is for tax. What is Nigeria doing with that tax? What are we busy worrying about taking? Do you know if you've opened the floodgates and say that's 70%, remove it from tax? Do you know how many people from the UK that will be traveling to Nigeria every year, or from America? If you remove 70% of the ticket fare, or just remove some of them, it's almost like our leaders are the ones being the gatekeepers against their own people. They don't want their people to return, but they encourage them to leave. What kind of society creates that kind of incentive? So this is what I mean by the way the leaders behave. You don't trust them. They make sure we don't grow. That is it's almost as if that is their charge, to make sure, run this country. You are free to run it, but make sure it doesn't grow. Yeah, even when you want to trade with each other, make sure you can't trade with each other. Even if you would say you should be free to trade, but make sure you frustrate the people to trade. I've heard of a case when a Ugandan was coming to Nigeria. He saw a Nigerian have to pay to come back into his own country. It's like he was quite sad to see that. But by the time he got into the country, he saw a lot of good things. But coming through the border, he was shocked the way Nigerians were treated, and including himself also treated. You go to African border, you see that the same behavior. We are so awful. Our leaders have put these rules in place so that we treat each other as if we shouldn't. It's like we are undeserving. And this is my issue with the way Tinubu behaves. Because if he truly wanted that $1 trillion economy, Nigeria would have been heading there by now. Nigeria's economy is actually stronger than it indicates in GDP right now. It's actually stronger. Can you imagine? Nigeria is barely $300 billion GDP. With Dangote refinery, with all these refineries coming on stream, with all this.
Sorry, where did you get that figure from?
Because it's from the last year's figure now that they gave us.
That the Nigerian economy, what did they say the strength of the economy is?
I think for my last estimate, it was around 200 and something billion dollar GDP. And maybe it's climbed up to $300 something billion. But when he came into office, it was $477 billion. As a matter of fact, under Jonathan, it was over $500 billion. So we should be, this is my problem. You see what I'm talking about now? We should be heading to $1 trillion economy already, but they kneecap the country each time the country wants to go forward. They kneecap it. This is what I find problematic, that if he is in office, he might do something that would derail the entire thing. Dangote can you imagine? This is why I like Dangote. Say whatever I like about him, but he's an individual. And he tells you what he fears about Nigeria so much. He even fears the Nigerian government. He fears the people. It's like, what kind of society he runs itself in such a way that business people that want to build their country is scared? You can't, if Dangote cannot predict the Nigerian government, that should tell you something. There's a rail within the Nigerian ruling class that is not favoring the people. There's a rail there. He fears that they will sabotage his company, either through rules or through instability. An election is coming up now, and this is why I keep encouraging our people to be more objective, not to be this, vicious and going after each other using tribalism. Every time we have to talk about our tribe. You hardly even talk about the country. You're only talking about tribe all the time. You have to try to be seeing the country for what it is. According to one intellectual in Nigeria, said there are many people in Nigeria today that are Nigerians, that many of them don't even speak their national their tribal languages anymore. For generations they've lived outside this. Some of people, I know of somebody that is from Taraba that grew up in Lagos, doesn't even speak Taraba language, has no connection with Taraba at all. So we have to be careful when we have an identity and we pretend as if it doesn't exist. That is that not a psychological issue that can throw people into a war in the Western countries? Because you have an identity and we pretend as if we don't have it. We only resort to only one tribal identity, and then we bring it into politics and poison the whole environment and making us even more vulnerable to this outside influence and malign this influence in the country. So Tinubu has his gifts. You know, he's a ruthless politician. He does what he needs to do. And we should not look at it from the point of view that you have to criticize him for everything he does. No. If he does the right thing, you criticize him. If he does the wrong thing, criticize him. Don't be scared of it, because you want him to do the right thing by you, not care about your tribe. Because if he does the thing by you, it's going to be good for everybody. That's how I see it.
Let me ask you this question to Niger. The people that you feel are supporting Tinubu on the basis of tribe, does the economy impact on them differently?
No.
Right.
It doesn't impact on them differently. To an extent, it does slightly, because the way Nigerian does its politics, but it doesn't overall impact on them. If anything, it does impact on them negatively, but they don't care. You see, that's the thing. People value certain things more. They value their own culture. They value their tribes more.
They're happy to suffer just because to have their tribe band there.
Exactly. People are happy to suffer for their tribes in Nigeria. They are willing to do that because they don't understand that they have another tribe that they've actually formed, which is the Nigerian tribe, they don't want to take care of. And this is why we are suffering. Because you have an identity, you pretend as if you don't have it. You carry your passport every day as if you see, you can be an Arsenal fan, you can be a Spanish fan against Argentina. Nigerians can navigate those identity very well. But when it comes to navigating their Nigerian identity, they struggle with it. They can't figure it out that they actually have a Nigerian identity that they actually need to take care of. Because if that identity suffers, your tribal identity is actually likely to suffer. Look at everything we've done so far. That is exactly the result we are getting. We all love our tribes. We've always done that since 1960. Where has it gotten us? Because we are ignoring another one.
But just to be clear, they are not selling petrol or bread or rice to Tinubu's supporters at a cheaper rate. They are not.
No, that's why I agree with you on that. That it's
that's what you just said now. That they are not selling. So there's not a special petrol station for Tinubu's supporters or a special market. So whether the economy is good or bad, it impacts them positive, negative, equally.
But they don't care about that. That's my point. Those people don't care whether it impacts them negatively. This is something that liberals in the West have always talked about, conservatives. Why do they vote against their economic interests? But they don't care about that. Is not what they care more about the tribal identity. And that is a problem with the way we see things. Because we've been doing this since 1960.
To the detriment of their own personal well-being.
Exactly. And societal well-being too. Because if you look at it, history has taught us this lesson over and over again.
If you say that they are selfish, because you have to be selfish to be tribalistic. So if you say that they are selfish, then they don't care about society. But you are saying they are selfish even to the point that they don't even care about themselves. That's what they're saying.
Because they can't see beyond they can't see that they have another identity. This is what I keep saying. It's an identity issue. It's an identity crisis.
Is it an IQ issue? Are they just unintelligent, these people?
I don't think necessarily it's about intelligence. Sometimes intelligence without the necessary awareness.
It's an IQ issue. It's an IQ issue. It's about intelligence.
No, I don't think it's an IQ issue. Because I've seen people with very high IQ do stupid things. You see what I mean? So you can have a high IQ, but because emotions tends to overrule aspects of your IQ. If you have been indoctrinated to believe in certain things, you can see that it will undermine your your intellect to an extent. And this is why, if you look at Nigeria, history has taught us repeatedly.
Is it possible? Sorry, Tonaja. Is it possible that the people that support Tinubu actually believe in the direction of travel that is taking that country on? Is it possible?
I think that if you look at the new people that joined Tinubu since he came into office, less than 30% that actually supports his agenda. Because all the people I've spoken to so far, all of them say they are joining him because they just want to be able to govern. That's the only thing. That's the language that they use. Some of them say because their leader moved from one party to another, they all have to join. And it led me to ask the question, what if a pastor decide to convert to Islam? Should the whole church members convert to Islam? He said, Nigeria, it's about money. They don't care about this in ideology. You see what I mean? So that's why this is what is going on within Nigeria.
That is not what, sorry to interrupt, that is not what me I noticed though. The people that were supporting Tinubu before, most of them were supporting him because he was a Yoruba man. But the new people that joined, most of them are even Igbos. Most of the new Tinubu supporters are Igbo people. And they joined because they did more research and they saw what he was actually doing. Not because their Obi is jumping from party to party.
We've played clips of them severally here now.
Obi from party to party, up and down. They have not changed.
I think from what you are saying, you are half confirming what I said. It's not because I'm telling you, all the people that I've spoken to, including all the way in Bayelsa, Rivers, this in Abuja, and even in Delta State, the people you speak to, they will tell you the same thing, that hey, this we are doing this because we have to govern. This is the direction of things now. So because if you don't do that,
sorry,
yeah, somebody wants to say something.
Yeah, I was trying to interject very quickly, but I had another voice. I don't know who that's this. Okay, so very quickly, you said people. I just want to start from what you just said. I just take a minute. The people that you spoke with, that because they said leader, everybody, there's always a visionary, and there are people that can catch up. So okay, I believe in what the vision the leader has. But apart from that, have you ever thought about the paradox of the seed time and harvest time? And if people are able to see that, look, yeah, I'm beginning to buy into this vision. You don't need to buy into it from day one. But yeah, there is a temporary pain. But at the end of the day, there is a guaranteed result. And people are beginning to realize it. And they are beginning to now shift position, take a position that, align with, okay, I think, yeah, things are turning around. It might take some time because nothing good will come like a flick, like just switch off the light. So what if some of the people have been able to take their time and study and say, hey, man, this thing is making sense. This thing is making sense. I see the kind of interest people are having in investment in Nigeria. All we need to do is just to break through, to be able to sustain and get over it. What if? And you were saying something about our GDP. You see, let's be very sincere with ourselves. If we need to do a recalibration of our, or whether the denomination of our GDP today, nobody can tell me that the GDP of Nigeria is 377 billion. If we are not close to 1 trillion, it will be more than $700 billion a day. So this idea, because they just used a calculator to calculate, okay, because we list our GDP before, but because we now devalue our currency, we now recalculate, okay, times, and before our economy is 100 trillion, we now multiply it by or divide it by 450 before, but now we are dividing it by 1,400. That means our GDP has now reduced to 200. At some point, they say our GDP was 188 billion dollars.
Yeah,
but when some people hold on, but when some independent people did Lagos, they said Lagos was 275 billion. So how does that add up? How can you say the economy of Nigeria is 188 trillion? Have $1 billion.
All right, let me play you this clip, Tunaja, and then respond to this clip and then what Bishop has just said.
I won't make many of now where they think say they pay me to campaign for Tinubu. They gonna listen to this person where they talk. And most of now will be Igbos, we hate Tinubu. Now brothers they talk so. Listen.
Nigerians, if these three people are the ones that are going to be on our ballot 2027 as the three major contenders, others can join no. But these three, as the three major contenders, then I don't have a choice. I will vote Tinubu. I have always said that for me, Atiku is a no-no. At this time that Fulani people are unaliving and trying to take over Nigeria, we cannot have a Fulani president. It's impossible. It's virtually impossible. That is a sellout. We can't do that. If you vote this man, I'm not trying to campaign against you, but any Nigerian who decide to vote Atiku at this time, you are voting at your own detriment. You are just digging your own grave by yourself. Then let's come to Obi. Obi is inconsistent. He will reel out all these calculations that is at the end of the day. By the time he does all the mathematics, at the end of the day, the answer is going to be wrong. He will calculate landmass and everything is going to be wrong. He will talk about other countries' population and he will give wrong figure. That is not a good quality of a leader. You must be certain of what you want to say as a leader. Secondly, this interview is the deal breaker for me. He was asked, how are you going to deal with insecurity in this country? From his response, he will gallivant around that question. You ask him, he doesn't have a blueprint. He doesn't have anything that he wants. He doesn't know how to go. He's a confused person. In this interview, he said he can do it in 6 months because he has done it in Anambra. I sat back to listen to how are you going to do it in 6 months? The first thing he said is that he's going to tour Nigerian states in 2 years. You will tour, within 2 years, you will tour every state in Nigeria. Then the man said, of what use is this tour going to be to Nigerians? He said he would have listened to all the elders of each state. Then he will now use that to they will now prefer solution, and then he can now go back. He can now make recommendations to what timeline are you going to do it? He said he cannot put a timeline to it. So you will talk for 2 years, you go back and then reel out what you want to do, and then you don't have a timeline to it. Maybe that your solution cannot end it in 3 years. You must have been out of office because you said you are a one-term president. So it looks very, very unrealistic to me. It doesn't know what to do. Putting a country that is chaotic like this in the hands of a man who even said he doesn't like stress. For me, I don't come out my hand. As for Tinubu, much as I don't like President Tinubu, I don't like President Tinubu like that. But much as I don't like him, I started digging into him. The more I dig into him, the more I see something that he has done that interests me. His policies, some other things that he has done that interest me, they are there. For instance, the Lagos-Benin Expressway has been there since independence. No government has ever touched that road, including Obasanjo, who the worst part of it was in Ogun State. He did not touch it. But today, this man is rebuilding that road. It's not constructing a road with all the steel and everything. He's building that road all the way down. That is massive. And it's not that one alone. It's everywhere, all over the country. It's a lot that is doing. His policies, they are like building the policies that is doing is making, they are like building a nation from the scratch. Are there corrupt people in this government? Yes. Is he corrupt? Yes. Is the Senate corrupt? Yes. But there are a lot of things that are very pertinent to nation building that is doing. It's a lot. Now look at the custom something for cars that Buhari put at the highest, that everybody can no longer afford the tire. Now this one has slashed it from 20% to 10%. Cars are going to be affordable. So I believe it's a matter of time. Now state can now afford their police and all these things that nobody has been able to do for years. He has been able to do all these things. Things are going to be normal over time. But my fear now is that even if we give him 4 years extra and he leaves, our politicians believe in party politics and not national policies. So when he leaves, who is going to be the one that is going to even lay the brick on this foundation?
All right. So the point I was trying to make there, Tunaja, is that the people, and that's a new convert to Tinubu, by the way, but a lot of these people, they actually believe in what he's doing. That's why they support him. Nothing to do with tribe, nothing to do with religion, and they're certainly not low IQ, because he's giving you just, if what that guy is saying about Tinubu is true, then that is every reason to support him. Your response?
See, if you are saying that there are some small minority that support Tinubu for what they've seen, Yeah, of course, there are people that support him. There are people that even support Wike in the Federal Capital Territory. And one of my biggest fears is that if Nigeria improves, let's say anything near where it was in the 1990s or maybe even 1980s, Nigerians will forget that they are not really a strong nation. Because from my point of view of security, from 1960, we were never strong. We have never been strong as a nation that can stand on its own. So the way I'm looking at it is that things can improve in the eyes of people, just like that man and what he is seeing, and he will support Tinubu, and they will think the problems are solved. They know they don't understand. They are not looking at the macro level and the way he has operated, and the roads that they are talking about. Like I said, I've been on that road. Even recently, when I went to Nigeria, I was shocked what I saw in the Sabah Road area. What I saw there, I was quite surprised because in the Bayelsa area, the roads are a lot better. So that those areas have not improved in roads. And even in Abuja, you'll be shocked. Some part of Abuja, close to the airport, that look like deep villages, like deep village, close to Nigeria, and this in the Abuja airport. Just go drive around that area, so you go and see something. No electricity, terrible roads, really bad roads, slums right next to the airport. You see there. So if we are saying that he's doing some things right, of course he's done some things right. And like the tax bill that he passed, fundamentally I agree with the idea of harmonizing our taxing system so that things can be able to be collected and controlled properly. I support local government autonomy. Those are good things. But are they implementing it in the right way? What are they doing with the money? Is it even transparent? Tinubu is one of the least transparent in the government. He doesn't share information. He just does things on the silence. And because he does things like that, he has the power to influence people silently. He will influence them with money, do whatever he likes, get whatever he wants. And the result is, if the country is doing very well, nobody will care.
Did you listen to Taiwo Yedele's interaction with the Senate a couple of days ago?
No, I didn't listen to that. What was that about?
You were talking about transparency, but you don't even follow the space where. Anyway, give us about 3 more minutes.
I follow enough to know that they don't share information. Like the fuel subsidy.
Where would they share the information?
Publicly, on what they are going to do with the money. Like if you are in the UK,
but that's what I'm saying to you now. These informations are being discussed openly. The fact that you are not sourcing it. Where is I listen to Taiwo Yedele now. Did you know that they say Tinubu is that the country is owing about 80 trillion naira? But did you know there's a lot that you don't know anyway because you don't access.
There's a lot I don't know because they are not shared. This is my point. They are not sharing.
So how come I know it if they don't share it? How come I know?
You know it because you want to hear about some of the positive things the government has done, but you were not aware that they spent almost $8 billion defending the currency.
Do you want to hear about the positive things the government has done? Do you want to hear it?
Of course I want to hear it. I seriously want to hear it.
Why don't you source it then? Why don't you source positive
No, because sourcing it doesn't tell me whether they are using the money right. Okay, is there any information that is groundbreaking that they've done with the money? There's nothing. If you source it, you still find out that they just gave the money to this one and nothing. You don't know what the person is going to do with the money.
Give the money to whom?
They will give the money to one institution or give it to a governor or give it. There's nothing. There's no real direction of what they're doing with the money.
One man, can I interject?
Cite an instance.
One man, can I interject?
Hold on.
I was giving an instance.
Oh no, hold on. Did you know that the money that they got from the UK is directly tied to the improvement of the ports in Lagos? Do you know that the monies they got from the IMF is directly tied to the Sokoto Badagry Super Highway, etc., etc.? All of these loans, they are project tied.
No, I agree with that one. I agree with that one. That one is known. I don't have any issue with that in terms of when they get money from overseas to fund specific projects in Nigeria. Even if the UK one was for the Chagori that is linked to him directly, and the fact that we are basically borrowing money to build out the UK steel industry.
So what's Chagori got to do with it?
Because the Chagori groups that they gave to do the project in Lagos, the seaport project.
They are not doing it, or they are not doing it to standard, or what? What's the criticism?
No. My point is that he has a conflict of interest that he's doing it. This is my point now. This is my point, because how did you make such a decision when out of everybody that could have done the project is the one that is connected to the presidency that is doing the project? And at the same time,
as anybody ever come out, even with the Lagos Calabar Super Highway, has anybody ever come out to say that they were sidelined in being able to contend, or they contended and were not favored, or what's the?
Of course, there must be a lot of people out there.
No, that's not my question. Now that's not my question. As we have Julius Berger, we have Arab contractors, we have a lot of. Has anybody ever come out to say that they were disenfranchised from being able to contend, or they contended and were sidelined to favor somebody ahead of the other? Or has anybody ever come out to say that this contract's been awarded to whichever the people that are getting the contract are not capacitated to carry it out?
But you are asking, your question is misplaced.
Right.
Because the question you're asking is about whether somebody complains. You're not asking the question why the leader of a country is giving projects to people that are linked to him. That is the core issue. It's a conflict of interest.
How
you can't keep awarding contracts to people that are linked to your family. Your family. You can't keep doing that. You are in a big world.
So if somebody that is linked to your family is capacitated to carry something out, do you disenfranchise them? And I don't even know what the link is that you're saying, but let's go with your narrative. If somebody that is linked to your family is capacitated to carry something out, do you disenfranchise them for reasons that they are linked to your family in whatever way?
No, you don't disenfranchise them just because they are linked to your family. But you make it clear that it's an open bid process. And given how quickly they went on to implement the Lagos Calabar Highway, it wasn't like that. And we know full well, let's just hear me out. We know full well there are organizations out there that can build way faster, build roads way faster than any of these people that are building in Nigeria right now. The Chinese can build way faster. They can build way faster than any other group in the world. They would have gone 3 to 4 times the land that these Chagori people have done if they use them. So my point is that you can't overlook, even if it's not, let's say you are right, there was no corruption, there's nothing involved. But you have to also make it appear as if it's not like that. That's my point. I'm not saying that it's conclusive that it's being corrupt.
No. I don't. Nobody concedes anything to you. You are by your own admission. You are not saying these people are not capacitated. If they're a lot of these contracts anywhere in the world. Go to the United States. Go to China. Come here to the UK. People get contracts through influence. It's not anomalous. It's not unknown. It's not that's any contract of that size is gotten through influence anywhere in the world.
One minute, if you don't mind. 1 minute, if you don't mind. 1 minute, if you don't mind. Turaja, let's set something straight. Number one, there's no family ties between Tinubu and the Chagoris. That's one. Number two, there is something we call single source bidding. Single source, what do you call it now? And it happened a lot under Julius Berger in Nigeria, and nobody ever raised eyebrows. There are some contracts, they know their competence because they've been doing job before. One of the reasons that favored the Chagoris was the Chagoris were the one that executed the Eco-Atlantic, that conquered the Atlanticity for Tinubu. Then, that alone gave them, and there's the only company in Nigeria that has done started and completed ocean protection job in Nigeria so far as at that particular time. So they have competence in that area. They have tamed the Atlantic, the surging Atlantic. If you lived in VI, like I lived in VI in the early 90s, 1980, 1990, 1991, 1993, and I knew the menace of the Atlantic Ocean there, the way it was surging from Legico to Babbage, to Babbage Barrack, to IMB Plaza, to the liaison offices, if you know that place, to Wilmot Point, you know, all those places. With this bad place behind NTA. So if you know how, so it was this same Chagori company that tamed the surging Atlantic Ocean. So when they wanted to look for the contractor, the only person that had competence in that area, and I know why Tinubu was in a hurry. If they wanted to go through this means you are saying, we will still be at the bidding and rebidding stage till now. And at the end of the day, that contract will not be achieved. And every day more they delay, it will cost more. So the important thing I think we should focus on is what is the quality of the job that is being delivered, and how is it going to impact life and impact Nigeria in the future. I think we've gone past this idea of give it to his friend, his cronies. If it's you too, you know, will give your enemy now. I'm not saying that. I'm not justifying.
Can I also interject one? Can I also interject just a short input?
Hold on now. I think Solly wanted to interject. So Solly interject, you interject,
okay.
And then to Nigeria bring it home. Oh, we're going to go to Zita, but I think she's dropped, and then we're going to Simba. Solly, did you want to say something, Solly? All right, Tony then.
Okay, thank you, sir. You know, what about our, you know, our engineers that are, you know, you know, that's the elephant in the room, you know. Why should we be giving a, you know, contract to foreigners and then they are coming? I mean, what is the role of the so-called, you know, Federal Ministry of Work then, if you cannot, you know, organize, I mean, people coming out from the universities, polytechnic, technical schools, and road mechanics. I mean, I don't know what is happening. You know, the country is dead, woman, you know, the country is dead. Thank you, sir.
So, you see, this is where, if you want to defend Tinubu on this ground, you will basically start ending up arguing for lack of transparency and a level of corruption.
To Nigeria, what's your take on that? What's your take on that about using our national, our citizens?
I don't think he wants to go to that. I think he wants to carry on where he is.
No, using our citizens to do what? Sorry, I didn't catch that.
No, he's saying they should give the coastal highway to people coming out of university, but carry on.
Yeah, and there's some foreign, you know, supervisors, and then foreign supervisors. That's all. I mean, the highest we can go. Then the Ministry of Work will be, I mean, employing people, employ the laborers and all the engineers and the architects. You know, that's what I'm saying.
Use a $10 billion project as a school.
It doesn't make a difference. You know, we just start from somewhere.
No, I think maybe if you want to have people get involved, there are ways you can do it on a lower level, whereby as the project is going on now, you can say, okay, you have to infuse Nigerian
that's always embedded in every contract anyway. Local contract.
Yeah, Nigerians don't do that very well. They will say they will do knowledge transfer, but no knowledge is transferred when the project is.
And by the way, Chagori is a Nigerian, so I'm not quite sure.
No white man is a Nigerian.
Born and raised.
It's a Nigerian by nationality.
By birth.
I don't have any even by birth.
By birth he's a Nigerian.
I don't have any problem with him being Nigerian. Like I said, my focus is on the fact that he's deeply linked to the current presidency, and then he's getting all these massive projects. Even in the case of the UK, we went and borrowed a loan to save the UK steel industry when our own steel industry doesn't even is struggling to get off the ground. From what I gather, the government is doing something about that.
What steel industry do we have
in Nigeria? The Ajakuta steel that we are trying to get off the ground.
When has one single nail ever come out of that space for 30 years?
You say whatever you want, but this government itself, they are making some moves that I actually think may be promising, but I don't know.
But how would they then tie a project to an industry that is moribund and non-existent?
Because you can link that resources to getting that institution back online.
Hold on. So they borrowed 800 million, pounds or dollars for that thing, and then the British tied it to the British steel industry. You are saying they should have used the Nigerian steel industry instead. the Nigerian steel industry is non-existent. So are you then saying they will borrow that money and then wait to build the Nigerian steel industry in order then to what's the logic behind what
No,
you're saying?
what I'm saying is that
Yes.
if you wanted to build or fix in Nigeria, let's say the seaport that they wanted to do some fixes,
Yes.
there are other non-competitive, competitive providers of the same service, not only from the UK and not only from Chagori. Like I said, these are our leaders.
Hold on. The British tied the loan to that industry. So are you saying they should have rejected it, or what's your?
Oh yeah. Keep your money.
Keep your money.
It's a loan. It's not free money.
And then what happens to the upgrading of the port?
Then you go and get the loan from other people that are going to give you more favorable and this in terms.
Right.
So that's my point.
So that was available and they ignored it.
Yes,
okay.
I can categorically tell you that the Nigerian government often ignores other spheres of influence in the world. They always go to the French, the British, and the Americans. That's their number one port of call.
Their biggest lender is the Chinese. Their biggest contractors are the Chinese.
That's what I wanted to add. Except those people cannot provide it. That's when the Nigerian government goes to the other places.
The Nigerian government goes to the Chinese first. Their biggest loans.
Come on.
The figures.
You know
what are you talking about now?
They don't go there first. Now. They go there when we have rejected them.
Hold on. Who is Nigeria most indebted to financially?
It's the Chinese, because the Chinese are the most productive right now. That's why.
So what's the point you've just made?
The point I'm making is that anything that Nigeria can do that they want to do, they will go to Igbo first before they go to the any other people. If you look at
who?
Let me give you an example.
Yes.
These French Francophone countries, what they signed when they said the French have a what they call it, the term it was first refusal or something like that. You have to go to them first.
We're not talking about Francophone countries now. We're talking about Nigeria.
But my point is that is how we behave too. It didn't have to be written.
Okay, then exemplify it. Give us a...
Yes, an example is, let's say if we want to build roads, we go to Julius Berger, which is now Nigerian, but originally was from Germany or somewhere in Europe. If we want to build airports, those things we do it with Europeans originally. But the only time we started shifting to China, it was because Europeans are not doing it anymore. That's when we shifted to China. We always give the Europeans first. If our weapons, everything we buy,
hold on. The Europeans are not doing what anymore?
They are not building those things anymore at a scale. Right. They don't build. They are not the most efficient bridge builders, road builders, all those sort of things. Even road builder, and the fact that Chagori got this.
Where are you in this? What's your criticism?
My criticism is that when he went to the UK to do that, to save the UK steel industry, maybe he should have spent more energy trying to save the Nigerian steel industry, or seek support from other countries where you can get the resources that they loan cheaper and the project done faster. Because Europeans, we know they are not very efficient at doing things.
Go, forget the Europeans. So they want to fix the ports at the shortest possible time frame, and they went to the United Kingdom. They sourced finance, and part of the conditionality. Do you know that when we seek money from China, do you know they also tie it to the contracts? Do you know there are conditionalities there? There's rarely any loans that there are no conditionalities. They sought that finance. Sorry, I just want to understand, because you run away into this indignation sometimes, and we're lost in the fog of it all. So they go to the United Kingdom, they source financing, and they tied conditionalities to that financing, that they still has to come from the British steel industries to resuscitate that industry space. So you are saying, rather than taking that conditionalities, they should have insisted then on using a Nigerian steel industry that does not exist. So where are we in that conversation?
I didn't say that they should use. They have to use a Nigerian steel industry that doesn't exist.
Right.
I said they can seek the same loan or assistance from other spheres of influence. And there are two criticisms there, by the way. And the way it was done, giving it to Chagori, was also not transparent. Remember, all this conversation came from the fact that I said this Tinubu government is not very transparent the way they do things. They just go about doing things. Like, look at the way they change our national anthem. They are not very transparent.
I know you are going to other spaces now, but
I'm trying to give you examples.
I'm just tying you down to that space. There's never any logical, no, not never. I can't say that, but often there's no logical consistency to this thing, and then people just hide in the fog of this highfalutin indignation. And then they wrap it up in all sorts of vague and ambiguous terms, and then people are just lost in the fog of it.
It's so clear, though.
It's not at all clear, because we're trying to lose us in the woods. You are saying to the detriment of the Nigerian steel industry, they take a loan that ties to resuscitating another person's steel industry, but Nigeria does not have a steel industry. Not to any capacity needed, not one. We have a Jakarta that is a sinkhole for funds, endless. It's only, if they give it to Dangote, it probably work, but there's no prospect of it working anytime soon. So, I mean, sometimes...
you see, what you just said just now is you're just basically surrendering. Because in other words, you are also considering that Tinubu government is completely incompetent. Because by saying that we are going to resuscitate another countries, you literally consider that point that we are going to resuscitate a foreign country's steel industry, while ours is even in more dire straits. We don't even have it. It's not even if we have the land with a lot of infrastructure, we've not gotten it back up, and Tinubu cannot do that because it's a sinkhole somehow. You see, what you are saying, you are considering that this government is not doing what they are supposed to be doing, and it's okay because this is what we are used to now.
Which is what? Hold on. With that example that we're on, but you just said now that they're getting it back up. You just said now, barely 2 minutes, that they're getting it back up.
I said that they have done some things that indicate that they are trying to get it back up.
Right.
They are working with a Chinese company. And they've signed some 20-year agreement with.
So should they then hold the port improvement in abeyance until they are able to get the Chinese to do whatever is needed?
Not necessarily.
Or hold it in animated suspension until.
I'm not very forced about whether to hold it. I don't think maybe they should do that. Maybe it's good to fix the ports, of course, but. The criticism was transparency. You are shifting the goalposts. The criticism was transparency. Because the criticism was about Chaguri. They keep, and where did they build that bid for that destiny? He just gave it to Chaguri and go and build the report for these people. And because they are our people again. The same thing. And I think the previous speaker said something about they didn't have family, they didn't have ties to Tinubu. The Chaguri family have deep ties to the Tinubu family. They've been working together for a very, very, very long time. You know, people even say that is partly the reason why Tinubu goes to France so much. I don't know particularly why Tinubu goes to France so much, because most Nigerian leaders go to the British, UK, while the Francophone countries.
But Tunaja, you don't let one man. You don't let one man finish you there. Why not go to Russia? Russia have to come and complete that job in Ajakuta. You know, I just want to give you some guidelines or tips.
All right. And then we don't do anything until Russia. All right, Tunaja, let me bill you. You bring it home. Zita dropped. If she comes back, please prioritize her. She will say all the way through. I think she'll go for the with waiting. Simba is here, not yet spoken. Midwest here as well. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. So, Tunaja, over to you.
Thank you. Simba, are you there?
No, before you go to Simba, answer me now. You know, about why not using Russia, that the original builder of that steel industry. That's what I'm talking about. You know, instead of just
because we are not going to use Russia because you know our leaders are
for politics. You know, that is what we are talking about. We should take politics out of the equation.
France all the time. Their focus is not making Nigeria this thing.
Yeah, many of my senior family members went to training in Russia for that purpose. You know what I'm saying? Look, the country is just no. Yes, I have about 5 of them. You know, still engineers that went to have their training in Russia. You know what I'm saying? And the one of them just died last year. You know, because they are getting old now, and so we just lose all this money that we spent on sponsoring them. You know. to Nigeria, the country is gone. Only division that can save us, okay? Division. We divide the country, then we restart at our various respective local levels,
why do you think that dividing the country is going to even be a solution? Is there any
No, it's a solution because no, hold on. Then because politics will be local. Sorry, will be local. So your leaders, you know their villages. Yes, and then Abuja will be out of the question, because that Abuja is a big trap. You see, you don't expect these sultanates that are having investment in Abuja now to come and be helping us to divide or to let things run better. So because those for the artists.
Calm down now. Does local make it better? I'm not trying to ask you. Just because politics is local, does it make it better?
Yes, because Abuja have to be out of the question because Abuja is a spoiler. So Abuja be part of our country.
Let's say Abuja is out. All the things you've seen in local states and local.
Yes, because hold on, sir. Because you see, for example, now we have 3 senators from Edo State. Okay, you have 3 senators from Oyo. All these people, they have their buildings, their mansions in Abuja. They don't come to their hometowns until 4 years when they are coming to solicit for votes. So I mean, Abuja is a wrong. As long as that Abuja city is there in Nigeria, the country will never progress. That's why we're saying that we should divide the country, so that we can have a Benin, Ibadan, and all this kind of stuff, Then we know that how it works.
Are you saying local government chairman and all of that?
To Nigeria. All the local government chairman, hold on, Siba. All the local government chairman, they have their buildings in Abuja, they have their mansions. When they get the money, they go there to invest there. So and all other places are just rotting away. So what I'm saying that that country is not the same. We're not people of same mindset. So I know that some Simbat will be coming from the religious point of view. Which and he know that we are going to defeat them. Because Yoruba land, we don't have people that think along a religious line. We think ethnic line. We are Yoruba, we are Edos. We don't think about our religion, Christianity, or whatever. So, but he's coming in now to come up with promoting Sharia. But I'm telling you that Abuja is a wrong something for us. If we don't need Abuja.
Hold on. Hold on. Let's try to keep it this. Simba, you wanted to say something. What happened to this thing? Okay, this is not.
I don't even know what you are doing. Is it not
I was asking for you now, but you were not saying anything. Go ahead.
Because I don't know the kind of rap riser that you are doing with Tony.
No, I'm asking him questions now because he is talking about breaking up the country. So I'm asking why he thinks that.
And you are interested in breaking up the country.
Not me. I'm not.
Yeah, because that's the only way it can work. That's the only way. That's the only way it can work. Simba, let us face the part.
Tony, have you seen Cameroon? Have you seen Benin Republic or Niger? Why they are not in Nigeria? Why are they not doing that well? I don't know why.
No, they are doing well. They are doing well. Hold on, sir. They are doing well. All other countries are doing well in Africa except Nigeria because it was. Because we are being forced to live together.
I can't believe all these countries are doing well. My God, man. They are so many.
No, they are doing well. No. Go to Benin Republic. A lot of Nigeria get. Look, my brother. Go to Ghana. See the way Nigeria gets are suffering. They are. Oh, please. Wow. The country is gone. The country is gone.
The Cameroonian leader has been in office for how many decades?
But they still have better life than the average Nigerian. Nigeria is always big in name.
No, they don't have a better life than Nigerians. Actually,
they have better life, than Nigeria.
There was a war going on in Cameroon too.
It doesn't make it. Yeah, so no, Cameroon and Nigeria the same similarities now with all this North and South Wahala. So I'm just telling you that Nigeria cannot work because that Abuja is a trap. It's a rat trap, which was set.
But my problem is that you are focusing so much on Abuja as if Abuja is a location that problem.
Well, tonight, let me make my submission, please.
Yeah, go ahead, Simba.
So, what are the topics?
The topic is about, Fayose, I think the major one, where the Tinubu went and gave a position to one of the Fayose family members. Another family member is saying that the position that was given to their family member was beneath the family member. I don't know what that is all about. Maybe you know more about it. There is also the judiciary. that the Nigerian judiciary, I think there's a
What do
court
when
case.
you are talking about that one, it's not about, it's NBA, not Nigerian judiciary. I don't even know why you are saying Nigerian judiciary.
Okay. This is that not a
Nigeria Bar
national
Association.
association?
It's
Okay.
Nigeria Bar Association, not Nigerian judiciary.
And the
There are two
selection,
different.
the election of selection, yes.
And I think I heard someone saying that some Southeasterners were wishing or saying that Peter Obi, this in Nnamdi Kanu should be should face
To be
capital
quiet.
punishment. Yes, should face capital punishment. So and
Okay,
I
let
think
me
that
let me
those are
let me
just about the stuff I heard.
let me start from Fayose. You know, I think is the Fayose that they gave an appointment was the ex-governor, the ex-Ekiti State governor. I think since inception of Tinubu's administration has been a supporter of Tinubu. So I think he deserves whatever they give to him. Is one. I think he's not even a member of APC. He's a member of PDP. So if he deem it fit to give him an appointment, I don't think that is there anything wrong in giving an appointment. The younger brother that was talking rubbish, that one, I don't even know. You know, the what baffled me is what actually happened in these last few days when he visited the Abi Kubana chief priest and Sheyi, and then there was a backlash by the Obidients. Then immediately, the Nigerian savior, the Nigerian new Jesus Christ, now has to run to him to go and beg him, and he was even shifting attention away. He cannot even take responsibility for the Obidient that were attacking the Isaac Fayose. He was saying that no, they are not our supporters, or they are the opposition that are actually abusing him. Can you imagine that? He can't even say sorry on behalf of his own supporter. So he's just a leader that cannot take responsibility and always looking for excuses. And then what is even the political capital of Isaac Fayose? Can he even win a local government for him? Well, there is nothing presidential about Obi, as far as I'm concerned. Because for him to even be chasing somebody like Isaac Fayose, why can't he even send somebody to him and say, okay, go and meet him, instead of him running to that guy and start begging? So what is Isaac Fayose going to do for Obi?
I think don't you think that is the right thing to do? Because if you feel like
It's not the right thing. Let me tell you, let me tell you, this guy is just full of deceit. The other time I heard him, he was saying that during Obasanjo regime, there was a flood at 2 a.m. He went there at 2 a.m. He called Obasanjo at 2 a.m. Everything at 2 a.m., 2 a.m., 2 a.m. He doesn't. I think what Obi needs to do is that he needs to be trained on how to talk in the public. And even at the stage he is now as a presidential candidate, he should not be talking too much, so that people will not even be taking him up on whatever he's saying. He should go and learn how to talk in the public, because he's always contradicting himself. How can you say a flood happened, took place at 2 a.m. Everything was at 2 a.m., 2 a.m., 2 a.m., 2 a.m. That is a lie. That is a lie. He doesn't even know how to lie. And the people supporter, you supporter, you don't even say anything wrong in this man. You can't say anything wrong in that kind of person.
What did he say about flooding happening 2 a.m. that he keep repeating?
Chasing clout all over the place.
No, hold on. What did he say about flooding that you are repeating? Because I don't think the viewers know what you are referring to. I don't know.
It was part of the interview he granted to Chudna. It was during that same interview he said that he was being that his life was at stake, that he might not be alive to witness the election. That same interview, that was when he said, oh, there was a flood that happened. He said, I can't even pronounce the name of the place, that it happens in 2 a.m. They called him and he has to run there at that 2 a.m. He called Obasanjo. Can you imagine? A flood happened in your state and you are calling the president, and he was saying everything happened at 2 a.m. They called him at 2 a.m. He ran there, he got there at 2 a.m. He called Obasanjo at the same time at 2 a.m. Can you imagine? Everything was
Have
at
you
2
had
a.m.
to confirm whether it happened at 2 a.m.? Maybe a lot of things happen in Nigeria at 2 a.m. now. Maybe it's the, it give you a clue. Have you had to verify?
The problem. You know the problem. That is the problem now. You people can never see anything wrong in this man.
No, I'm
If you
not. I'm
want
not
to
saying.
lie,
I'm not. Why would you
wait.
just
Now, how is
assume that
it
he's lying?
possible? Let me ask you tonight. How is it possible that somebody will call you at 2 a.m.? Then you leave your house at that 2 a.m. You get to the scene of the flood at 2 a.m. Then you now place a call at the same 2 a.m. to the president to come and help you to rescue the person that in the house in that flood. How does that make sense to you?
It is possible if you look at it from the point of view that he might be calling somebody that has connection to assist with resources, maybe emergency response and stuff like that.
Everything. There was no time change. You understand? Everything happened at 2 a.m.
Yeah, okay, fine, but it doesn't mean that he's lying, though. You need to what if
He's
you
a
want to prove that he's
liar. He's a
lying?
liar. The problem with you people is
You
that
get evidence. You
when
can't
you
just say he's lying. You should have evidence for what you are saying.
it's just a lie. So to me, there are certain things that you do is actually contesting for the presidency. It should not be seen to be doing all this kind of thing. Who is Isaac Fayose that he has to go and be begging as a passion? What is he going to do for him? What you need to do is to send one of, and because he's a lone ranger, doesn't work with any people, doesn't even know how to manage people, and that is why he's doing everything on his own. So, and this is the kind of person that people think that can rule Nigeria. Somebody that does not even believe in the three arms of government. He said, okay, we'll go and be visiting the states. So why do you have state governors that you have to be visiting the state as president for 2 years? And you people believe all those things. Maybe because you people, maybe is mentally retarded, and the mental retardation has actually affected his supporters also.
I think do you know that sometimes it's not leadership is not about their individual intelligence or capacity. That it also has to do with the people surrounding them and
And so
the
as
influence they have
so
in
if
society.
it's not about his mental capacity, this same person that we're talking about, has it demonstrated the teamwork? Has he ever seen him? Have you ever seen anybody that claimed that he has worked with Obi before and is supporting him now? Has he ever seen him even making use of the people that are supporting him presently? He has not demonstrated what you are saying.
No, I know. See, if you want to criticize Peter Obi for not utilizing his political capital from 2023, I think most people will agree with that. Even Obidients that are honest with themselves will admit that. I don't think Peter Obi too will admit it. He hasn't played his cards very well, and so that you can criticize him for. The reason why people support him, some of them is for tribal reasons, some of them is because they like his countenance, some of them they believe that he's going to be less corrupt than Tinubu, and he's likely to be more transparent. Transparency is something that Nigerians crave because they can't tell what their leaders are doing.
So as the problem I have is that it's not as if Obi is new to politics in Nigeria. He has been a governor before, and when he was a governor, this is somebody that was actually not even delegating duty. He was the one carrying state money in his pocket to spend, and that is the person that you are saying is transparent. Somebody who cannot even who buys who carries state money in his pocket to go and buy petrol, to go and buy newspaper. And then this is the person that you are saying is more transparent. I don't even know where that transparency is coming from.
Because he would tell you what he's doing with the money. And that's transparency.
Is that to you now? Let me ask you, is that proper?
He didn't even allow local government elections.
No, forget about local government elections. Is that proper for a president now to be carrying the country's money in his own pocket and be spending it directly? Is that what you see as transparency?
No.
So how has it demonstrated that transparency that people are claiming that it be more transparent?
No, but that is not his entire. I don't think that is his practice. I don't think
You
that
know,
is what he
whatever
does.
you
He
let
really
me tell
does.
you,
That's what he's doing all the time.
whatever you know, the problem with somebody like you because you don't even know him. You don't even you are not
Tell me,
even
okay, tell
wait
me
wait
where
Naija,
he took
because
money. No,
as
before
at
you
the
start
time he was
narrating
even
everything
governor,
else.
wait, as at the time he was governor, you are not even politically conscious. So at that time, so you didn't know anything about him. Whatever you know about him is what people are saying about
Okay,
him. But
that's
if
why I
you
want you to tell us what did
so
he
when you
spend
go back,
all this money on?
let me talk now. When you go back and look at his performance and what people are even saying when he was the governor, you will not even support this guy because everybody in the east that time they were cursing him. In fact he was tagged as the worst governor in the southeast that time. So for people now to now package him and say he's now the next savior, is the next Jesus Christ, is what is bad, is what I can't fathom. And people like you that doesn't know him, you now attributed every good thing to him as if he's the Messiah of our time.
I'm not attributing all the good things to him. I'm saying that he is just more. When he runs the country will be more at ease with itself. And
How did you know that? Is there anything that is support on what you are saying?
yes, the reason why I say it
What?
is because one,
Eh.
the state that he governed was more at ease with itself when he governed it, and the civility
What do
with
you
which he
say?
conducted
So what I just said
his
now,
state.
you can't hear me. You can't listen to what I just said. What people were saying when he was a governor.
That he was a dictator on all the rest. I know they said so many of those things, but in terms of
So,
development,
but
he still.
you don't no wait now. You choose what you believe. So you don't want to believe all those ones. You just want to believe what is in your head.
No, I believe what they say. No, I wouldn't say I believe. I hear
So
what they
why?
have said.
So when they say somebody performed poorly as a governor, and you are not telling me that his performance as governor, that's what you are
But
using
his,
to
his
judge him now.
performance was not poor. Clearly, it wasn't
It
poor.
was a
If you
dismal performance.
if you
It's a
check any
dismal performance.
matrix,
Let me
if
tell
you
you,
check any
whatever they
matrix in
claim,
the world, they will tell you his performance was
whatever,
better.
wait now, to Niger, whatever he claimed to be to his achievement in education was immediately he left office. That was when they discovered the Miracle Center. Because what the only thing they used to say, oh, when he was there, then the Anambra came first in WAEC. They discovered almost 500 Miracle Center. And immediately they closed those Miracle Center. Go and check the WAEC result of Anambra immediately after. Is that the kind of person that a fraudulent person that's what you want as a president?
No, I
Even the
think
opposition,
you are
somebody
is
that
not
was
accurate.
crying that he's being attacked by the ruling government. He was not even giving the opposition that time. He was attacking them. Labour Party that time, they wanted to even use one of the conference center in Oka that time. He didn't allow them to use it. Even the same El Rufai that is flirting with now. Go and see what he did to El-Rufai. El-Rufai wanted to go to Anambra. He prevented El-Rufai from entering Anambra that time as an opposition.
Okay,
So it's
so
like people don't even know the person that you are supporting. So I don't even know where people are getting all these things that you attributed to the guy.
see, everything we are talking about Peter Obi. Many of them comes from the states and the numbers that are generally available to the public. In terms of education, he did relatively well. In terms of fiscal discipline,
Tell me. So it's like the problem with you is that you only believe what you want to believe. So having conversation with somebody like you, because I just said what he did now, and you cannot actually say what I said is not true, but you are still repeating the same thing.
are you trying to say that he didn't improve the education system? Is that what you are saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Oh my God. Okay, what metrics are you using
Let
to
me tell you
check?
what was the metrics for the performance of Anambra in education that time. They used WAEC. And it was after that WAEC discovered and they threatened Anambra State that if they don't close all those miracle centers, they are not going to allow Anambra people to write that exam. And they closed those miracle center. Immediately go and look at the
What do you mean
performance in
miracle
WAEC.
center? What do you mean miracle center?
So you don't know what they call miracle center?
Yeah, I don't know what you mean. What do you mean by miracle center?
Those are centers where they are teaching them during the exam.
You are teaching them during the exam. In other words, they are cheating.
Yes, sir. Yes, that's what it means.
You see, now you are just making stuff up. That during the terms
Oh,
of the
it's
term of
not
Peter Obi,
in the public
that they were
space. I'm
cheating.
not the one making it up. Yes, now. So if you don't know what they call miracle center in Nigeria, then you are not in Nigeria.
Yeah, I'm not a Nigerian, but clearly this is the first time I'm hearing that Peter Obi's term in office, when the education system improved because they were cheating. That's what you're
Yes,
saying.
that was what happened.
And the fiscal discipline that he exercised is
He
something that is
didn't
very,
say they improved because they were cheating. Because that record is because of the Miracle Center. And that record they used to rate him that they were the highest performance in terms of WAEC. And you can't use WAEC to just test the intelligence of students under normal circumstances, you know, even when they cheated as well. I hope you understand where it's coming from.
he's saying is
So
not accurate. He's just making stuff up. I think Simba, if I will check this now, what you just said, and if it's false, you will take it back. Are we agreed?
Yeah, check now. Check.
Okay. So now, please carry on with your submission. Let me check.
Okay, so which other? Let me just leave Obi alone. Which other topic are we discussing now? We've talked about the Fayose.
There are some Southeasterners wanted to.
Okay, the NBA. You know, yeah, the NBA. You know, let me tell you, and that was why I said when we are saying that the problem of Nigeria is not about leadership. Some people will say no, it's the leader. Let me tell you, the whole Nigeria has problem. And if Nigerians are not ready to solve their own problem, and we start pointing accusing finger to the few that are leading us, we are not going anywhere. Let me tell you, any kind of organization election in Nigeria is a reflection of the entirety of that country. Even not only NBA, when you look at even the Nigerian Medical Association election, it always comes with a lot of fraud, a kind of controversies that normally comes with all those elections. Even ordinary NURTW election, any form of election in Nigeria is just a reflection of the kind of people that we are. So you now see now, look at this NBA election now, that only about 30% of the people were allowed to vote, and the remaining 70% were disenfranchised. And these are the people that will be vocal. Some of them will be the one that they will be inviting to Nigerian media stations to come and be talking about the election, and you see them talking rubbish. What they cannot even do in their own association is what they'll be expecting the whole country to do. So I think we need a total overhauling of that country, reorientation of the people, for us to even have a leeway in any problem that we have in that country. That's what I can say about that. It's just a reflection of the entirety of that country. So it's not limited to NBA alone.
Okay. So the NBA that has basically is failing the country, they are the ones that are kind of carrying out some of all these contests. And to be fair, I don't even really focus on the lower tier NBA organization. I focus more on the results that they are outputting for the country. Earlier, like in the UK now, 4 times smaller than Nigerian population. The criminal conviction you get in the UK is well over 1 million a year. This is a country with very high level of resources, and yet they have criminal conviction of over 1 million a year. Nigeria is struggling to give out 100,000 a year. Why is that? What
But
are all those lawyers
don't be
getting?
surprised. Don't be
Sorry,
surprised. Let me
Mr.
ask
Simba.
you. Wait.
Please, sorry, everybody, sorry. Please, can you send the link? Please, I want to log into the computer. Okay, thank you.
All right. So,
To Nigeria.
go ahead.
As much as you can say that the population of is like 1/4 of the population of UK is 1/4 of Nigeria. But don't be surprised if you check that they might even have more court, and they might have more well, how will I put it now? Lawyers and justice and judges more than Nigeria. And you know that our own case is also full of bureaucracy. So that bureaucracy is actually what is affecting us. So I can't exonerate Nigerian lawyers because they are the ones that normally stall most of the cases. They delay a lot of cases. So it's
But that is my point now. That is the criticism I'm making of the judiciary, because statecraft involves security and law. And if the legal system is not performing, I think the people have a right to really scrutinize them, because we talk about lawmakers and, local government all the time. But if the legal system is not churning out justice, then the people that are going to run the society are people that don't obey laws. They move around with impunity. And this is part of the criticism that the judiciary is not getting enough in Nigeria. People like Falana and all these, big sons they like to have special titles, like Nigeria always does. They like title more than performance. So why are they having all these titles when in reality they are not even performing at all? I really abhor them actually at this stage. I know that as a citizen in Nigeria, you have to be scared of them, because if you are brought in front of them, they will find every way to nail you. So, but I really abhor their performance, because these people they are educated, they are trained. You would think they should be throwing out more justice, and they should understand the impact of what they are doing, what they have, because it's not like security forces where you have to have enough. But judiciary, you just have to do your job. Push the papers, process the forms, get the stuff done. But they are not even doing that, to the point whereby a general in Nigeria is complaining because of the judiciary, that they are not doing their job. Whenever they arrest terrorists and put them in jail, the next thing that they're going to see terrorists on the streets. How is anybody supposed to do their job when the judiciary that should be holding them are not holding them? And then they will come to court and they will use technicality to free. There's nobody judiciary, Nigeria judiciary is not going to free or convict if they like. They just use technicalities all the time to free people. People that should be in jail, technicality, he didn't file this document very well, he didn't file that one very well. Because of that,
there are a lot of you are the moderator. There are a lot of people that are coming, and so.
No, I'm just making that this comment now. What did I say now that was so long? One man said just as much. If you want to carry on, are you finished?
I think I've touched. Which other word? I think you mentioned 3 things.
I think it was one where
Mr. Silva.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, if True Niger doesn't know how many miracle center was shut down during
no, he knows. He has salary. He remains salary. He has check, and the thing.
I wonder why are we discussing anything between Nigeria? Discussing about Nigeria politics.
Hold on. That miracle center, there's no real evidence that said that they were cheating from there. Do you have any evidence?
What is miracle center? What is miracle center in Nigeria?
Because they call it the name like that, it doesn't mean it's just
private. If you go for Nigeria, we know why they call it miracle center.
That Nigeria, I mean, Nigeria.
It's my practice.
He knows. Forget about it. You know, and that is why when you hear people.
To Nigeria, why we call it miracle center?
Let's have a conversation. It shouldn't be just one way. If you say something,
why do you have mute me now? You don't start it your
because why people start this shouting thing where you just shout to people and you don't let them
nobody talk. Shout. You are not. I'm talking. You are still talking over me. It's you. Let me somebody else.
Said what you want to say. Let me respond to what your accusation. Miracle centers are private examination centers.
Jesus Christ! Whose kind of human being is this? Guys, shut up, man.
Why are you telling me to shut up?
Examination malpractice center.
Oh my God. Hundreds
of it's local palace are giving miracle center. Local way of calling it secretly.
Okay, it's local way of calling it secretly. Okay, that's
yes now.
Okay, good. So your statement now is, do you have any video evidence of testimonies about this? Do you have any real evidence from a credible?
You can see the question is asking you, Nigerian. Do you have any video evidence? when they
No.
wait now, wait.
Let it search
Let
for
me
it now. 486 now is there
well,
now.
let me ask him, Nigerman. Let me ask him this question. Why did they close those center after? Why did Obiano close them? When if they are
because they
not
were
a
asked to
fraudulent
close
center?
them.
So
They said, let me look at it.
why should they close a centers where people are writing WAEC without any problem?
Okay, let me read what they said. They said detractors frequently cite a July 2014 decision by the succeeding administration of Governor Willie Obiano, which shut down 486 of these suspected exam magic centers. Critics claim this shutdown occurred under heavy pressure after WAEC threatened to completely delist Anambra schools due to rampant malpractice. So that's why they said they shot it. Critics say not this is on Instagram, and we have to be careful about what we actually believe is true.
Jesus Christ, this man. You see,
Why are you telling me Jesus Christ? It's not reported by any major news. This thing. It's
Hey,
on
no,
Instagram.
wait, now, wait.
I don't know why you doing this.
Sorry, Remy. Let me ask you, Niger. Did they close those center or not? Do you believe they closed those center or not?
They may have actually closed the center. That's something I will need to
No.
verify.
They may. Why are you being like this? And you
I
claim
have
to be a
hold
lover of
on.
that country.
Simba. No. I have to tell you the truth. What do you want me to tell you? It's something that I don't know. I'm just telling you that I don't know. I'm searching for the information. If I find it, I will tell you. I'll confirm it. Let me confirm it. You can carry on.
now?
I have more than 10 videos. I think if I can send it to anybody to give it to you.
Let me came last. It's only Remy
I
that will come
have
last.
more than 10 video of it here. If I can send anybody to send them to, so you can watch it.
If you can play on the private chat, I'll play it. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me quickly chime in. I think, to be frank, everybody knows what is a miracle center in Nigeria. If you are conversant with people that do examination malpractices, especially during the year, maybe from the year 2000 plus, okay? So they canceled a lot of miracle center, not only in Anambra, but Anambra that time was very, they are the one that they did a lot. Not only in Anambra, in some other states of Nigeria, they also canceled a lot of center also. The center were predominantly set up to help candidates to pass WAEC. It's as simple as ABC. And that clearly shows that all those...
You can imagine a state having 488.
That means they have more than that. They have more than that.
But that is what was reported now. 486.
I think Nigeria was just playing smart.
It was with Delta too that time. Anambra Delta, those are the major places.
All over the country.
People died that time and I went for that exam now. That accident that time. You guys forgot.
Is it not? They came. Those people came. They left Anambra to come and write in Edo State.
That exam, those children died those times.
A lot of people travel all the way to go and write because they know that, and that is why, at the end of the day, that is one of the major reasons why most Nigerian universities introduce post-UTME examination. It's part of it because they don't believe on the WAEC result alone. Even if because there were some people also help people to write JAM, and that's why they introduced post-UMCE, that the university will now set up their own examination for prospective candidates to check whether truly they are the owner of that result. And that is also one of the reasons why some of the cutoff for major courses also went up. So you can see that even in Nigeria now, if you are not scoring up to 300 or above 300, you cannot even get to.
But it's even wrong for Nigerians to be using WAEC result as a measure of the educational standard of the state.
Yes, it's wrong because at the end of the day, you have to pull in a lot. How many people really sit down for this examination in that state? What is the population of the people that sit? But at the end of the day, I think Nigeria was just playing. He knows the truth, but sometimes he always
he knows the truth. He will never accept it.
When it does like this, don't worry yourself. Just move on to another topic because no matter what, we just try to, Actually, it's very low. To be frank, it's just too low for Obi to be contested. I don't like to be talking about him, to be frank, because it's just a waste of time. To be frank,
So I think I came after Nigerian. Maybe Nigerian, you should make your submission, and after you, I will do my own.
Please, my boss, I'm coming. I'm doing something. Please, just to.
Okay, you can make your own.
Okay, Kisima, can you remember me some of the topics, please?
Let me. Okay, he's talking about. You know, they said they gave Fayose an appointment now. I mean, yes. The governor.
Okay.
Don't mind. The younger brother was saying that the appointment was below.
I'm back now to correct the course.
No, we have already moved on. We've moved on.
Ojoro, this is no.
There's no Ojoro first.
I went to seek the truth and come back to report.
We already moved on. Another time you can bring it. Let me make my own submission. After my own submission,
15 seconds, I will be done. 15 seconds, I will be done. The report is that yes, they closed some basically private schools. They closed the private schools, and the same is true for many parts of Nigeria, including Lagos, Abuja, and other things. Most importantly, is that after the closure of those centers, Anambra basically still maintained its top position for WAEC. It didn't matter. That is the core of the argument, isn't it? Now we can carry on. Thank you.
It's also wrong. Anambra, you don't maintain any position.
No, Remy, I'm not the one that just said that.
Okay, let me
start with his own fantasy.
I'm looking at the data here.
Anambra maintains for you to come and admit that abroad they closed 486 center. You are not coming with another common word again.
No. Because see, hold on. You see, people like to cheat. See, you have to tell the truth in this life. If you are saying because of those centers, because they were cheating, that's why. That's
I mean, Nigeria. You know, when you are moderating, you talk too much. You talk more than the people that you are moderating.
No. See,
we beg you. They maintain it. Fine. Let's move on. We beg you. You made your point.
I agree. They maintain it.
Okay.
See, that's why I wanted to correct. That's all.
We have and tonight, just stop muting me. You are just muting me unnecessarily.
I didn't mute you. Can anybody mute you? Your mute button doesn't even work. Look at that.
See what my mute button is. Okay, thank you. Okay, I want to talk about Fayose. I think his brother is just playing cheap politics, and I like what Fayose have been doing to his brother, ignoring him. That is the best way. This particular chairmanship of Rural Electrification Agency that they appointed, they selected Fayose for, this particular agency controlled 90 billion naira. It's even more than some small parastatal agency in the federal government. And I think it's very
how many ministry, if he is appointed as a minister, how many ministry has a budget of 90 billion naira?
I don't know. And his brother, and that, to be frank with you, I think it's quite unfortunate that when you see some people talking in Nigeria, it's just too low. The standards is just too low. When people like Isaac Fayose, when he talks, it's just too low. It's too low, unfortunately. And that is the major. Somebody should be muted. Nigerian.
Okay. Go ahead, I will mute the person. Don't worry.
Okay. So, as I was saying, the standard is too low. So, I think Fayose taking that position is even better. At least, it's also known to be somebody that is very active. So, let's see what he can do in that particular agency. So, and the problem we are having in Nigeria today is that a lot of public commentators or people that come out to speak, the standards is just too low. And when you come, I don't know whether Nigeria.
Let me ask you, why should federal government have an agency for rural electrification?
Well, you know, that is the way the country was set up. Actually, it's not supposed to be. I think the business of federal government at all. It's supposed to be that problem start from
now that they are even signed the the
state
electricity is not
electricity.
even under exclusive bill.
But
It's now.
do you know why something like that came on board? Is because as an investor, sometimes a lot of people might not want to go to the rural area to help them with the electricity, minding that they might not have the power to pay the bill. So a lot of investors will like to go to settlement or big cities that they know that the people have the financial capability to pay the electricity bill. Even when you look at Nigeria, the so-called people that they are also on the whatever they get electricity more than 18 hours a day. When it comes to bill, they don't want to pay. An average Nigeria, they don't want to pay. And if we live in a diaspora, especially in Europe or America, one of the most expensive things in all of this country is electricity. It's not cheap at all. Where I'm living, as we are paying for the normal usage of electricity every month, every quarterly, we also pay electricity for generation of that electricity. So we pay double most times. So that is why you see that people in the industry they will mind the way they use electricity, especially in winter. Everybody, because if you don't do that, the amount of money you pay is a lot. But Nigeria, because the way Nigeria was set up, it was very faulty.
I think Remy, I think we need to streamline the way the 3 tiers of government are functioning in Nigeria. This overlapping of duty or federal government interfering with the duty of a local government and the state is actually a big problem.
Oh, okay.
Because when
If we may come up with another thing, I would support a situation whereby that states have power to create local government by themselves on one condition: they control their resources by themselves. If they like, they can make 100 local government. Nobody cares. So far, you are not getting that money from Abuja anymore. But the way it's being set up now, that when all of these local government collect millions and billions every month, and then the sitting governor pocket it or direct them out to spend.
so is that why? So is that the reason why the federal government will not be going to be doing the duty of the local government?
No. I do not say that. I gave you a very good example of a rural electrification agency, because now they have liberalized the industry already. Anybody, even you as you are, you can create 1 megawatt of electricity. You don't need any kind of licensing to do that. But if you want to create off-grid, make 10 megawatt of 100 megawatt of electricity.
I think most of these agencies supposed to be scrapped. I think it was all these agencies were created by the military in order to serve the purpose of the northerners. They are not. They are just. It's supposed to be part of the agency that is supposed.
So the question we might ask ourselves that even if they scrap them, then who is going to be responsible for day-to-day create? Because most of the governors in Nigeria.
What do you mean by day-to-day?
No, what I want to say is that most of the governors in Nigeria, they are just acting like a king or a super lord. Where majority of the people living in that state.
But the issue, let me say this: if we have 3 tiers of government and we are claiming that 2 are not functioning, then why should we have them then? If you want the federal government now to be doing the duty of the state and the local government.
I quite understand what you are trying to say. I'm just trying to look at if we leave, let's take this agency away. Do you think most of these state governors, as presently constituted, will live up to their responsibility and providing electricity for people in that?
But there are people should. Let me tell you, they should not focus on the federal government in doing that, because I don't even like a situation whereby even the federal government on their own, they are not even focused on their own duty. Because there is no reason why federal government should be doing rural electrification.
Do you know?
There's no reason why. There's no reason why federal government should be engaging even in primary health care.
Yeah, I totally agree with that one. And they're still helping them, the local government. Look, I was engaging with somebody who lives in Ibadan, and I was asking
the federal government is still the one sponsoring primary schools. primary schools.
I engaged with that guy, and he was telling me not that they don't want to talk. Sometimes they talk. They send. Just give an example of what is happening in the state. They will send TOG to go and beat you up, or sometimes they just go and demolish your house. That so people sometimes are afraid to even.
I don't understand what does how is that one related to what you are talking about?
No, I'm trying to tell you something that majority of the people in the state, they are afraid to speak out sometimes. And if the people in that state are afraid to speak out, how will you see that development? Or except that government.
So are you not so what are you now trying to justify why federal government should be doing what doesn't what
No, I'm not justifying anything. For that rural agency, I just have one point against it, that they are the only one that can take electricity to the rural areas. If you leave it to
they are not the only one. Forget about it. How many rural areas have they taken?
Okay, do you agree with me that at the end of the day, even if they are going to let it state take over everything or private sector take everything, do you agree that if that is the case, then the federal government should just let the state control their resources and let them do this thing by themselves? Nobody is going to.
No, you always like all this your.
Did you know why?
Wait. You because you are not even supporting your own point. If the state, even with the resources that they have now, you are saying that they are not even doing their duty. They are not even. So how are you now sure that by the time they are controlling their resources, they are going to do what they are not doing now?
Okay, thank you. That was a very good question. The reason why I always advocate for state resource control is that this will first reduce the power, the fighting for power at the center. This will reduce a lot of agitation. Peace will set in, relative peace.
Remy, we are not talking about agitation.
Let me finish.
We are talking about the responsibility of the state governor and the local government chairman. Even with the money, with the resources that is available to them now, you also said it, they are not doing what they're supposed to do. So I is now controlling more resources now will now enable them to do what they're supposed to do.
Okay, the question is this: as we stand today, the state governor is supposed to let the local government do exactly, collect their own allocation, and then do whatever they can do in their local government. But unfortunately, they are not being allowed to do it. And some that they gave free hand.
So now, if these state governors that are not allowing the local government to function now, by the time they are now controlling more resources, is that when they will allow them to function?
So do you know why they will now do a lot of things? I will tell you the reason. Because at that particular moment, everybody in Nigeria will already know that there's no money coming from Abuja on the 25th and 26th anymore. People, and then most active state governor will now, if they tax their people more, the people will also talk because they will speak out. Because this time around, it's not.
So now you said they are being stifled now. They are afraid. So that time, that's when they will now have the boldness. When they will now have the effort to talk.
Well, the reason why I said so is that because at that time, the state governor will want to generate more revenue. And in generating more revenue, there's no way it's not going to tax his people or whatever, or give or something like that. And when the people in the state contribute more money
so you think that because people are contributing less in the state now, that's why they are not focusing on their
because
state?
there is no the way they get the money.
So the people that are they contributing more to the federal? Why do they focus on the federal?
The reason why they can get huge amount of money is that at least the federal government still can get a lot of money from multinational corporation and also from our Commonwealth, the oil they also sell every month. So, and they also find a way to generate more revenue. But most of it, some states in Nigeria are not contributing nothing to the federal purse or minimum to the federal purse. What I'm trying to say is that
hold on, Remy, it's not the federal government's fault that those states are not producing. The only resources the state Nigeria and the federal government controls is crude and mineral resources. In terms of agriculture and many other ways states can generate income, they are free to do that. So
I am not saying they are not free to do that. But whether you contribute, you are free to make money. At the end of this, if you are going to export whatever they are going to take out from your state. You still have to go through the federal government agencies. At the end
You,
of the day.
you know the problem, we are the one giving excuse. You that you
I'm
are
not
talking
giving
about.
excuse. Why should I?
No,
Yeah.
that's what you are doing. You are giving,
No. Oh, you did not get me.
No, what I understand Remy want to say, you can, if you look at it logically, Remy is right too. Because if they are giving the money directly to the local government, the state is not tampering with it. And it will be more easy for me now if I don't have
It's
water.
not, Nigerian man. What we are talking, let me tell you. He said, I asked a question that why should federal government be involved in rural electrification? If local government cannot do it, it should be the function of the state, because those are the ones that are closer to the people, not federal government to go and be putting electricity in one village in my state. That's what I had. And she said because the state are not functioning, they are not taking their responsibility. The same to you that you are saying that the state are not functioning, and you are now want to accrue more resources to the state that are not functioning.
But that is the way to go. When we talk about federal state,
that.
No, let me see, one thing I believe that we work in that country, because if you look at during the military, when local government were functioning, all of us, we can see the impact. We can see local government building road, building school, vaccinating people in the school, you understand? They will come to school to check, to sanitize the school, to look at the toilet everywhere. But since the local government died during Obasanjo, that is when all these things reverse. We are suffering it today. Because the local government, we are getting their money direct. You see your local government, you see your councillor in your ward, you meet him, he's living with you. You carry your problem to him. You don't need to be taking of even governor. Nobody think of administrative.
Nigerian man, there are so many things. Like let me give you for example now. Many Nigerians don't know that electricity is not the responsibility of the federal government now. But we are still asking.
Not after the 2023 now.
No, just wait now. And this, so at least I can mention like 3 states now that they are already started building their own electricity.
Yes,
I think
Abia
State, Lagos State, Edo State.
Yes.
I think Akwa Ibom or something like that. So, but you still see Nigerians still talking about. And in fact, you still see presidential aspirant still talking about saying that they are going to be the one providing the electricity.
Those those Obi, they don't know anything that is going on in Nigeria. All those Nigerian politics is just insult me, I insult you. That is only their own manifesto. They don't know anything. You ask them anything, they don't know. They don't know. Look at Obi.
Nigerian man, when he was having that interview with Seyi Okinbaloye, Seyi Okinbaloye is also a very biased interviewer. Why can't Seyi Okinbaloye tell him in that interview that look, electricity is no more in the hand of federal government. It has now been liberalized totally.
Shehu know. What I are saying. Do you think because they are just on TV?
Shehu knows the truth. Shehu knows.
He doesn't know. He forgets. Shehu, because you see, the problem we have. We have short memory and everything. Don't think that Shehu may have gone before she can remember. Before we remember that one. What the right question we don't ask it because all of us we move with. See what Shehu be asking people. You just move. You just want to order to be forming as if he's the judge. That is not the question. Have your notes. Have your question. Don't let them come and give you false information. No, this is what is the ministry record. Don't you see Charles Agulu? You can't go there and be talking. We give you.
Nigerian, I think what the Nigerian media does, they scrutinize the government more than the opposition.
Thank you. It's like they want the government to
change. And then if you want a change, why can't you? I think in fact what they're supposed to be doing is to scrutinize the opposition more than the government. At least everybody have seen what the government has done. The opposition that are coming, that are promising that okay, this is what they are going to do, they are the one that is supposed so that will not make the same mistake that we have been making.
Exactly.
They will ask you a question. We'll tell you 20 seconds. What kind of question is that one?
And they won't allow you
to respond in 20 seconds in the question.
Yeah, they won't even allow they won't allow him or her to speak. They will cut him. They will do that. It's like and that is why some people are right. They are just there to protect some kind of interest. Because sometimes, if I ask question and I want the truth, and the man is telling me, I know what he's telling me is a lie. Tell me how you are going to do it. We are already tired of all of this thing. Give me 1, 2, 3, 4 steps. How you are going to do it?
They will go and bring okay, look now. Arise will go and bring one APC chieftain from my ward in Edo. It will not be asking him policy of Tinubu as if the man is in the DESCO. He's a decision maker in Aso Rock. What kind of question is that? If you want to ask about work, why can't you call the Minister of Labour and invite him or go to his office?
Yes, exactly.
That is the way it's done in abroad. If you want to talk about security, Minister of Defense, he will not be asking me one chieftain in Gongola, in one village. He would not brought me and be asking me about security. I'm not in school. Am I making any decision? I'm a member, but does that mean make a decision in the party?
We'll see what transpired over the weekend. That NBA election, when the server died, glitches everywhere for more than 4 hours. At the end of the day, thousands of people were unable to vote. You see, all this opposition, everybody just kept quiet, blah. And when they were doing the electoral reform, and people are saying there is no electronic voting, say no, we must have electronic voting. The same, all of these lawyers, go to all this Arise TV. No, it's electronic. Now they did it by themselves. And some of them already started. The guy that came second said he's going to go to court.
No, they already in court. They went to fight their case today now. That
there's so many cliches, so many things. We are not ready for they are not doing electronic voting like that. What do you mean electronic voting? The so-called America, how many people are doing electronic voting?
Why did you take your time to bring meaning? Why did you take your time?
Nigeria is the one. Okay, Simba, can you give me one more topic so that I can allow other people to make their own submission? I'm talking about rural electrification.
You'll be talking. You'll be talking for 30 minutes. I was driving. Now your voice is everywhere.
I think you are just deliberately wanting.
I just said should go. It's not 30 minutes. So.
It's not 30 minutes. So Simba, give me one more topic.
Remy and Ola part 2.
Simba, give me one more topic.
I think those are the major topics.
But at the same time, I must also accuse you because the second topic.
I really enjoy you guys lecturing to Nigeria. People were telling you about Miracle Center. Why are you defending so? What exactly were you defending for?
You don't even know the meaning of Miracle Center.
Don't take us back to that.
He asked me a question. He won't let me talk.
Already move on. I beg.
Let's scrutinize this.
Okay. Do you know how long I've been listening to you, these guys? I was driving for like over 2 hours, and I've been listening to you. And you are now saying I should not. And when I have time to even respond. I know Simba know exactly where I'm coming from, but you should not mention it. So I've been listening to you, and to Nigeria, they listen to people sometimes now. How would they be lecturing you, and you just want to argue for the sake of argument?
Ola, you know what I notice about Tunaija these days? Tunaija is just like Obi. He's a complete liar now. You know, let me talk. You can respond to me.
Wow, you guys
whenever you talk,
you wouldn't even let me respond. That's a liar. Wow.
When you want to lie, he will say he was one that usually have conversation with Russian, Ugandan. He has conversation with everybody to support his view. You understand? And I know all those things is a lie. You understand? This morning, the people that he has conversation with an Uganda today, and he has conversation with the people that are the new supporters of Tinubu, and they told him that the reason why they are
all over the country. I was hearing when I was in bed.
I don't even know when you talk, and you think that the people that you are talking to here, they are mentally retarded.
The same majority of Nigeria. How do you mention them? Yeah, you take the.
I don't even know how many people did you even talk to that you not say majority. I don't even know. Don't talk to anybody.
I didn't hear what you are referring to. The majority of Nigerians did what?
They said it's a supporter of Tinubu now. That the majority.
The one that joined him, that not the one that came with him, the one that joined him since he came into office. I'm telling you, that's what I've been hearing. So this
Do
is not
you know too much lies?
No, Obi said when he become president, he will talk to 230. He will talk to 230,000 Nigerians.
How many? Let's even ask him. How many people did you talk to?
At least 3 different politicians, and they're all saying the same thing.
And so, because you talk to 3 people, you now make an inference.
Hold on, Simba now. And as quarter you be quoting statistics. Don't you know
It's
that?
not that is what they are saying and how it makes sense. It makes sense that they are doing
So,
it.
how do you not generalize it? How do you not come? You talk to 3 people and you say majority.
Let me give 2 Nigeria warnings.
You know that was all of them.
When you lie too much, by the time you are reincarnating or coming back to this world next time, you know, you don't want to go and become an animal that will be lying you, like cuttlefish, like chimpanzee or ravens, that you understand. So it's good for you to do good now.
How are you guys so good at talking about things that are irrelevant to the point, but never address the point? The argument was about Peter Obi. The argument was about Peter Obi didn't do much for his state in terms of improving the education system, because I use education as one of them. He said, no, they didn't, because they were just cheating. That they were cheating. Then I said, okay, fine, let me.
Okay, why will Obino close medical center?
This is my point. They don't want the truth to come out. So they said, okay, let's check the cheating now. What are they cheating? I said, let me verify. Okay, I said, okay, they actually closed some centers in this in Anambra.
Why did they some?
No, 400 and something, not 200 and something, 400 and something.
They are not even some.
486. How many come in school for Anambra?
So how many centers they have the
host? Let me finish.
How many centers they have in the host?
Go and check police station and you see that they have a lot of politicians. So these are private institutions, so they close 400 and something.
It's only 12 private institutions. It's only 12. It's only 12 private institutions.
Let me finish. Then we checked again. I said, okay, are these things present in other states? They said yes. Then I also checked, did this closure affect the ranking of
is other schools contesting for president?
Calm down now, calm down.
No, it's other schools contesting. We are talking about Obi. Why are you going to other states?
Oh, see, this is what I don't like. This is what I don't like. He's blocking me.
No,
now.
You are shifting goalposts too much.
You are trying. No. I'm not shifting goalposts. I'm literally addressing the
point. Of course, we are talking about Obi want to become a president, not other states.
He's blocking the statement.
All right,
I said, let me check. Because the whole point is that the reason why Anambra got up in ranking was because of the cheating, isn't it? That was the argument. That's why that argument was made. Said, okay, let's check. After they closed those institutions now, did they drop down? No, they didn't drop down. They still remain in top 3.
They were from number 1 to 3. Don't you see it? From 1 to 3, they were 1.
The very next year, they were still number 1. The very next year, they were the year after that, they went to number 2. They are still revolving around 1, 2 to 3.
No, since 2014, they closed the Obiano came back and closed that school. Once is number from there, they jumped to number 3. Okay, maybe by now.
They closed it in 2014. And 2015, they were still they were number 1.
It's okay. We are.
I don't know why you're saying that. I'm looking at it right here. 2015, Anambra maintained top position after they closed those things. I don't know why you keep want to tell you lies.
What I can conclude is even you that you come here and you just be talking as if you love that country. It's not, you didn't like that country. The issue is that you just wanted your own candidate to be at the helm of affairs. That's why you are doing your criticism. Because if you are defending this kind of thing, I don't even know why you cannot even condemn it for it to even happen in the first place. For you to even condemn it, you cannot even condemn it.
I have problem with Nigerians. We are grown men here. We are supposed to be charging our children to tell the truth and everything. I just gave you the information. I didn't deny that those
for you to even let me ask you.
You said give us information. We had you here. You didn't know we educated you on it. You didn't know. You are laughing that nothing like that exists. That we have more to
My original argument was about Peter Obi doing something to improve the educational outcomes in that state.
Which was a fraudulent thing.
You were the ones that were actually being fraudulent by using that argument as a reason that it was that Peter Obi didn't do anything because
Jesus Christ, this guy. Do you know what he said? Do you know what he did? to create 486, almost 500 miracle center, exam and practice center.
Are you saying Peter Obi is the one?
Why you guys encouraging? You said the one that is not to go. You are encouraging criminality.
Are you saying Peter Obi was the one that created the centers?
Yes, now.
So okay, if he's the one that
Obi not come. After he take over, that is when WAEC now said no. All they will not look at it. They now understand that there's 400 and something center there that they are doing exam and practice. That's when Obi take power in 2014. Now they want to delete them. Obi make they now set this thing to.
Nigerian. You know the problem. The two Nigerian, please let me see what I want to see. Please wait. You know, if something like that is happening under the so-called Mr. Integrity, the man that is a messiah, and you don't see anything wrong, and it now takes the next person that came after him to remove those center, it speaks a lot. Whether they are even first or second, it's not even relevant.
You see what you said just now. You can make that argument. You see what I'm saying? When somebody makes a coherent argument, you respond to it. When they are making facetious argument, you can't respond to it. Like what you just said about, okay, if he's so transparent and is against corruption, how did he allow such a thing to happen? That is a fair question to ask.
That is the point from the beginning.
No, but the original point was whether he improved the educational system.
He asked you, let me forget. Simba asked you, say somebody like Obi that you are defending, create social thing, exam and practice center. You said, you laughed. You said this is making it up. That is why I now log in to come and counter you that no.
But Peter Obi didn't create it.
Okay, hold on. Who created it? Only which tenure? No. Wait. We don't know which tenure was that.
It wasn't only during his tenure they created 486 schools.
Let me give you one example. As you speak now, there are approximately 581 SSC examination center across Anambra State as of 2026. Now, do you know what it means to close down 480 something far back as like 10 years ago?
2014. It
simply means that almost half of Anambra examination center were miracle center. Now, you are looking at that thing as a small deal. Hold on. You are looking at that thing as small deal. Do you know how many people must have benefited from that examination and malpractice and are carrying that thing into generations? See, let me tell you one thing. You are okay. Look at it this way. Let's say you have 1,000 students. You understand? And 486 of them committed examination malpractices. You understand? They cheated to pass. And they are now outside now to compete with people that pass genuinely competent. Do you really know the type of damages? Okay, if you are not getting it, look at what the lack of proper.
Obi was even rewarded them 1 million.
Hold on, sir. Look at what the lack of education in the North alone is doing to other parts of the country by the way of quota system. They are diluting others. So when you look at the implication of this thing very well, I think you want to argue less when we are saying this thing. What is not good is not good. Because if as at 2026 we have 581 SSC examination center, and back in 2014, 2015 alone, they cancel 486, and we are here praising the author. You understand? The alpha and omega of that examination. This thing. So let me tell you one thing. When you do something fraudulently and you now want to whitewash it, something fraudulent is fraudulent, no matter how you want to say it. And you are now saying now whether that thing, is it the reason those people came third or second, whichever year. Let me tell you this thing. Even as they eradicated that 486, if I can't even call it residual, the people that perpetrated that kind of fraudulent thing, they will not easily give up. They will transfer their skill even to the centers that were left, because that's what was feeding them. Do you think they will stay? So you will still see the traces of them even handling that fraudulent examination and practices in the remaining schools. So, see, I don't know. There are some things that we are not even to argue at all, to be honest. So
now you are, hold on.
that,
So are you now saying that because after they closed them down, they transferred that their data to that's ability to cheat to the schools, and that's why they did very well? How about the other states that have them too, like Lagos? What does that mean? Lagos even have more.
Don't divert. Let's focus on Christ. Don't divert.
No, because no, I'm not diverting because you are making an
argument. Who is contesting for president? Is Obi?
Hold on. I'm literally connecting into your argument because you are saying that it's because of those institutions. That's why the states are doing well. I'm not sure that is necessarily the case because the other states have them. We don't say because they have them. That's why they are
Can we move forward? Ola, this guy, you know him now. This is not the first time we'll be doing this now.
It doesn't correlate. My problem is that it doesn't correlate because they have those things.
It's not saying
you know my own take is about because we started this argument by saying that the guy is more transparent, he has integrity, and that was why I raised those things. This same guy, I remember in March when this same Malami that now forfeited almost 300 billion naira worth of property, immediately he was released from prison. Obi was the first person to go to Kebbi to go and greet this guy. And this is the person that is claiming that he has integrity, want to fight corruption, and is whining and dining with corrupt people.
And you went to visit Gumi now. Sit down with Gumi.
So I don't even know.
What you went to Isa Patami to visit Isa Patami? I beg you. 7 years and 9 months, no local government election. This Vito met today that the president go and listen to their interview. I don't know when to
Nigerian, what happened me is that so-called integrity.
Go to Netherlands and go and hear about Obi. They are swearing in Anambra, the old women. I don't know where these people that
my issue with what we are saying is where everything we are attributing to Peter Obi, that he is the one that created the school. No, but there's no evidence that he's the one that created the schools.
Who was there before Obiano?
It's not about.
Why do we do
let me wait. Nigeria, nobody says let's agree he was not the one that created it. But it was under his government because he ruled that this thing happened in 2014 when he was about leaving. So that means for 8 years of his rule in that state, he didn't know that such a thing was happening. And immediately he left. The next person, his successor, was able to identify it. What does that one tell you about the person?
His successor was no. It tells you that he didn't take care of that problem. That is a fact.
He's the problem person. That's what it tells you.
No, it doesn't tell you whether
let me tell you, he cannot claim ignorance of those centers.
Obiano was brought to Obiano's attention by WAEC, not just by Obiano doing it himself. The WAEC people were the ones complaining that he appears.
You can see why Nigeria cannot move forward because you two now
Are you trying to tell me that Obiano was just did it out of the goodness of his heart?
A fraudulent person. You are defending.
Hold on. Are you trying to tell me that Obiano? No, I want you to tell me now. Obiano did it out of the goodness of his heart.
No. The attention was brought by WAEC. Fine. And NEPO. Fine. But wait. Obiano was just the first year in the office. Abi second year. So
first year.
2013. 2014. Okay, the first year. So if for good 8 years, that thing because Obi will brag today that when he come to Anab, when he take over as a governor, they were as number 27 in WAEC. He brought them to 27. That is when all this medical center he created to bring them to number 1 from 27. That pick it there.
You see now you
are you know the funny thing. Let us
you can't just start from there. Hold on, let me respond to that point because this is exactly their allegation. They are trying to make it look like it was under Peter Obi this started, and then he used it to.
Yes, because before Obi, Anambra was number 27 in WAEC. Wait. Before Obi became a governor, Anambra was number 27 in WAEC. When Obi said himself, He said he handed over the school, he reformed the education system. Then we are number 1 in WAEC. This will be what?
The reform he did was about converting it to putting it in the hands of private churches and religious organizations. So you cannot tell me religious organizations are busy looking for a way to cheat.
This guy know this model.
Hold on a moment. Wait,
this is something that started in the 80s. I gather that this stuff
started he gave it to church, and church now gave him Miracle Center. Is that what you mean?
No, he transferred I wouldn't say he transferred, he linked church and education. The same thing he did with hospitals. And we are not saying the hospitals are busy.
The church now gave him Miracle Center. You see the problem?
I think the problem Peter Obi was trying to deal with is that Nigerian state itself, they've been running themselves, they are very, very corrupt. So he wanted to bring church and that's in terms of religion and these institutions together to reduce the corruption. We all know the religion
Let us be honest, my brother.
Hold on. Let me see what I'm saying. I'm not going to go on. Now, let me just tell you what I'm saying. In healthcare, he did the same thing, and we are not saying people are dying because he did the same thing. So
he didn't do anything. They strike for 13 months. If it's your country where you are, healthcare strike for 2 weeks.
You are not even eating to Nigeria very well. Now, when he was claiming the glory for the performance,
taking them to number 1.
When he was claiming glory for it, it was okay for campaign. But when we now discover the fraud around that place now, it was not the one that created it.
For good 8 years.
All of a sudden. What double standard? You start from the mouth. You understand? When nobody was digging into it, but when they dig into it, maybe it's not the one. You understand? But we know that it's not the one that they dismantled it. So come on, let's just talk. Let's
not the one that dismantled for good 8 years. He was there. And Obi told you when he take over power, Anambra was number 27 in WAEC. And when he come, he take them to number 1. How? And after he now left office, the first year of the predecessor, we now saw that WAEC now detect 400. But they must look at it. Why is this place always the same mark every year? Why the same mark? That is why they will not go investigation. And that's what Miracle Center.
Probably it was even the one blocking it before that time. Maybe
before that time. Because you have commissioner for
why did it not happen immediately? He left.
He left. It didn't even take 2 years or 3 years.
No, 2 years. It was
immediately left. It didn't even take like 2 years or 3 before they now know. Instantly just left. They have to switch it.
Was not covering it now.
They are telling you are using it to campaign, but they are telling you the atrocity in it.
What you are doing is wrong. What you are doing is wrong because if we go into this thing, something that other states have to.
No, don't go that way. Don't go that way. This is basically telling us that structure of criminality is Mr. Integrity.
You shouldn't be interrupting me the moment I open my mouth.
No, we are not interrupting you because you are just trying to go.
No, because you are trying to stop me from talking.
No,
literally, you are trying to stop me from talking.
Face the person that tell you. Bible never told you now. For example, is integrity, Mr. Integrity. This is the person that tells you that is Jesus Christ. That is why we are telling you are not Jesus Christ.
He never said he was Jesus Christ. Actually, he said, "Go and check his record."
Then we are checking now. We are giving you.
It's record.
Let me see what I'm saying.
Let me say.
I can still give you another more 3.
Actually, if you want to scrutinize to be very well, there is nothing to write home about. To be frank, nothing to write home about. It didn't do anything special. The IGRI was not increased.
He's talking about education today. This is the person that tells us that education is not for poor. This is the people that tell us that education is not for poor. This is the person that tell you education. I will do education. I will do this. I love education. But he told us education.
I think it's just an opportunist. and as an opportunist, you only have the opportunity once, and that was 2023, and that is the end of it. Everybody knows the truth. Even you too, Niger, if they put you side by side, which will be to go and do debate, you will defeat him massively. It does not know how to even answer questions. It does not even instill aura in people. I mean, it does not even instill confidence in people. That is not a leader talk.
So that is why he got 1/3 of the vote in his first time.
I'm telling you, it's an opportunist vote. And then, okay, luckily for us, let me say this.
Since then, and they lost your polling unit. Since then, why has it not come one councillor?
Luckily for Obi,
all those are protests for SARS, all those things. Everybody was angry with Buhari because they are baptized in the name of Fulani. That is when all those people begin to look at Obi. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's just an opportunity.
This is the first time these guys are. I believe this is the first time Nigeria is knowing anything about Nigerian politics. This is the first time. Maybe this 2020.
Actually, I know a lot about Nigeria.
No, you don't know a lot. Everything you always say it doesn't go with what is happening.
The way I
if you don't even understand Miracle Center, what it means, you have to break it down to you.
The way I profile
you just talk over them. So hopefully they will agree with you. You have to hold on now. He's talking.
It's me, Remy. I have a feeling that one of your parents is from southeastern part, or you are married to one of the people from southeastern part. I know that, to be frank, through your ability, inside you, your conscience, you know that Peter Obi does not want it. Inside you, you know the truth. Yes, that's the truth. I know you very well. So you know it does not want it. Even if you are saying, okay, we don't want Tinubu anymore. You know, if we are thinking
be careful, they will go and flog him in the damage.
Let him go. I know that I'm right about him now. So you know inside his head that the guy is not up to expectation. Because if you have to pick a candidate to contest, if you want to pick somebody
you want to finish what you are saying, because you
let me what I'm just trying to tell you, tonight, guys, that most of you guys know that this guy does not have the capability or capacity to really govern a country like Nigeria. It's true. When you look at the other people he's contesting against, those people have went through a lot in their political career. Are you going to talk about Atiku from 1992? Or are you going to talk about Bola Tinubu, the same team from 1992? They've went through a lot. They have built men and women into various important positions in Nigeria, be it senators, governors, House of Rep member. Check, this is Nigeria. Politics is local. Let's put it side by side with Obi. How many men has this guy built? How many people can really come out from his past cabinet? Look at Tinubu. Some of the commissioners that were with him in the 1990s and 2000, they were now ministers, and he continued to bring up new faces every time. Please check your conscience and tell yourself, do you think this Obi can do like that?
Of course he can. I don't know why
he cannot. You cannot.
Hold on, you see that now you want to start. You see that you want to talk over me. You see, this is the problem. You don't let people talk. You finish talking.
I will say this and then you talk. Now, since 2022, I will say this. I will keep quiet.
You like to colonize everything.
I will say this and I will keep quiet.
You're not doing it.
I want to put it in front of you and then you continue. Since 2022 to 2026, can you give us 5 names of people that have gained from Obi in terms of mentorship, in terms of getting into important position and have excel very well? That would be my question to you.
Repeat the question, please.
My question is that since 2022 to 2026, 2022 was that before the election, and this is 2026. Can you give us 5 names that Obi have mentored them, and some of these guys have gotten some position, a public position in Nigeria, and what are their achievements? I want you to give me 5 names.
In terms of names, I don't have names that Peter Obi has mentored and gone on to hold public offices, but he does have legacies of what he has done. And
so you are not answering my question. So that's it. So deep down in your conscience, you know it's not.
Can you let me talk? So you want me to only talk about what you just asked me about, not about
you will talk about anything. I
just
want you to know. You do not answer my question. You can go ahead and give your
about the speech that you gave, that I'm kind of biased in any way. See, if I'm so biased, go and ask AI between the two people. Go to different AI platforms between the two people based on their record. Which one would actually make a better leader for Nigeria? You are going to find out that many of them will still point towards Peter Obi. Maybe, I don't know whether the results has changed now because Tinubu has had some record in office. Because during the time we did it, I think it was last year, we did this exercise. I think it was on this platform we did that exercise. And when as a matter of fact, I allowed you. Hold on. You see that now you won't let me finish. I allowed you guys to actually ask the question.
Say what you want to say. Don't start.
Hold on. Let me finish. It's what they are doing now. It's what they are doing. They want to start. You finish talking. You finish. I'll let you finish talking.
Continue. I'll keep quiet for you.
He always do the same thing to you. Also, he do the same thing to everybody. So
I gave you the option of asking the questions, and it still came out with Peter Obi. Because in Nigeria, what we tend to do is that we tend to model things up. We tend to model things up. We say Peter Obi educational achievement is because they were cheating. This one is this one because he's taking money here. Oh, why did he leave money in the coffers? Because he should have done all the projects in the state. No, just because you have money doesn't mean you spend everything. If you have a home, it doesn't mean you don't have problems. Do you spend all your money on your home? You reserve money in case of rainy days. But no, Nigerians, everything to criticize, they will just criticize just for the sake of it. He saved money is a bad thing.
Let me ask you, why should a state be saving money when they have a lot of problems that they can use the money to solve?
Because you have to also have reserve in case you need money for rainy days.
Let me tell you, this is somebody that claims to be a businessman. Even as a businessman, you can't be saving money. You need to borrow money to grow. You don't. You can't have. What do you mean by reserve? How can you say you as a businessman you have reserve? If you want to grow as a businessman, you have to even borrow money to grow.
The Germans run their economy in such a way that they paid off their debts. They paid off.
I beg you. You just like to be defending things that are not even making sense.
No, you can't force somebody for not stealing money and keeping the money. If that means he stole the money, I can say yes. I don't know why you are criticizing somebody. I can hear your criticism. Hold on. I can hear your criticism when you say that maybe you should have invested.
Please hold on. Who is Nicholas?
Let me say something.
Guys, hold on.
Hold on. You come meet me here. You just come.
I hear when someone want to speak.
You took over. You met me here. I've been here for almost 2 hours.
Who is Nicholas? There are 3 Nicholas on the screen, so we have to drop 2 of them. I be moderator. No, they look. There are 3 Nicholas. Which one, Nicholas? Which one do you have? Because you are going to kill the remaining 2 out.
And the only one we can see, Ola. I mean, something is wrong with your screen.
There are 2 because Ola is the moderator. That's why he knows. There are 3. There are 2 at the backstage.
Okay.
I will kick the remaining 2 out of the studio. Okay. So Midwest, continue with your word. That's why they say they fire about sometimes you don't even know where someone wants to speak.
Good morning. See, what I want to say is this: to Nigeria, you have allowed these IPOP people to hijack you so long, and trying to. Wait, hold on.
Oh my God! It's like you want to see my soul.
Hold on a moment. Trying to take you back now is not. It's going to require a lot of work anyway. We'll continue to do it. The thing I want to tell you is this: Obi doesn't have any capacity to rule Nigeria. Example number 1: Labour Party. He failed woefully to even manage party level. Because that party not supposed to fall if Obi is truly a leader. Those kind of problems they were having, these are just minor issues. You not related to Nigeria. Now, when you mention where Obi is coming from, Nigerians don't go to that side compared to the way other tribes host Nigerians generally. Someone that is ruling Lagos today is like meaning Nigeria. Someone that is ruling Edo is like you are ruling meaning Nigeria. And so many places, even Kano, all those kind of complicated places in Nigeria. So if you are comparing Anambra, these are just centrally Igbo, I can say singular culture. You understand me? So Obi is not even qualified to be a good leader. When he was even that governor, he refused to conduct local government election. Obi is so desperate. Now his running mate for beer. Obi is a beer dealer. They have not been able to iron that issue, but they decide to play it down just because they are deceiving Nigeria that they are coming to change things around and Obi will just rule 4 years. Let us be honest. Tell me any African leader that have promised you that I will rule 4 years and everything will stop there and they stop. Those who fought independence.
You don't sign agreement with Kwankwaso. You don't go sign agreement. I fear that man. That is desperate.
So they now, yeah. So if you look at everything, all indication, I understand that we are in a very terrible situation. I'm so disappointed about my leaders anyway, so many areas, because they are not actually solving problems. They're just accumulating more problems for the next generation to come. But if you look at the ones that are telling us we are better than these guys that are ruling us, you look at them from head to toe. Is it Atiku? For me, if I look at Atiku when he speaks about governance, I will say, may God forbid. Anybody that made that guy the president of Nigeria, they finish that country. He cannot manage Nigeria as well. So don't stop selling this I will manage to show from those guys anyway, because
even Kwankwaso must be a fool because he knows that such kind of agreement is not binding anyway.
They will chase him out. You know, just preparing to do that.
The only thing I will tell to Nigeria, look, you better bail your brain from this IPOB platform people that is trying to tell you Igbo have the solution, trying to take it to tribal level. Tribal level is seeking Igbos more than any other tribe in Nigeria because they started this nonsense. I'm telling you the truth. Nobody hates them. People were willing to work with them even 10 years ago, more than the way it is today. Until they started putting hair out of everybody.
Midwest.
So this is just my submission.
Midwest.
Okay, sorry, Remy.
Let me say this. Just 1 minute and then you will say whatever you want to say. When they were having that interview with Kwankwaso, when Kwankwaso said he signed an agreement with Obi, Kwankwaso did not tell us that if Obi spent 4 years, how many years are you going to spend if you win? He did not mention that one. So who is? It's like two stupid monkeys.
You know, he said they signed two. It was 2 agreements they signed. No.
Yes, there were 2 between party.
One with the party, one with them.
So you want to go for 8 years?
No, one between him and Obi, and one with the party.
Yes, that's what I said. I said one with the party and one between both of them.
For the first time, I now know that.
You can even see how can Obi be engaging in that kind of
oh my God, that guy, no. Just the big
and Nigeria will be defending that kind of person.
That guy is great. They say no, not be Igbo way be this one.
So we will not spend 4 years. Kwankwaso will not spend 8 years. Is that what Kwankwaso is telling? It's very funny. Really.
So maybe before Kwankwaso joined him, the condition Kwankwaso gave him is that okay, you're only going to spend 4 years, and the guy went dumbly and signed such an agreement.
Even if they win, Kwankwaso will be the ruler. He's going to be the one that is ruling.
No, the Kwankwaso know that they will not win, so that next 2031, Kwankwaso will have legends. I supported him because he want to become a president by them.
Yeah,
they must support him.
That means to be
sorry, is Madam Zita there? Madam Zita, are you there?
Yeah.
Madam Zita.
She's not around.
She's not around. If she's around, she will make that submission.
No. It's better I call that.
When he becomes a president, we'll be sweeping us all up. So
if he signs an
let's leave. You know, Nigeria is the only one defending Obi.
You can't be interrupting me when I'm talking. Now you are talking your own. See, if Peter Obi sign an agreement with him, that's their own problem. I don't know why people are making a fuss about whether.
What do you mean? They want to become leader of the country, so they should not talk about them. What I
No,
want.
I don't know why you should be questioning whether he's going to do it.
What I'm questioning is now, it shows that
you
the
know
guy
what
is
you are
not,
doing to
is not a
yourself.
leadership material.
That's not our problem. That's not our problem.
Tunaja, do you know what you are doing
Our
to
country.
yourself? You know, you are trying to carry yourself.
Is it your constitution? Is it constitutional? Your constitution allow that?
Tunaja, you are trying to carry yourself as if you are well enlightened, that you seems to be more enlightened than so many
You
people.
don't understand Tunaja. When it's
Hold
conscious.
on, no, let me land it now. Now, see what you are doing to yourself. When we reveal the fraudulent activities that is behind this Obi narrative to you, you are struggling very hard to jungle between lies and the truth. Then the secondly, now you are seeing something now. If it were to be another person and they said, okay, sign agreement with Kwankwaso just to spend one time, you understand? Everyone would have been let loose since that you'll be framing differently. Now, I know, does it make sense for someone to be desperate to say you want to write your fundamental human rights away, but not only that, but you know that thing is not even enforceable, and you are saying setting bad precedents, for example. Why will you go and sign that kind of thing when you know that even after getting to that place that you are not likely to drop that thing?
Online is still part of his lies and deceit now. It's part of his lies and deceit.
Exactly. Because you are seeing this
How
thing
you are so insecure that you're talking one after the other. You don't even say, oh, let me respond to this accusation. Let me respond.
You are the way response is not
so insecure that you all have to have, sing over each other, group think kind of mentality.
Is that not what people do your platform too?
You have accused Peter Obi.
Don't be waiting that they do for your platform be that too. Why are you not blaming somebody what you do?
No, it's not my platform. Whatever platform I'm hosting, I'm quite dispassionate about these things. I don't care what your opinion is. My own task is to ensure the truth comes out. Not like a journalist.
The almost passed only. Everybody gang up against it because it's
Yoruba. Not because it's Yoruba, because of some things.
Your mission is to make sure that the truth come out. The one you are doing here, when you are manipulating, when we are bringing out the truth, but you are trying to drown the truth.
See, hold on. You see
what an irony.
Let's see, what you don't see is when
basically you are trying to drown the truth.
No, I'm not closing it down. I'm not closing it down. When I agree with you, like when you said there were miracle centers, I was skeptical, but I found out that they did exist. And I was skeptical also. I supported you when somebody criticized Peter Obi for not closing these centers and before Obiano. So these are valid criticisms. If you want to criticize somebody in a valid manner, there's no issue with it. But hold on. But to say that 486 center that they are talking about, that is tied to Reno Omokri, something that he shared, and everybody just carries it as if it's just a natural.
What are you talking about? What did Punch? 2014 report. There's video of this. Oh my God!
It was a newspaper. It was wait now to Nigeria. Wait now. Wait. Reno Omokri is not the journalist. Wait, it was not the one that reported it. It was even carried by newspaper during that time.
It was carried, but the source of the information came from Reno Omokri.
It's not the source. The information is there for everybody. Don't link it alone to Reno Omokri. Maybe
why you not finding in your ChatGPT when you read it?
You know the same thing is accused of Abia State. When Abia State comes from, they will say
Is it Reno Omokri that writing your ChatGPT? Yes or no?
Hold on now. Yes. You see.
Oh my God. So everything you are reading to us, all this for your ChatGPT.
Come on, man. You are stopping people from talking. It's not.
You are not talking, man.
Tunaja, you now have a new name.
Don't try to be muting me, Tunaja. Don't mute me again.
You are not letting me talk.
Don't try that nonsense. I'm muting again.
I'll mute you again. What are you gonna do?
Don't do that.
I don't know what you're talking about. You shouldn't be talking over people. You can't be doing that. We are not.
Nobody's talking over you. You are trying to.
No, you are talking over me. If you have your facts to share,
everybody does that. Everybody. Wait. You are not the only one on the
Don't
platform.
talk over me when
They
I'm
do
talking.
it.
You are trying to shut me up.
You do
Is
it
it not
for
what
other
you
people.
do? You're not talking about somebody.
Why are you always
See,
blaming
no, I don't
victim?
talk
Why are you
over you
always
actually. When
blaming
you are talking,
victim?
I don't talk over you. When you are talking, I let you
True,
finish what
Naja,
you're
I'm
saying.
looking at you. Don't let me
Then when
insult you
I'm
this
talking,
morning, eh?
you insult what you want to insult. You are going to insult yourself. Because in reality, you are supposed to let me talk. You are insulting me by interrupting me all the time. What do you think that is?
But I was talking to you, you were interrupting me.
Actually,
So why
no,
you not paying now?
interrupt you. I do not interrupt you when you are talking.
You see, you did not interrupt me. When I was giving you the figure here, were you not interrupting me?
Even if I
It's okay.
did, I would do it.
It
Well,
is
even if you did, even if you did.
okay. It is okay. It is okay. It's okay. Oh,
You
yeah,
shouldn't do that.
say
When you are
what you want
disrespecting
to
somebody,
say.
just know that you're actually disrespecting somebody. So
It's
my point
okay.
is
You
that
are not a
when
woman
Abia State,
now.
okay, I'm making the point now. You see that now, you see what he's saying now? He's interrupting me and insulting me on top of it. But it's all right. What the point I wanted to make was that Abia State also had the same problem. And what they accused Abia State of when they won this thing, when they came first, because Abia State kept coming first even after that, they kept saying that Abia State is cheating. There's always this thing where if somebody does well, they'll say they are cheating in Nigeria. And if you
So
run an
does
election,
that one? Let me ask you. Does that now nullify that news that 486 medical center? Has it nullified it? What you are saying, does it nullify it?
no.
Eh?
What it indicates is that any state that does well, they are often accused. Who is making that noise now? There's noise coming from somewhere. I think that was probably Remy. Yeah. So
Remy
like any
is
state
playing fine niche music for us.
yeah, leave him now. Whenever any state gets the highest score, they will accuse them of cheating. It's the name of it is a pattern. And just like in nearly every election in Nigeria, whenever anybody wins, they will accuse them of rigging. But they forget that almost everybody rigs. So this is the problem with the country. And this
Okay,
is
let
how
me
it
ask you
happens
this.
in education.
To Nigeria, let me ask you this. You know, there was a time when this guy built a house for the judges in Abuja, and Obi was criticizing him, say why will he that in US, in whatever, that they don't do that. You remember?
I think I've had Peter Obi criticized building.
Do you know that when Peter Obi when he was governor, he bought cars for the traditional rulers, he bought cars for the judges, and even bought cars for the people. I mean, even the House of Assembly, National House of Assembly, not State of Assembly. Are you aware of that?
Yeah. No, I'm not aware of that.
So
But,
you cannot. So that is that is what we are saying about. Wait, let me finish what I want to say. That is what we used to say about the guy. You know, the guy talked from both sides of his mouth. What he did, maybe he has forgotten that people still remember what he did as a governor. He bought 127 vehicles for traditional rulers in Anambra State. He bought for judges. When he was not trying to even bribe his way to become a minister under Jonathan, he even bought for people for senators and even the rep at the national level.
Okay.
And those things are there. You know, you like ChatGPT because that's your brain. You don't have any other source. So go and fact check me.
Okay. So if all these things you said is true or are true, it means some of the things he has done is also questionable. This is the point. Whether he never said he was an angel, and the idea that
no. Let me tell you, don't where you are going. That is, you cannot say that I never.
Now
said.
you've interrupted me again.
What?
I let you finish your point.
We are moving. It's not interruption.
Why is it
It's
that
discussion.
you Jagaban people don't like anybody having their say?
One chapter and go
because
it's only two of us that are talking. Wait, man. To Niger, two of us we are talking. I didn't say you should not talk. Okay. You just want to have a monologue, have you?
No, I just started talking after you finished talking.
Okay, continue.
So, if what you said is true, and I'm not even being obstinate about it, I'm saying then that it deserves questioning. Because if somebody is using their position in office to procure benefits for people that actually pass laws. Yeah, you have to ask yourself, are you trying to influence their actions? What is the state of their mobility before that? Did they already have cars and you just bought new ones for them? Or these people look like they didn't have anything, they just bought it for them? Like in the case of traditional rulers, some of them are, yeah, you can argue that some of them, they don't have anything. And besides, traditional rulers don't pass laws. They may influence people, but they don't pass laws. But if you are buying for House of Assembly members and senators, yeah, you have to ask a bit of question on those ones. I think it's
You
a
know,
valid question.
why people are asking those questions. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. It's because he was condemning other people from doing the same thing. If he didn't say, Lord, if he didn't condemn other people, you know the problem with Obi, what he has done in the past, he will now be claiming ignorance of it and be condemning other people from doing the same. That is the problem, and that's why when some people are saying why is always people talking about him every time, it's because of the way he talk. Let me tell you, among the aspirants, he's not the only presidential aspirant that we have, but it's the one that will be talk everywhere, and that is why people talk about him.
I think they talk about him because a southeastern dares to try to run for office.
You see where you are going now. You see what you are going.
No, hold on. I'm telling you that what I've seen in Nigeria, before Peter Obi, the only thing you hear about Southeast is Nnamdi Kanu, Simon Ekpa, autopilot, sit at home, all those things. That's all you hear. Then suddenly a Peter Obi shows up, ran for office, won 12 states, and almost removed the current establishment from office. So it tells you that for daring to do that, yes, people will talk about you, and I think it's also valid. People talk about you, criticize you, and all the rest. It's not, you can't be insulated from this.
Let me ask you this question, Tunaja. Who talk most among all the aspirants that we have now? When last did you see even this SDP man granting interview? When did you last see him granting interview?
Actually, if you ask me, Peter Obi, compared to especially like Western countries, in short, Nigerian politicians don't talk compared to Western politicians. And
so,
that is
and if you not talk, let me say, if you are talking, when people are not responding to what you say, the obedience are now saying that why are people talking about, is it the only one? Because it's the only one that is doing everywhere. You should talk less.
Mr. Simba, 2019,
why should he not talk? I think our politicians should talk a lot more so that we know what they are up to, what their gaps are.
Let me what he's been talking now. What can you even take? What has he been talking about? Nonsense.
He has been highlighting some of the areas that he disagrees with the government. If you ask me, I don't think he's doing a very good job of it. That's my own take on it. I think Peter Obi has basically squandered quite a lot of political capital that he had, and he's going towards ADC was a terrible choice to make. As a leader, you are supposed to be able to project into the future and see what is foresight. Have an element of foresight. You're not supposed to just appear to be moving from one end to another. And the thing about Peter Obi is that people don't care about those things. They care about how he acts, how he behaves. And in societies, these things matter a lot more than people like to people like to believe. Because when you are a leader, you are not just a person. You are a symbol for how the entire system should run. If you are civil, people become more civil. If you are more transparent, people become more transparent. And that is the kind of stuff people like about him. He's not necessarily about whether he has better foresight. I don't think Peter Obi is just a person. And I think people give him too much credit, like he's just he's not a professor, he's not a PhD holder, he's not a master's degree holder. He's just a businessman. So people give him too much credit. And I think, just as I criticize him right now regarding what he's done, I can see clearly that he squandered something that I believe, if it was somebody like Wiki that had 6 million votes and 12 states, Tinubu will not sleep. Tinubu will not sleep. As a matter of fact, Tinubu will wake up screaming his name from his dreams.
Till now, you are just being smart unnecessarily. Let me also contribute now. We have been listening to your voice for a long time.
Let him be talking. Let him be talking.
Let us speak now. At least they call you Shifiro Wale.
Don't see the unit they give him now. Shifiro Wale.
Let us talk now. Shifiro Wale down.
I will come for you. Don't worry. It's only Siva that could have done this. What kind of rubbish is that?
Actually, from your last statement, it clearly shows that you know that the momentum for that Obi is no more there. You know the truth. That one, I respect you for saying that. Because if I were you, or if anybody that is following the guy, moving from one party to another party within a space of 3 months, changing 3 parties from from Labour to ADC, now to NDC. So sometimes you check leadership by their utterances and by their leadership quality. This man have not shown any leadership quality at all. And when you continue to talk too much, there is tendency for you to make a lot of mistakes. If majority of people that follow you in 2023, they are now regretting it. Some of them were even asking themselves, were they blindfolded in 2023? They cannot believe their eyes that they voted for this kind of man. That means that they just follow bandwagon. Or they just thought that they just thought that let us kick out this APC. Anybody is okay. But now, with what they can see with the achievement of the current administration, I'm not saying it's perfect, but even if we want to change Tinubu, please now, God, it's not people like Obi now. If we want to change Tinubu, if we want to change people like Fashola, even people like who? Even Akpabio, because Akpabio did wonderfully well in Akwa Ibom. Then we are talking. Not people like this one that is just a mediocre job in Anambra. This is Anambra, dirty places.
Don't you see Akpabio that when he was mocking Obi? He said, if I want to talk as a ex-governor, it was the only international stadium that we have today is in Akwa Ibom. It was built by Akpabio.
Just see the road network.
He was mentioning an achievement. Obi cannot mention one thing. Nothing. No one legacy project.
Stadium is an achievement.
Okay. No, we are not even.
That is the place we play football, international football today.
We are talking about achievement. You cannot take it away from Akpabio that it turned the faces of Akwa Ibom.
Go to Akwa Ibom is like you're in abroad.
One of the best planned cities.
I know. Did I hear that stadium is not an achievement?
Well, look at Akwa Ibom.
Go and check
Go and see their transportation system.
Very beautiful city.
You can't see dirt in the streets.
Very clean, neat.
Can we change the line of discussion? Are you not tired? You alone.
We
have not helped himself. So I wish Kwankwaso went with
the
last election. I think if Kwankwaso will be the last
Irowale is better now. Why would you change
the two other moderators, can you let us put Nigeria behind the scene for just 5 or 10 minutes? We can have rest though, because it will not stop. It will continue to interject. It will not let you talk. It will just take over everything.
No, and the one that will say person doesn't let him talk.
You are the one that do it. All these Jagaban people, you are the one that do all these things that you are saying. This thing. And what my problem with Jagaban people is that they don't follow his record. They just follow the doctrine. Whatever he has said, that's the doctrine. They don't have any ideology. What is the ideology? No, let me ask you. What is the ideology of your of this man in office? This your Jagaban. What is the ideology?
It's a core progressive, and his ideology have shown that he's a great achiever. He has done it in Lagos, where we can see that local eyes. We can see with our naked eyes. Let me finish now. Let me finish. Since he came in in 2023, our net reserve was $3 billion. Now we are talking about our net reserve over $24 billion. Space of 2.5 years or 3 years.
Where do you think it came from?
What did you say?
Where did it come from? That money.
I don't care where it comes from.
How does it matter?
It comes from generating more revenue to the purse of the nation.
No, because no.
It
wasn't because of the money.
Don't let us go to that place. Because
most of that reserve is coming from many of the reserve, not most. Many of it is coming from Dangote.
You are growing. Problem. We did grow. Problem.
Okay.
Even if it's not a problem, I'm just addressing it.
She's hold on now. She's hold on.
So it's only Dangote that is giving
hold on. How does it matter? Okay, one administration.
Where most of the money is coming from.
Hold on now. One administration was using that money to pay some people subsidy, right? You understand? And one person now decided that
they borrow money online. They go and borrow
not
money
correct.
for subsidy. They borrow money for subsidy. They are
And Tinubu didn't remove subsidy. It was Buhari that did. I don't know why we keep doing this.
All of them borrow money. Jonathan also squandered everything away. At last,
Buhari removed subsidies. So let's not keep saying that it's Tinubu that removed subsidies.
Okay, let's give the credit of that subsidy to Buhari now. Before, if you want to hammer Tinubu, you will say Tinubu, okay, Buhari removed subsidy. Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Then don't talk of Tinubu again that he removed subsidy. So
I actually support subsidy removal based on where we are economically at the time. I suppose subsidy removal.
Everybody don't hear you today, but don't come here tomorrow and be telling us about that Tinubu is lying about subsidy removal.
The only issue I have with Tinubu with the subsidy is that he didn't use that money for anything specific. He just shared it among the states.
No, that's a lie.
No. Let me hold on. Okay, now
because of allocation.
Okay. No, what are you supposed to do with the money? You're supposed to do Obasanjo illegality and hold on to it?
No, of course not. If he's transparent and really wants to do the right thing by the country, that is a lot of money. We are talking about almost $10 billion.
So what should you do now? If you violate the law,
I'm telling you now, one of the things you could have done was pay Dangote the money that you are supposed to pay to maintain Nigeria 20%.
How did you come about the $10 billion?
The subsidy that the money that Nigeria spends on subsidy every year.
Simba, that's not even the issue. That's not even the issue. The question is
at the tail end.
Wait.
Let us engage him about even this subsidy saving. Okay, let me ask you to Nigeria. Okay, if Nigeria was claiming maybe $10 billion annually on subsidy, and before then they were saying they were borrowing that 10 billion to pay that subsidy. So stopping borrowing that money, does that translate to savings?
It translates to financial wiggle room. In other words, you have credit.
So I'm asking is a question. It's a yes or no.
Is the borrow
to savings?
Yes, it does translate to savings.
It's not a savings.
Yes, it's a form of savings.
So no, wait. That you cannot share is a savings that you cannot say you want to share.
Hold on. If you want to go and borrow money from somebody, and the person say, no, you don't need to borrow the money because whatever you need to borrow that money for, I've taken care of it.
It's not the person that says no. You say you are not borrowing. Let's use this one. Let's say you borrow money to, let's say in your house now, you used to borrow money to buy, let's say, coffee in your house. You now say, now, I'm not going to borrow money again because I don't even need this money. I don't want to borrow money to buy coffee. Does that one now translate to you what money that you have in your pocket that you cannot be spending?
No, it doesn't translate to money that you now have.
So why are you not talking about subsidy savings?
Because when you decide not to spend money on something again, you have now retained that money for something else. You still have that potential.
Which money are you not diverting to something else? Which money?
See, let me tell you this.
You said borrow, you are borrowed that you divert now.
Let me make this clear to him. If you spend $10 billion giving people fuel subsidies so that they can pay cheaper petroleum prices in Nigeria, then you take that 10 billion loan that you are supposed to use to do that every year and say, you know what, let me spend it 10 billion fixing in Ajikuta steel, this 10 billion this year. Then take the next year's 10 billion, I will fix electricity here. they take the another 10
Are
billion.
they,
Do you know what
the
you're
question
doing?
is an assumption that you are, this your argument is based on assumption.
It's not an
But
assumption, it's
the
a
government
fact.
is
They're
not
already
borrowing.
spending money for
Wait
subsidy.
now. They are not borrowing. They are not borrowing this money, saying that they're biting into another thing. They stop borrowing that money because so why are you not saying what you are saying?
What I'm saying is that by removing that need to borrow that money, the pressure on the Nigerian finances reduced. But what they did increased the pressure
But
again.
how does it not translate to more money?
It translates to more money in the sense that because now the pressure on your finances has reduced, you don't have to get the same $10 billion. What if you needed $2 billion? You see what I mean? The economy would have collapsed if you had $2 billion. For whatever you want to do, if you wanted to do something, you have more financial wiggle room.
But what I'm asking you is, will you consider that one? Wait now, to Nigeria, will you consider that one as savings?
Yes, it's a kind of savings.
It's not now.
You just gave an example that if you stop buying something that you used to buy before, you are saving money. Like if
it's not as if you have the money. Let's wait to Nigeria.
It's the same logic. I understand where you are coming from. You are trying to say it's not physical money that you have. That is true. But it's also true that you have capacity to loan money. And if the loaning that you are taking is about to collapse you and you stop taking that loan, let's say you borrow 100 billion every year and that 100 billion wants to kill you, you say, I will stop borrowing.
You are talking about physical money. You are talking about physical money. That is why you said,
hold on.
I'm trying to get to where
Simba, we said this thing before. In economic sense,
Ola, don't take us through that route.
No. It's not. No. We have to
use language that everybody will understand.
Everybody will understand. Because some people that believe there is one money somewhere.
Savings and economic savings that you want to bring.
Hold on. Let me tell you one thing. Whether economic time or whatever, we talk of GDP, we talk of all these things. You understand? We can't now come to this one and all of a sudden we want to forget about economic time. What Nigeria is talking about is correct, because when you were spending on subsidy, you were wasting resources, consumption. Then, not only that, the damages that subsidy is doing to the economy, you were damaging.
Yeah, let's stay on one lane. We talk about.
Now one lane. Hold on. This one lane. When you look at the damages that subsidy was causing, you will know that it's saving. Okay, now because you were paying subsidy, not only that you use the forest you earn to pay that, because it's like you sold your crude oil, and just because you want to shop subsidy, you use the proceeds for that crude oil, you use it to pay subsidy, and it was not even enough. You now went again and borrow more, and you'll be paying all those things. So now look at it from this way: you are saving yourself from pains. You are saving yourself from disasters. So now you are now redirecting that money. When you use that money for something like infrastructure, now to something to now cost to now invest in something like a infrastructure for means of production, that is savings. So
exactly.
see,
No. The refinery that we are supposed to have 20%.
The question Nigerians used to ask is like, immediately they stop subsidy, that there is money already earmarked for that is now not being used for that. So that money must be readily available for other things. That is the concept that
and it's our duty now to now explain how the saving come about. Not for us to see. Let me tell you one thing. See,
that's Ola. Wait. If you have been borrowing, let's say you are borrowing money to pay subsidy. I don't even know how many years they used to borrow that money. You know that debt is still there for you to pay. You have to service that debt. You understand what I'm saying? Yes. So you now said, okay, I'm not borrowing this money again. Does that one translate to cash and not additional cash for you to spend? That is the question.
No. This is a different situation. You understand? Now, look at it this way. you sold 10 million barrel of crude oil, right? But you now use that $10 billion of crude oil to now pay subsidy just because you say you are consuming one fraudulent figure. Now, meanwhile, that 10 billion you earn, you were supposed to use it for, let's say, healthcare, you use it to build roads, you use it to fund education, right? You are not doing that, but you are using it to finance subsidy to free some kind of elite, the corrupt elite, right? Now, at a stage, that 10 billion was not even enough. You now went again and borrow more. So it's not as if you were borrowing everything. You were actually using your proceeds to start first to pay that subsidy. Then the shortfall, you now borrow.
Ola, know what you are saying. Sorry. It's just an assumption. No. You remember that even at that tail end, there was no even money. We don't even have any money to even say that we are hardening. It's not as if we don't even have any money. And that was when they started.
Let's even forget about it.
No, wait. Because that what you are doing, what you are saying is based on assumption that okay, we are part of the money. It's only we are just borrowing an addition. No, we didn't even have any.
Okay. Now look at it this way now.
Because that was when they started printing money. You remember? I understand your whole point. If you, let's say you are spending 10 billion on subsidy and probably you have 5 out of that 10 billion, you only borrow 5. That 5 billion when you stop, that 5 billion that you used to have, you can see that is saving. But you don't even have, you are borrowing the whole 10 billion that you needed for subsidy. And then when you now stop, how will you now say that you have more money?
Okay, hold on. Now, ask yourself questions. When we were paying subsidies, states were owing salary, they were owing local debt, and some even owed foreign debt. Now, but when you stop paying subsidy, what happened? Some states now have money. They were able to clear arrears of wages, and they are able to pay. Some even almost paid their debt.
And you think that the
money? Okay, Mr. Ala, wait now. Mr. Sima, let me help you a little bit. See, Mr. Ala, let me ask you this one. Okay, now, if they are still they borrow that money now, that money they are not using it in earth, road, maybe something else. Why are people? My big question: why are all those opposition or some people in Nigeria still asking where is the money saved from subsidy? What Mr. Simba understand exactly what me I understand. People believe there is still money. Something they say some money for there is still money in one place that they are accumulating in one place every day. That's what they are asking about.
Now, the question is this: when you have confused people and you are not joining in confusing them now, that's where the problem is. Now, what you were spending of subsidy before is unheard of. Okay, you were just consuming 25 million, let's say PMS daily, but some people are claiming that you are consuming 60 million. Now, you are now paying for 60 million. You are not subsidized. You were not subsidizing for 60 million, right? So, but now, immediately you stop. That money you were using, irrespective of wherever you are getting it from, you understand, you no longer use it. And suddenly, the allocation to the state increased. Then, the investment, the money for investment, all of a sudden increased. It's telling you the story that you are actually saving from the West.
Let me ask Ola this question. Sorry. Ola, why do you think that money that increased was actually from the subsidy? Why did you think it is from subsidy?
No, hold
on. It's not that money at all now.
Wait,
Farabale, you earn money now, right? You are not paying for subsidy, but your allocation increased, right? But before, if we were supposed to pay for subsidy, all those money put together will be used to fund subsidy, and you won't be able to increase the allocation to the states. Now, just look at it this way. If we see our subsidy today, the money that are going to the state extra, there's no way to go to extra. Everything will be bundled together and will be used to fund our subsidy.
Okay.
Both Forex subsidy and both petroleum subsidy. So in service, that savings, you understand, from that your normal fiscal wastages, fiscal discipline is what you are now redirecting now. To now
Ola,
give
no,
Simba,
the issue is this. The issue is this. If you look at our revenue, wait now. If you look at our revenue, Ola, if you look at our revenue, if you even check, because the people that sells our oil, because if you are claiming that okay, the money that we are generating from oil, we are selling the oil, and the money that is supposed to be coming to the federation, that's what we are using to. When last do you think the NNPC even remitted money to the federal government?
I told you the first time now. For how many years?
Okay, that's not you've shifted to another. You've shifted
to another. Increase now. You are.
Hold on. The question you should ask yourself is this: if we are paying for subsidy now, you understand we'll be borrowing. Are you borrowing to give allocation to the state as speak now? Are you? You are not borrowing.
But I think it's not actually right for you to think that
you are now doing the same thing you were accusing. No, you are not doing the same thing you are accusing to Nigeria for.
Okay, say what you want.
Hold on. You are doing exactly the same thing. No, there's nothing wrong. No, there's nothing wrong.
Let Ola finish. Remy, you come after Ola.
There's nothing wrong in you resetting your mind and learn how this thing works. Now, before, you were making $10 billion. And that $10 billion is still there, right? But then, what were you doing with that $10 billion? Some people were looting that $10 billion, you understand, by giving you subsidy. They just give you a scheme so that you say, okay, as that money is coming, you are taking that money away. And the thing now ballooned to extent that they even inflated that figure more, that require you now to borrow more to finance that. So either way, you are losing the 10 billion you were making before, and you are now borrowing to add to it now. Okay, now this time around, you stop that subsidy. You are not keeping your 10 billion. At the same time, you are no longer borrowing. That your 10 billion that you keep is a saving. It's a kind of saving from your fiscal indiscipline, your fiscal wastages. You are now more. So that is the concept of savings.
Okay, can I comment on you?
Whether you like it,
actually, to me, what you are putting here is that it means that everything remains constant and things never remain constant. It clearly shows.
Who is telling you everything remains constant? Where did you get that?
Let me finish now. Let me adjust my thought. After the removal of subsidy, the government continued to work out to generate more revenue. Through this generation of revenue, it has helped them to increase allocation to the state and also for the federal government to do some of the projects, apart from the money they borrow for infrastructural development. So if you now say that, okay, because we stopped paying subsidy, that money we're supposed to use to pay subsidy, we now save it. It's a form of saving. No, I don't agree like that, because at the end of the day, we do not have a fixed figure of how much exactly are we paying as subsidy every month. The subsidy we are paying, the prices continue to change every month and year in, year out. For how many years, I don't even know. So as we stand today, the advantage the government has is that now when they stop it, they cannot concentrate on generating more revenue and then do government projects. Because the service you are talking about is a borrowed money, which is a kind of a debt on the government. Because they are not using generated revenue to subsidize that kind of life. They have been borrowing money to so we cannot say, okay, because we stop it, then we now have savings. No, I don't have to.
I think Ola's argument is based on a lot of assumptions.
Yes.
One of the assumptions. Wait now, Ola. You said I should allow you to talk now. One of the assumptions that Ola made was that he thought that okay, Nigeria was able to raise part of the money that they are using to pay the subsidy. So it's only a part that we are borrowing. If that is true, you are right. But I remember, as at the tail end of Buhari administration, they were even saying that they are not even generating any money to pay that subsidy. They are borrowing everything, even to the extent that Nigeria doesn't have money
to even to do
They
anything.
use
They have to
time,
resort to
forward
ways. They
contract.
have to resort to wait now. They have to resort to ways and means of printing money to the extent that they print up almost 30 trillion. And you are aware of this, and you are still assuming that we are making money out to pay part of the subsidy. That's what baffles me.
Simba. I understand that this thing is very complex for you to understand and all those stuff. Look at it this way.
I think
You are not serious. You are not serious. You are not. You are not.
No.
Serious.
I told you that.
Also, you are saying that I'm mentally retarded. Is that what you are saying?
No. Simba, get it. Hold on. You are educated in medical science. I won't argue that one with you. But one thing for sure is
so you are doubting my level of
I'm educated enough. I'm not saying I'm an expert. I'm educated enough. I'm educated enough officially to explain this thing to you. You understand? Now, what I'm telling you here is this: ask yourself a question. If that situation was that precarious as it is now, you were doing your ways and means and all those stuff, how did you suddenly come back from that austere situation now to surplus? Because whether we are still suffering or whatever, now we see this as surplus. You understand? Because we were able to give local government money. Not only that, the state are collecting almost 3 of what they used to collect before now, as it is now. And we are not staying on that alone, and we are paying back our debt. Not only that, we are paying back our debt only again, we are boosting our forest reserve for a foreign reserve. And not only that, we are financing some social.
What you are still doing is based on assumption. It's an assumption now.
It's not an assumption. Okay. Now, what we are feeling the impact, you are still saying is an assumption. Okay, let me tell you one thing. Is allocation to state government an assumption? Is our forest
you don't understand what I'm saying.
Hold on. Is our foreign reserve an assumption? You understand? I don't get it. Is NEF fund is it an assumption? Are all those projects we are doing in the country today?
You don't understand. You should have asked me that. What do I mean by is an assumption? Well, the assumption that I'm talking about, you think that the increase in revenue generation is actually due to the stoppage of subsidy payments. That is the assumption that you are making.
You are not getting it. Okay, let's look at this way. Let's look at it this way. As of the last time that when Buhari was leaving, we were spending $38 billion on subsidy. Now, when we say this subsidy, part of it is the forex itself, and part of it is that of fuel subsidy on its own. Combined together. Okay, look at it this way now. When you make our forex, you are giving your crooks that forex at maybe 480 instead of what you're supposed to be giving, like maybe $1,000. You've already shortchanged Nigeria about 520. That's one aspect. Then you now use the same money now to pay those people that you did oil swap with, but they are telling you that see, damn me. Well, you can say whatever you like. I just laugh at you guys. Now, the thing is this. Now, what they were doing under Buhari was that they inflated what we needed, that to the extent that they make sure that whatever they sell, they loot. So to the point that you don't have anything for the country, then you now borrow money to finance the deficit. Now to run some other activities again, you now started printing money. So how do you think that the like of Malami alone will have 212?
But Ola, why did they print? Why did they started printing money if they have money?
Because they've already looted. You didn't hear me when you spent 38 billion.
So already. if you agree, we are at that stage where we don't even have money again. We are printing money. So when we now stop, why do you think that money will be coming from?
Okay,
That means
okay. Just look at that 38 billion that we used to pay finance subsidy before. Now we are no longer using that 38 billion to finance subsidy again. It's now coming to the federation account immediately. Let us make it simple.
Why is it the money that you are borrowing is coming to your federation account?
But do you know? No, but it's revenue. It's our revenue that
That money that you borrow, just wait now. That money that you borrow.
It just because you are coded with this mindset. The question is this: I took time to tell you the other time that accounting savings is not the same thing as economic savings. Two different things.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Your accounting savings, okay, maybe you earn 100,000 a month, you spend like you now your consumption is 70,000, and you now go and keep your money in the bank. That's accounting savings.
But what is our revenue?
The one that we are talking about, is accounting saving. We are not talking about economic saving. If I understand that concept, if you say, okay, you are borrowing money to do something and you say you are not going to borrow money again, it's like a savings. But the question Nigerians are asking, is that accounting saving that you are talking about? They said every month they think that there is certain amount of money that comes from subsidy saving that they must be spending.
How do you know? How do you know that that's what they are thinking? The same confusion you have is what they have.
That's what they are asking.
It's a simple thing now. They say, where is the money? Where is the money? Where is the money? They're asking for the money.
Is that money coming from heaven? Is it coming from thin air? It comes from the sales of your crude oil.
Ola, I hope you are aware also that time that you heard about what they call the forward sale. You heard about that?
I know what they call forward
so
sale.
that forward sale, that means even the money that you are expecting from your crude in the next few years, don't let me, because I can't put a specific amount of years. So I don't know 5 or 6 years. It's already so you are not even earning anything from that. Okay. That means you have already even spent the money that is supposed to
that is why they can't meet that demand.
Now see how faulty your argument is now. Assuming we've sold all our petroleum, it simply means that every petroleum we produce every day, crude oil now, is taking care of the forward sales. Then where are you getting money to run even concurrent expedition only? We are not even talking of capital expedition.
If you are taking your time,
where are you getting money?
Wait.
We are still going forward. We are still selling forward now.
If you are taking your time to even look at our revenue, you discover that we are not even making much from oil.
How much are we making from oil? I want to know.
What we are making. Do you know that oil constitutes less than 5% of our revenue?
I will even get it for. Let me look at Nigeria Bureau of Statistics.
Check now. Check
5% of our revenue. Are you serious? What are you talking about?
Yes.
That's ridiculous.
Check. Go and check.
Our revenue. That's $20-something billion to $50 billion is minor from our revenue. What are you talking about? That's the highest amount we get from.
No. That revenue, people make mistake. If crude oil is 100 per barrel, people think we are going to get the entire $100 million. It's not true, because those people that are doing exploration, they have the percentage. So they
have to divide by 50%. The 50% that Nigeria gets, and the area where
Nigeria make include a monthly in dollar $4.68 billion monthly.
The biggest area Dangote refinery is saving Nigeria a lot of money, because one, it is doing exports.
Okay, you said
Nigeria. Why do people not allow you to talk? Let me respond to it. I'm not going to go long. I'm going to stop now.
Wait, Nigeria. Wait.
I was talking and he interrupted me.
Go ahead.
So what I wanted to say was that where the savings is coming from is because we are not spending as much money buying petrol as we are doing in terms of dollars. So we have more dollars in our reserve because we're not spending so much buying it because of the presence of Dangote refinery in Nigeria. Please go ahead.
So now, if Atunde, now you say Nigeria is making 4 billion, right? Or 4 billion, right? Monthly, right?
4.6 billion.
Multiplied by 12.
By 12. I'm coming. 1 minute. Sorry, 1 minute. 4.6 9 times 1, 2. Like $56.8 billion.
Now, just because of the now, I now realize that this money was not even up to this during that time of Buhari. Now, look at the situation now where you use all the remaining money now. You now give that money you are making, you give it to those people that you are doing crude swap with to go and refine. Now they will now say, okay, because of the shortfall, they will come back and collect that money from you. Now they are collecting the money from two different angles. You understand, from Forex and from the cost, like they tell you they go in transit costs and all those jargons that they will speak. So you now borrow more money now to add up to what you are making annually. That is exactly what Nigeria was doing under subsidy regime. But what happened these days is that now you now took all those things away. You will no longer pay anybody for any swap again. You now keep that money. That is why you are able to share more revenue.
But our revenue, we generated about 4 point something from 2.2 to 4.5 trillion. So they are sharing. If you look at what they share this month, there is 2 point something trillion that they share, the whole 3 tier of government. So that is coming from our revenue, not from first subsidy. You understand?
Yeah, I'm even trying to look at our.
That's hardly $1 billion.
Our money revenue to exclude the committed forward.
Because they share about 2 point something trillion this month, and we generate from about 2.2 to 4.5 trillion monthly. You understand? Sweeping tax reform. See, I said driven by sweeping tax reform, new industrial levy, and surge in global oil prices. The exact monthly revenue varies depending on the specific physical metric recorded by the federal government. So breakdown, gross revenue breakdown, official data released by the Accountant General of the Federation. So, so that is where January they share how much.
So if I look at our estimate of what Nigeria is making to exclude forward sales now, Nigeria is still making about average of 3.1 billion per month when you exclude the forward sales obligation.
But how much are they paying for this? How much are they deducting from monthly?
Sorry, Nigerian, let me just tell you what happened. In April, they shared how much? 2.257 trillion.
April, no.
2.255.
And they generated 3.184
Wait. And the distribution, how the money was generated, they call it, the first one was statutory revenue. And that statutory revenue, what it means is that the actual money flow into the federation account and include from minerals and non-oil. You understand? Non-oil revenue. And that one contributed about 1 point. What is it now? That is 1.260 trillion. That is from minerals and non-oil revenue. That one is 1.260 trillion. And then from VAT contributed 747. Add that one together. How much is that? Hello.
I'm not with calculator.
If you add 700 to 1.2 trillion, that is almost 2 trillion already.
Okay.
You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Then augmentation, they have 250 billion augmentation. Right, that is from the saving that they have before to make it 1.2, to make it 2.2 something that they got. So tell me, where is the oil coming in here?
Well, Baba, maybe when I get time, I go put that in on execution.
We are not, Ola, as it is presently, let me tell you, oil is not contributing majorly to our revenue as it is now. As Nigeria it is.
The oil is pegged on the budget now. That is on
let
the budget.
let us be honest. I don't think they want to really put everything there. Without oil, Nigeria will not survive. And
No,
without
oil is
diaspora,
for the budget now, for the budget, but the revenue they share.
No, don't say without oil. You know the thing is this. The forest we are, and so that is why we used to keep our forest reserve. You know, when you earn in dollar, you understand, they are keeping all those money earning this thing, part of it as as our reserve to finance all those international business. So, but as it is, I know that I don't even want to stress myself, because even the people you are trying to explain to, they are not even ready to listen to you. You understand? So, I don't have, of course, yes, now I don't have to, because when you look at this thing, Nigeria is still paying debt. Nigeria is paying debt. Nigeria is keeping some forex reserve. You understand? And we are increasing revenue. So, people are still, I don't know. I don't know how to explain this thing again.
Ola, do you know that?
What of all these secret borrowing here and there? You know, all those kind of things. What are they doing with all those money?
Okay. Let me tell you some of those slides of that borrowing, because you see, propaganda said faster than the truth, but the truth can nullify that propaganda one day. Now, look at some mischievous things that some people are trying to make Oyedele. They are trying to make Oyedele look like Obi, when that Senate committee were asking about how they are not funding budget, and the guy now started explaining
2025, 2024.
Started explaining debt and all those stuff. You know, you see that kind of editing. Let me tell you something about the story of that borrowing. When you borrow in international currency, that part of your forex you earn that you keep in reserve is what you use to. People think that, okay, immediately you earn your naira in a Lagos market, they quickly convert it to dollar and they go and no. So as we are selling your oil and all those tradable, all those international these things, you are keeping forex for those things. So you don't have to. So you know what all this group did? You understand? Because of the devaluation of naira, they now carry whereby you were owing 10 billion before, they now go and multiply everything, both the foreign the foreign currency counterpart and the local, so that the thing will look big and will sound very interesting for political argument. That's one of bad thing. Now, the government has a policy. I think we said this thing before. Some people, or maybe we've not discussed it, at least Oyedele has been able to clear it, that we are only allowed to borrow for capital projects and for human capital development. We are no longer borrowing for consumption. So it simply means that your Lagos Calabar Coastal Road is a capital project that you borrow to finance. Your Badagry, Sokoto, that's the kind of thing you finance. You are no longer borrowing to finance subsidy. Whether you want to subsidize dollar or you want to subsidize
do you see the budget this thing that they brought out? The item in the budget.
I don't even know.
All these states, all of them are just so stupid, honestly.
Now you see what they are bringing out. They say, "Oh,
putting money in the budget for church."
Both Oyedele and the former this thing, former
they put money.
There's explain this thing. So the point is this: when you know what they do. You know you cannot cover. Let's say you cannot cover like 100 kilometers of road a year, for example. And you now maybe 100 a year will cost like say let's say $10 billion, and people are not expecting that you now release that $10 billion, even though you cannot control more than 20 billion in a year. So what happened to the remaining? That is kind of the fiscal discipline they are introducing. So by the time you only control 20 billion, I'm just giving an analogy, they released amount that is worth 20 billion to you. So that means that, I don't know, 20 kilometers, the 20 kilometers release 20 billion to you. So what is left, the remaining 80 billion, they keep it until you're able to complete that. So that one will now roll over to the following year. It is not only in Nigeria they do that. Even some advanced countries, they do all those stuff. But the problem with Nigeria is this: once you hear the budget 10 billion for a project, maybe the capital project, they decide, say, okay, this project is going to cover 6 years. Once you hear 100 billion like this, you automatically assume that, oh, they've got that money. I remember I told people here the other time that the fact that they borrow doesn't mean that they've got all those money. And it turned out that Oyedele said the reason they are not covering all those budgets is just because the slow release of funds. You understand?
Ola, I think the problem with them, they too, as I think they have to be communicating. I'm still talking now, me do question. They have to be communicating. They have to be communicating more. You know, Nigeria, we are used to yearly budget before, but this carryover budget that we are doing now, you know, before what they used to do is that every year they will budget, and if they can also do only 30% or even 20% implementation, then the next year they will do that budget again, and so people will have forgotten what happened last year because they don't even care. But now they are now rolling over. If we even analyze it very well, Ola, we might even be doing better now than when we are doing yearly budget.
No, we are doing better now because before they were stealing the money.
But you know, because of lack of understanding, some people will still be talking, oh, okay, let's say you are doing 20% or 30% before. That means for 1 year budget, it will have taken you 2-3 years to finish that 1 year budget. But because you are not carrying that budget over, nobody cares about it. But now we are already even almost finishing 2025 budget. That means we are doing over 50%.
That's why we have a pardon project before now.
You understand? But Nigerians don't want to. They can't understand that, or some of them understand. They just.
But the government is the problem. They could have been explaining this thing, not
government is not the problem. Let me tell you one thing. You go explain tire if anybody, to someone that doesn't want to listen to you. So now, okay, look at when I brought that to Oyedele out. Now you understand. In my school this morning, the thing created a lot of arguments because some people, the thing was contrary to their agenda. So, because what they want to do is this, oh, these people are stealing. That's what any other thing you are explaining, even though they know. But just because they want to use that one to actually control your mind, because they have their own agenda they are running. You understand?
Ola,
that's exactly that's the
Ola,
problem.
Make I ask you a question. See, the problem we have in Nigeria, and before I go ask you that question, you see, budget himself is not actual expenditure in any place in the world. Nigeria have designed a kind of a faith system that doesn't actually capture the true expenditure wherever they put that money. So that is the problem we have. Because, for example, you talk about we generated VAT money. I don't see Nigerians paying VAT. Where's the money coming from? Okay, if I ask you in Canada, if I go to Canada as a tourist, I go straight to your boutique, buy a jeans, buy shirt, and I pay VAT. If I want to leave your airport, after checking in, I went straight to the custom. Would they give me that VAT back? I just want you to answer this one. If it is a global process, I want to learn something from them. Would they give it back to me?
Well,
I go straight to them with the invoice and the receipt.
The last time I've ever heard of that in the UK. But I've never heard of it even in Canada. Maybe because I'm a citizen. I don't know.
Okay, because why am I asking this question? As the whole Europe is today, the only VAT every country will collect is the one that the people consume inside their country. The VAT they rooted from companies, they are mandated to return it. So that is where that process, that structure they have, enable them to capture the actual cost of what they are running. I will use Sweden as an example. Every year, when they budget is deficit. But at the end of that year, the following year when they start balancing everything, you will start seeing surplus. But in Nigeria's case, once they budget, they try to use that budget to do the accounting work in a way of that thing even create a lot of loopholes. That's why people are stealing everywhere. Because you just create the office for them, you push the money there, and they start coming out with their something.
Do you know Midwest? So, do you know? Yeah. Maybe Mr. Doctor will know. Do you know a senator was saying? He said this better Nigeria during that that commission. During Babangida. Better Nigeria. They said it still exists.
Better life.
Better life. It still exists today.
Because if we want to fix Nigeria,
even that Buhari discipline something.
The two institutions that we need. Ministry of Labor must capture anybody that's working. Even though when you are selling Google, go and register it and let the local government transfer it to them. Somebody that is driving bus is already employed. You can't just throw those things to black market when Nigerians naturalists want to be an entrepreneur. It's like something that is in their spirit. They don't want to work with
people. They are collecting enough tax from those people.
Okay, now but they don't really capture them. I don't give an example. The second one, Olawe, the second one.
No, take
the Ministry of Taxation and Finance should be able to demand for invoices, payroll, and slips, receipts that make up those expenditures. The way they practice it across the entire Europe.
They do tax return now. I know they file tax return in Lagos every year.
Hey, see the file return, my brother, now for the people where they bid. At the end, they do the paper.
Where are they? Those who are paying, if you are not paying,
where is the receipt that gave you a tax refund? Huh? Where? I go Alava, I go back for something, thousands and millions. They load everything into one big trailer, and the receipt they gave to me that involved in those million transactions. No institution that have record of it. Tomorrow we can change it. If any question arrives.
But that's why Nigeria is good. That's why we pray. That's why we have.
We have a leader that tackle it. There's no way we're going to run.
That is why we say Nigeria is good in one way. The other way, because now Nigeria, you can just owe your land, build your house, but abroad you have to be in debt for 30 years to pay house, to get a flat, not even a compound. Just to get a flat, you have to be in debt for 30 years. To even get a property, to get a good car, you have to be in debt. To even drive a good car for 5 years. You understand? Even live, you have to be in debt.
Nigerian, let me tell you what.
Nigeria is free, you get it.
What we do, what people don't understand in Western world, government sees human being like a property.
Yes, now.
To make money from, and that's the way. If you are taking mortgage to get a house or anything, if you are not using it for business and that thing is not fetching you money, it's not a gain, it's not a property as far as I'm concerned. Because you have to continue paying even when you are paying your mortgage, which you are going to pay interest, you are going to pay tax, you are going to pay insurance and all those things. So government is just a way, and that's why they made that law. It's just a way of making money from people. That's why they didn't allow people to build their house on their own.
The human being abroad are slave to the government.
Exactly. It's like you are just like a property, yes.
It's not a property to them. So it must be in debt. There's no way you're going to escape. It must be in debt. That's why it's very hard. It's just because we Africa, because when we take $100, $1,000 there, that's why we work over labor. It becomes a big money in Nigeria. That's why we're able to say we want to buy land. Nobody. How many people are here that you can buy land? Can you work 30 years and say you want to go and buy land cash here? Like what we do in Nigeria. So yeah, you are just a slave to the system. They don't give you a way to come and say you want to accumulate wealth. No, you want to get as is credit. You want to get car is credit. Unless you want to buy the one that you at mechanic will be fighting every week. That is only when you want to buy 1,000, 1,500. You want to get good clothes. You have to credit. Everything, even good chair is credit. Good TV is credit.
Do you know that Nigeria? Do you know that people, especially those Black Americans that are relocated to Africa, do you know why they enjoy Africa? Because it actually afford them opportunity of controlling their finances, and they are free of all those monthly obligations that they have to be paying. Because those things is actually like a pressure, it's like a stress. Because every month then you have something to pay you have to pay rent, you have to pay for gas, you have to pay for everything. At the end of the day, when you get your salary, what will be
You
remaining
can't
with
even
you?
see your salary. You can't even see your salary.
Exactly.
You only see your
But
pay
they
slip.
will
You don't even
deduct
see
it
your
from the
salary.
source. As the money is
You didn't even
landing,
see your
you
salary.
don't
You only see your
disappear.
pay slip. You didn't even see your salary. Before you know, bank, everything is already, they have taken everything from your bank, because everything is programmed there.
It's only in Nigeria that somebody will not be working and will be surviving.
We'll be surviving. We'll be building the house. We'll be the house. I know many people. They will be the house, have a land. Collect from this, drive a car.
If you don't work in Nigeria, you will eat. You will even have accommodation.
Yes, now. Can you abroad? This place you are not working. How will you go?
You're on your own.
That is necessity. When you don't have, you are not working. You can't go just go and buy a car like Nigeria. Somebody will just go and buy a car, 2 million, just be driving to do fine boy. No, can't do that here. You must know that car is necessity, and there's a job that you can fuel it. You can't drive car anywhere here now.
In Nigeria, you buy a car. The only money you have to be paying on that car is the fuel that you are buying. That job and the servicing. If you want to be servicing it, some people will not even renew. They will not even renew their
documents.
particular.
You have to do a VIO. You have to do insurance. You must do. You have to have driving license. You don't have to get driving license. My wife spent more than he did the driving license he's paying that time because he was not driving for the first time.
Do you know that some people will do exam for driver license? They can do it like 5-6 times before they will even
my
pass.
wife spent 4,000 euro. Mostly in Europe. It's only UK here. Now license is very easy to make in UK.
Why is Simba now mocking us now?
Huh?
You know, the first time I did my own road test, when I failed, I didn't talk at home. Even my wife did not know. You pretended. So that that's funny.
I know somebody that did. I know somebody that did it 6 times.
Oh, some people did more than that.
I thought life is not easy, honestly. It's that is why we in Nigeria. If you see,
many Nigeria just they come and go short ticket tire.
90% of Nigeria will see doctor would say they are sickness. They have all country sickness. They say Nigeria is high blood pressure. What are we thinking? You want to make it by force. If not because Nigeria is cheap, how will you? You want to open a pure water company for here in UK? Can you try? Do you know how much thousands of euro you will get? But Nigeria, we just go there with 10 million naira. We start putting water, just build one warehouse, buy the machine, finish. Just get one coaster pickup. You start working. Everything is over. You will just be there, be making the pure water, be making money. Till any time you want to start registering, you register. If you don't want to register, you just go in NAFDAC, you pay NAFDAC, they give you registration. That is only what we pay big money. You pay NAFDAC, give you your
what you used to pay house rent in a month. That's what you pay in a year in Nigeria.
Yes, now.
So that comparison, yes, our wages is very low. But we can't be doing that comparison and say, okay, the way things are in America, that's the way they want
wages
it.
Is very low, but somebody that is receiving 70,000, like abroad now, you cut your cloth according to your size. You understand? If you are not earning big yet, you don't need income, you will go and find somebody that can rent one room, share apartment, one room for you. You can't go and take flat. You don't have that capacity. In Nigeria, because people want to live more than their size, if you are doing the 70,000, you don't have to go and rent one room, 5,000. Yes, 5,000, 4,000. That's supposed to be
a copper came to my house about 3 or 4 days ago. This guy, the copper now, I think their salary is now like 90,000 or so. And I was telling the guy that during our own that it was not 3.5 or something like that. And he was saying, during your own time, the thing was good. I said, okay, how much was the exchange rate that time? Right. Because Nigerians youth, they have this illusion that was the time that country was good, that everything was just too cheap, that everything was just too good. And I was telling the guy, I said that
If I tell you how we suffer even when we're in school,
No, no.
when we even
when I was telling my younger brother, I said we cook with sawdust. Do you know during about austerity measure?
they say it's a lie. They will say it's a lie.
You are using gas today. You are complaining.
But sawdust not correct this thing now. What are you talking about? Why are you making
that one? Gas and sawdust.
How easy it is to cook with sawdust?
How many people did
sawdust? They fast till we go put bottle. You go
those things are not healthy, Mr. Ola, please.
I beg you. Now you go speak Oyibo. Why growing up, who care about Eddie or not Eddie?
Okay, then now you know they make money. Now you know what life now.
You can't behave like say they born you for America.
We are talking. No, something cannot remain stagnant. You have to change. That is what we are going the world now.
No, what we are saying, Ola, what we are saying now, let me tell you. To me, no, life is more easier now. How many people now goes to the stream to go and be fetching water? How many people goes to farm before you go to school?
You don't know how many kilometers you straight to and fetch water.
Now you go talk say it is Nana because they burn you inside the.
Oh, bro, it's more easier. And most streets now have 3, 4, 5.
Hey, but Ola, what about when those people are now referring to those days has been better than now? That's what we are saying.
I don't
understand. If they are not making that reference, Ola, if they are not making that reference, we won't be talking the way we are talking now. Because once they see you, they don't know how you are, the much effort you put in to get to where you are now. They are just looking at you as if it was the government of those days that made you the way you are. Like you got everything on the platter of good. That's the way they look at you.
No, don't get me wrong. I understand. But you know, when people are just saying something is better, that thing is relative. I don't even know what they are talking about. How did they come about that betterness? I don't understand. They will say something about better.
When some house they eat chicken only on Christmas Day. Today people eat chicken every day. They say
because the tell us say something were better those days. Those days where we say now for my father not to see me like this, now farm. Yeah. Someone go to tell me say those days better.
No, can you even tell Jay-Z today that Jay-Z now say go and use firewood and make food for you? Say for what?
For me, yes, what is making today better? The question we should be asking ourselves: can we sustain it? For example,
even today, say we cannot even say if it's better or it's relative. It depends on who is talking. Though.
No, if we measure it with those days when we were grown up, yeah, people have to go to stream. People have you see some kind of houses where family live those days now. One house will not too big. If everybody don't by mistake get room there, even in one building, if you see people coming out, you will be wondering. Those days there was nothing like diaspora support to family. You see, all the online work that Nigerians are also doing, this foreign money coming in, that opportunity wasn't there. So it's like we were running our typical economy, what you produce. You understand me? So from there you derive your living as well. But today, there is a lot of opportunity for us. Because we now have diaspora contribution, which is very huge, and it's a huge opportunity.
I don't even understand what you are talking about. Which kind of opportunity? Opportunity where we say many people they do warehouse, they do shifts even on Christmas Day. I don't get that more. You know, if you see how people see, let me tell you one thing. If you see the way people they work here, you understand. When some people get to 70, they don't go to hear anything again. But the type of inside factories and they work with noise, and people are saying something they better.
Are you talking about Nigeria?
Anywhere in the world?
No, I'm talking about
when I talk about diaspora, I'm talking about
the I understand Midwest is right. You cannot say
I'm talking about remittance. That's support to family.
The way we suffer, people of today that is saying life are hard. I told them they have internet now, they have phone, they talk there, they open it. Why will you hear news there, Seth? You have do you know before you guys go to school, you trek to
yeah.
How many miles?
Najama, let me make you laugh. You remember those days when you want to listen to football commentary on radio, you see
tens of people surrounding one radio just to listen to Google commentary.
Shortwave, BBC shortwave. Which one? Although we listen to AM too, our AM radio.
Our MW frequency, which one? AM and
MW.
AM.
Watch that all those programs. You have to go the house. Everybody will tell you go out
people
before you stay in the window. You watch it.
And television, you see people, you'll be hanging on where the few people that have television, people will be hanging on their window like this. Even the children of those people will say,
if you have television, you don't allow people to come and watch it, my brother. That person will be mad as people.
You want to turn to color TV. Why use locals on the paper at the front? Who locals on paper at the front? Turn to color TV.
Yeah. My brother, I don't, frankly speaking, the opportunity we have today, I don't think although we're having it to build our country, to really develop it to that production economy, but we lost that one completely the way it is today because we're no longer producing. But the taste of softness of life, today people across the globe, they are very soft. They are very soft. It's not only our country, even here in Europe, my brother, parents complain about the way their children behave. All these elderly men. So it's like we just raise generation that.
You know why most of us are not tall? You know how many liters will carry for this small picking? I want it to. How would the boy tall? For no distance.
No, but Nigerian man, it's not what you carry on your head, though. Malnutrition also contributed, though. Which good food you did stop that time?
One megusi will try to draw. They'll say, wow, sour soup is medicinal. Oh, God. Oh, yeah.
But one thing is this, Simba, if I look at that time, the kind of opportunity we were having, if we were opportune to be exposed like that, I think we would have done better. Do you agree with that?
Agree with what?
Like, you know, those days, you will go to your village, you will have your farm, you live in the city. Your plantain will grow up, become mature, you come back, nobody's. Although there are petty stealing, but that will not discourage you. That you're living far away, you still have your farm. Okay, take for example, now I have like 50 acres of corn. And with the hunger in the country, by the time the corn is a little bit strong, don't you know people will go there and be stealing those corn? Am I going to put camera everywhere? Like those days, it doesn't happen like that. People don't steal. That tendency to steal, it was not as high as this. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
No, people were stealing because there was no information like this. Now it was, it was property or farm produce then. It's not like all these Abraba coming to come and they still free television, still clothes on the
because if I also look, okay, let me also give you another example. When I went to my village, by the time I visited Nigeria, the kind of that cohesion, that love that I grew up with, it diminished so much that it's like they don't trust themselves anymore. The way, even some people, the way I greet them, somebody was telling, oh, he thought maybe it's the way things used to be. You understand me? So I had that statement. I was a little bit shocked because there was real love, that feelings. Not that they don't also hate themselves, but the way it is now, there's no trust at all among the people. So they are more or less very divided. And if I look at it, my brother, those days, yes, we suffer. But if we were to be exposed as this, we would have done better. That's just the truth. We weren't so exposed. Some of the contracts
signed. Now your age there now, you cannot be exposed. The age now. The age you are at that time cannot take you to more than
people of our age. If they knew what we knew today, I think they would have done better. My brother, I cannot lie you at that time.
All those bra was still doing well now. That is the one that will send a message and give us 50 kobo. Give us 20 kobo, 5 kobo. You know, all those bra was still doing well now. All our bra will go to worry and come that time. They are come with all this foreign food. You want to chop all this a sandwich. All those bra was still doing well. I come with bread. Somebody's coming from Lagos. Somebody that is coming from Lagos worry that is like somebody coming from abroad now. Don't you know?
Let me end the live now. We've done 6 hours. Okay. So, gentlemen, thank you all for coming in, and let me close it out. All right.